And if we can pause it right here. At 2:32, we're pause. Trooper Campbell, is this the intersection of Meadowlark Drive and Meadowlark Lane where you're doing that 3-point turn?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so at this point, you've already saw the gun?
Yes, sir, I've already observed it.
Okay, and you are returning back to where you observed the gun?
That's correct. Like you said, and I said, doing a 3-point turn, just going back to the weapon.
Okay, we can continue.
Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. Good morning. What's up with y'all, man? Yeah. I mean, yeah.
And if we can pause right here. Is this where the, you see item in the street?
I'm sorry.
Did you see an item in the street?
I did,
Okay.
yes.
And what was that item?
It's a black pistol.
Okay, and now is this closer towards the beginning of Meadowlark Drive?
It is.
Okay.
What's up with y'all? Yeah, I had a wild evening. I'm good, though. Tap the like button. Yeah. Good morning. I was just doing research all last night. And, you know, I came across some things, but I'm gonna wait to put it into some content. Let me figure some things out. Found a little bit of not nothing too serious, but I found some things, some information.
And Trooper Campbell,
what's up
is
with
this
y'all,
you recovering the item?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay.
All right, so what the internet saying about the thug trial, y'all? Well, what y'all think? What's the opinion about what happened yesterday? You know, y'all know what's going on. Just don't run no commercials. What's up, though? What we looking like? Give me your opinion or, you know, something, you know, what's the overall vibes of, you know, Stillwell's situation? Anybody speaking on it? No? Oh, man. Oh, man. Everybody ignoring the fact about the lineups. What you mean? Relaxing. If I don't tell you. No, I mean, it's other content that ain't necessarily toxic. I mean, I ain't, you don't necessarily have to just watch me. My thing is just don't run the commercial. That's all relaxing, bro. Especially if you authentic. I ain't really tripping like that. I would be a jerk to really think that people only supposed to watch me. That's crazy. Crazy. You feel me? Like, I don't mind it. It's the people that run the commercials. That's all. Anita Miller. Salute. Essence. Salute to everybody in here, too. Good morning. So, I mean, what the internet saying about his girlfriend and Kayla then? So that's the gossip. So Kayla and the girl got a beef? That's what they saying now? Good morning. Salute. Everybody ignoring the fact about the lineups. What you mean though, Tony? What? Like how some of the stuff don't look like, it don't look right?
And we can stop it. And what did you do with the gun after you collected it?
Place.
So, did they have the Yule that smoked Holmes, or they didn't? And the state just try to make it look that way. Which one, y'all? Tap the like button. Help me get to 100 likes for 20 minutes. What happened, y'all? Which one y'all think? Did they really find the weapon that was responsible for Shamel drinks, or they try to make it look like that? Which one, y'all? Tap the like, run me up. They fabricating? Shark keeps making. You try to find the girl. Yeah, how they try to play with the pink hat. And it's not even the same pink hat. Now, I just watched another video on a whole nother net. Like, I was watching a documentary about how they be lining people up. And they try to line a lady up with some pink sandals. So they got video footage of a whole nother lady with the same sandals on, telling her that's her. So she caught the finesse, though. She like, that ain't me. They sold 1 million pairs of them. So she caught him off top. Like, nah, they sell them in the mall. Like, y'all try and get me. She caught him. They try and make evidence for their narrative. What's the coincidence? Why would they try to press that on this type of scale of a platform, though? Like, everybody watching. Why would they even bring this type of stuff in the court, y'all? It's almost like they showing us that they that they be making stuff up intentionally. Because they know we all watching, y'all. They know we scrutinizing every little part of it. So why would they play games with us? You felt like they was trying to make the other Audi look like it was the rental too, but it was a coupe. Them joints at the house that was just outside in the yard, I ain't going for that, y'all. I ain't even gonna lie. The joints that was just laying outside in the yard, I ain't going for that. Just sitting in the closet like that, I ain't going, y'all. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna keep it real. I ain't going. Tap the like button. Help me get to 100. Yeah, the one that was laying in the yard, it was 2 though. She came and testified that which strap she bought. They try to play a game of full Monty with it, swapping the guns out. They showed us some, and then Shorty came and claimed some, but it just started turning into a whole bunch of gibberish. Now I'm gonna keep it real. I ain't care enough to try to keep up with their shenanigans to try to figure it out. I just know they was playing. Yeah, I wasn't even trying to figure it out, y'all. Tap the like button. I let it slide. Like, I was just chilling at that point also. I seen they was running game, but I ain't. So let's see.
So I responded out there to recover the handgun.
The neck going crazy over Brian Steele. Why? What'd he do? He got smoked with a 40 cal. Only joints they got was a 9 and a 45.
Okay. And upon arrival, did you speak with the Michael Saez?
I did.
All right. Now, without telling.
That did not look like girl, you know it's true, and Stillwell getting out that car. Girl, you know it's true. Kind of looked like the main dude, but neither one of them looked like Stillwell to me. The dreads on the second person would seem to, they ain't seem right. I could be wrong, though.
Tell me what he told you. Did Mr. Saez give you detailed information regarding the location of the gun?
He did.
Okay. And where was the gun located?
It was just several feet off the roadway, adjacent to a like a utility easement where some power lines run.
Because he represented the purple lady in the Ahmaud Arbery case that tried to hide evidence. Oh, nah, 808, you doing the same thing like them. Nah, don't bring that in here. Now they want to op against them. Who was first? Who dragged first?
Okay. Did you collect the gun?
No, I ain't trying
I
to
just
hear that.
photographed
They
the
going
gun.
into old cases.
And then I made contact with Detective Belknap of the Atlanta Police Department. He's the one that came out and actually collected it.
That's fine.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Don't go look now.
Investigator Kligner, I am now showing you. You can turn those over. What's been marked as State's Exhibit 404.
He represented
Victor,
IFK.
Victor, 407. Victor, Victor. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
These are the photographs that I took of the gun where it was positioned.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the gun laying in the location you found it that day?
It is.
All right, Your Honor, at this time the state moves to admit 404 Victor Victor through 407 Victor Victor.
Thank you. Those are admitted.
I don't know, Pearly J. Tell
Permission to
me.
publish.
Tap like.
Now going to publish 404 Victor Victor.
Help me get that 200, y'all. Help me get the 200 likes. I'm in.
And Investigator Kligner, can you orient the jury what's depicted in 404 Victor Victor?
Yes. Next to that utility pole, just left of it, several feet into the grass, is where the gun is laying. It's the handgun itself, and then it's a magazine laying next to it.
Who did that?
Okay. Now publishing 405 Victor Victor.
This is a slightly closer photograph of the same thing.
Okay. And 406 Victor Victor.
Thank you.
And again, this is a close-up photograph of the firearm.
And 407 Victor Victor.
Bro. So y'all mean to tell me
And that's a photograph. And
they wasted their time with showing all of this evidence of them finding these pistols because that's not even the right one. But they tried to make us feel like that was the right one. That's what happened. Somebody get me right. Somebody get me right. Somebody.
attempted photograph of the serial number.
Okay. Do you know what type of gun that?
Go ahead and call them.
That's crazy.
All right. Thank you.
That's crazy. Tap likes, run me up, run me up. What y'all think about the speed of the witnesses all of a sudden? Let me get y'all opinion on that. What y'all think about the sudden pace change and the judge going late? I think that's odd. So now all of a sudden we pass voting time. Everybody want to get in groove and get put the pedal to the metal. That's crazy. Everybody want to hit the gas now. I ain't gonna lie, yo. That part is, I'm befuddled. I'm befuddled. Like, if we did an average, like on the speed, if we did like some type of equation to really figure it out, like at the pace they start moving recently versus how they was going before, bro, in them first 150 days, damn near, they never breezed through. Yo, they was dragging so long with people, y'all. So that mean they paced us just so we could take plea deals. They dragged it out to stretch it out to make dudes take pleas. Now that they got all the pleas that they wanted, basically we could go in and get and close up shop. That's what happened. That's crazy. They so obvious though. I ain't gonna lie. That's crazy. I ain't know she was allowed to bring people with her in the court. Who them two little kids she got with her? Dang, she African. She carrying the kids on her back. She carried 2 kids on her back. How'd she do that? Yo, did anybody play this part of the audio or everybody audio was out? Everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. All right now. Talk that talk. All right.
Oh, now you black. You see that? You see how people that's in the corporate world so easy to conform? That's crazy, right? You see how Hilton did? Oh, now she sis. She homegirl. You heard that, y'all? That I ain't gonna lie, yo. That was crazy how she adapted just because Shorty got the baby hairs. So she tried to act like, nah, girl, yeah, like, nah, you don't be in tune. You corporate. Don't switch up.
How long have you known? You said you was one of the prettiest girls he ever had. All right. So does that mean y'all used to date?
Yes.
Okay. When did you all date?
Since 2021.
And are you all still dating now? Just yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you own guns?
Yes.
Right. How many?
That was a scat pack, that third car. So you got the rental Jiffy Mac. Then you got the scat pack trailing. Nah.
How many guns have you owned? Or do you own currently?
Get your clock.
Probably like 7, 6, I think.
Specifically, I want to ask you, have you ever owned an FN57 pistol?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when did you purchase that gun?
December.
December
I
of
don't
what
know.
year?
I don't remember the year.
Okay. Have you had the opportunity to look at the receipt from that purchase?
Earlier.
Okay. We're looking at a copy of that receipt, help refresh your memory as to what year and when you purchased that weapon?
Yes.
All right. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit.
I ain't gonna lie. Everybody do laugh when you got a big butt. Yeah. It do get everything. The ad do get a little bit fluffy and more humorous when you got a big butt. I ain't gonna lie, LaDana. It is a little bit more funny. So I see why everybody was laughing. All jokes aside.
25 VV. Tell me, do you recognize 425 VV?
Yes.
Okay. And let me ask, does that look like the receipt from when you purchased an FN57?
If you got a big butt in here, tell the truth. When you look at people, they be smiling. Women, kids, men, they always smiling. Yeah, only ones not smiling is women who hating, to be honest. Yeah, it's fun. For everybody. Look.
Yes.
And I see that you're flipping through it. Does that look like the application you filled out when you went to go purchase your weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Your Honor, this on the state would like to admit 425 VV into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
Looking at 425 VV, what is the date of purchase?
December 23rd, 2021.
And do you see on that receipt a serial number or an SN number?
No, I don't know. Oh yeah, I see it.
What is the serial number listed on the receipt?
386-409-184.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 221 VV.
It wasn't used. Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. I appreciate the 100 likes.
Tell me, do you see a serial number on 221 VV on the bottom?
Yes.
What is that serial number?
386-409-184.
Is that the same serial number that's
Yes.
on the receipt?
Yes, ma'am.
What color is that gun?
I think it's all black.
And does this look like the gun that you purchased?
Yes, ma'am.
Your hair fine, baby. It's cool. Chill.
Have you, and back in March of 2022, did you allow Shannon to use that gun?
No.
Did you ever give that gun to Shannon?
No.
Were you aware that he had possession of that gun?
No.
Do you know someone by the name of Demikion Garlington?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Demikion Garlington?
He dated my friend.
Do you know if he is a friend of Mr. Jackson
Yes, ma'am.
or Mr. Stillwell? Have you ever spoken to Demikion Garlington on his cellular phone?
Yes.
What? Why? What you was doing, though?
Have you ever spoken with Mr. Demikion Garlington in March of 2022 about you giving Mr. Stillwell that handgun?
I don't know.
Yo, what y'all think about Demikion Garlington? He working? What's up with him? I could have swore Miss Love spoke about him giving information at in her opening statement. Did she say his name? I could have swore, and then she didn't say it no more. In the beginning, she alluded to Demikion Garlington saying something. I could have swore, man. Yo, and what's up with everybody that got smoke banned from Mechanicsville? Bro, everybody with the smoke from Mechanicsville, man. True or false? Where did Cleveland have steppers? Yo, did Thug save everybody from Cleveland and only outsiders getting chipped? Because look, all the smoke is outsiders, y'all. Y'all peeping this? Stillwell, Demekian, Garlington, Woody, bro. Her, the chicks that pulled up on her.
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know if you've ever spoken with him?
I spoke to him, but I don't know if I spoke to him about a gun.
Specifically on March 17th, 2022, do you recall speaking to Mr. Garlington about that gun being in Mr. Shannon Stillwell's possession?
Yo, in what situation? In what situation, y'all? In what situation should you be on the phone talking with your man girl about a Yimmy Mac? Seriously. I don't understand. It's no way. Like, put the context on that. Like, yeah, yo, what's up with him? Only thing I need to talk with her about is bail. That's the only mutual agreement. What'd he say? What's his bail? Oh, yeah. All right, bet. Like, I don't even do that. I don't even talk to your girl. Ain't no talking to your girl. Only about bail, y'all. I don't know, lawyer money or something. Like, I don't do that.
I don't remember.
Do you remember ever speaking to Mr. Garlington about the fact that Mr. Stillwell had been arrested on March 17th, 2022?
After
Yes
he
or
got
no?
it? Oh, I don't know. No,
Or you don't remember?
I don't remember.
And in that call, do you remember telling Demekian Garlington that the gun he had would be a clean gun because you gave him that gun?
Hold on, y'all. Did Mickey and Garlington aunt mess with Gaither? I'm asking.
No, I don't know. I don't remember.
I want to take you to March 14th, 2022. Did you ever go to an Alamo rental car facility at the airport with Shannon to rent a vehicle?
Yes,
And who was the renter of the vehicle?
it was me, but we had to switch it because I don't have a credit card. So, Shannon.
So did Shannon rent the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 188 VV and 189 VV. First, looking at 188 VV, is that you inside of that vehicle?
It looked like me.
And
That's me.
what type of car did y'all rent
That does not look like her.
in March of 2022?
Tap the like button, help you get to 200.
Do you remember renting a white Audi vehicle?
I didn't rent it.
Okay. Do you remember being with Mr. Stillwell Jackson when he rented the white Audi vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And looking at this picture, 188 VV, does the car appear to have any tint on the vehicle at this time?
Probably. I don't know. I don't know. It looked like it on the back.
Okay. Are you able to see inside of the car through the glass?
Ma'am.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Pull that mic over to you and try to talk directly into it if you don't mind for us.
And is that Mr. Stillwell Jackson sitting next to you in the passenger seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in March of 2022, where were you living?
Still.
And specifically around March 14, 2022, were you and Mr. Jackson staying in any hotels in the Douglasville area of Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when you began staying in hotels in the Douglasville area?
I don't remember the day.
How long were you staying in hotels?
We was staying in a hotel since March 9th.
March 9th. Why were you staying in hotels since March 9th of 2022?
Because these girls tried to rob me.
Did you know who these girls were?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if these girls were affiliated with any gangs?
I don't know.
You said you started staying there on March 9th, 2022. Do you remember if you stayed at the hotels a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Do you remember at all?
It was like 3 hotels. It was... Oh, you want me to keep going?
You stayed at 3 different hotels.
Yes, ma'am.
So they cleared up the reason why they was moving around like they was moving. So did they successfully throw reasonable doubt in the air that technically because Shorty got in this situation gives them a reason to be moving around and getting tent, renting cars in the hotel, well, motel, hotel, whatever. And it's actually not because he was allegedly on the run from the law because of Shamel Drink's situation. They successfully did that, right? Because, I mean, that's just as fair if something happened previously. So that could explain. And she continues to switch up her car wrap, even though it's the same car. But still, I think Shaw did a good job by opening the door with that robbery thing. Well, whoever opened the door with it.
Over the course of how long? 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Do you remember?
It was probably like until he got locked up.
On March 17th? Yes, okay. Course indulgence for one moment.
Salute to everybody in here. Good morning. Tap the
For
like button. I'm
Demikion
waiting on them to
Garlington,
turn
did
the
you have a
photo.
nickname that you called him?
Scarface.
Any other nickname?
I didn't call him that, but I know his other nickname.
What's that?
Lil D.
And then did you call him Jackson or Stillwell?
Both.
Okay. Does he have a nickname?
Bay.
Oh, that's okay. That's your nickname. All right. That's fair. That's fair.
That's funny.
Did you ever hear people call him SB?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And in March of 2022, did you have a vehicle that you owned?
Yes, ma'am.
And what type of vehicle is that?
Scat Pack Charger.
And did Mr. Jackson have a vehicle that he owned in March of 2022?
We shared the car.
And it was that you shared that Charger?
Yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions, Roman.
Miss Alexander. Good afternoon. Hey, we've met before, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let me start out with. I'm not trying to embarrass you. Okay.
Okay.
In your relationship with Shannon from 2021 to when he was arrested, were there issues, thank you, with infidelity?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I'm sorry. My mom messed up. Yes, sir.
Okay.
2 times.
You said 2 times? You said? Okay. And at some point throughout your relationship, had you gone through his phone?
Yes.
Okay. When you went through his phone, you were looking for other women that he was messing with, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did he openly let you look at his phone? Or was he protective of his phone?
He wasn't there when I looked in it.
Okay.
So he gave me the password.
Let me ask you this. When he was arrested on March 17, 2022, did you have interest in looking at his phone to see what he had going on?
No. I didn't have his phone.
No, I didn't say did you have his phone. I know you didn't have his phone.
Oh, did I want to?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So March 17, 2022, you want, one of the things you want to do is look at his phone
Yes.
and what he has going on inside his phone.
Yes, sir.
All right. Cool. Now, you said something interesting on direct about being robbed. When were you robbed?
What day?
Yes.
Like the 9th, 10th?
March 9th or 10th of 2022?
I think it was March 9th.
March 9th of 2022? Okay. And Miss Alexander, at that time you were working in a cash industry, correct? And by that,
Yeah.
I mean you would get paid in cash and you would tend to have cash on.
Hey, yo, who's the other dude that she was messing with? Caught on where? Where's live streaming at? Charlie, where's caught on at?
You, correct?
I danced.
Okay.
Yo, that dude T Glass is in another Rico somewhere. He in the YFN Rico? I know that name.
Is it,
So, yeah.
Tap the
So
like button, run me up
at
200
that
likes.
time you were a
please.
dancer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And as a dancer you get paid cash, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that robbery happened at night, correct?
Yes, sir.
Shannon wasn't with you when you got robbed.
No.
Okay. And this robbery.
I didn't get robbed. They tried to rob me.
They tried to rob you. I'm sorry. They did try to rob you. In this attempted robbery, this is all on video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And people hid out and waited for you to walk down a hallway, and then they charged you with weapons, correct?
They charged me? They charged at me?
Yeah, they charged at you.
Yes.
Okay. And because you were being robbed, you
Shot him.
shot at them.
Shot her.
Oh, you shot her. Okay.
Anybody post the paperwork to that situation? I would like to read through how that played out.
All right, now, ultimately, the people that were trying to rob you on that video were charged, correct?
Yes, sir.
By the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you were never charged because you were acting in self-defense.
Yeah, I didn't get charged.
Okay, but on March 9th of 2022, after someone tried to rob you and take your money from you, you became
You saw the video of what? The situation with her? Send it to me. Send it to my email.
concerned for your safety, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You became concerned that people were looking out for you, correct?
Yeah, clearly.
You were concerned that people were going to try to, for some reason, get revenge on you, even though all you were doing was defending yourself.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And beginning on March 9th, 2022, you started having concerns about people being able to know what kind of car you were driving, correct?
Yes.
And knowing where you lived, correct?
Yes.
And that was all stemming from the March 9th, 2022 incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So after the March 9th, 2022.
Oh, it's an old video. It went viral. So did people know this was his girlfriend, though? Or it just went viral for just some girl?
Incident. You certainly let Shannon know about what happened, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you decided, even though you had...
Nah, the video not going to say what the paperwork say, though. The video don't give you context, do it? The video don't give you context.
had a Scat Pack Charger. That's a fancy car, right?
Yeah.
Even though you... And that Scat Pack Charger had tinted windows, did it not?
The worst tint you could get.
The darkest tint you...
Nah, the video can't show everything. It ain't going to give context.
could get.
Like,
Okay, but
it ain't going to do with the paperwork, dude. Now, I wouldn't mind seeing it. In context, I want to see the case.
even though you had that Scat Pack Charger with the tinted windows, you decided that you needed to get a rental, correct?
Hell yeah.
And you went and got a rental shortly after March 9th, 2022, correct?
Yeah, like, I don't know if it was the next day. I can't remember.
Okay, and do you remember where you got your rental from?
On Thornton Road, but I think it was Enterprise.
Okay. I beg the court.
How nobody know? Nah, don't post the link to the video. Yo, how nobody know it was his girl? Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here.
Indulge us just for a moment. And what kind of car did you get, if you recall?
It was like a SUV or something. I don't remember that. I don't know.
And that was to switch it up in case someone from the March 9th incident was
808.
coming to harm you.
Yes, sir.
All right. And that's also why you got a hotel room, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, around this time, well, actually a couple of days later, Shannon also got a rental, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he walked right into the store with you, and you
Good
guys
morning.
dealt with the cashier, and he gave over his ID and his payment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you about your Scat Pack. Even to this day, you had that car until recently, correct?
I still got it.
Okay, you still have it. Even to this day, you've continued to get that car wrapped, correct?
Every 3 months.
Every 3 months you get the car wrapped. What is wrapping a car?
The car color orange, but I keep switching it up.
Okay.
Keep getting a different color.
And why do you keep getting a different color?
Cause I don't know who them girls was.
Right. So even to this day, you keep switching the colors of your car that you own,
Yeah.
just to keep yourself safe.
Yes, sir.
And you got those windows tinted to keep yourself safe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Salute that.
Now, let me ask you about tint. You've gotten tint on cars before.
Every car I get.
Okay. When you go and get tint,
Heading to hide as a stripper is crazy.
and when they install the tint, do they tell you not to roll down your window?
Big boo scrippers in the scat pack. That's crazy. Got a big boo scripper in the scat pack.
For 24 to 48 hours?
Big boo
Yes.
scripper.
Okay. And if you roll down your window within that time, it can cause the tint to be damaged or bubble up, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you
She must be a private dancer. She's a private dancer.
were to get tint on, say, March 14th of 2022, that those windows are not to be rolled down in order to protect the tint, correct?
Yes.
And if they are rolled down, you could see bubbling in the tint, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One last thing, Ms. Alexander, and I appreciate you being here. I'm going to take you back to March 14th of 2022. Do you remember early in the morning of March 15th reaching out to Shannon to tell him about news that you had learned about a shooting in Mechanicsville?
Yes.
Okay.
Yo, I've been in the dressing room of a strip club. It looked like the dressing room for wrestling. Seriously, all the mirrors was broke. It was you could tell the squabbles be going down daily. I'm not lying, y'all. Not only was it despicably dirty, I changed my lifestyle after that, after my experience in this basement.
And did you reach out to tell Mr. Stillwell about that shooting, or did Mr. Stillwell reach out to tell you about that shooting?
I told him.
Okay. And tell me how you found out about that shooting so quickly.
On this girl page, she was riding past.
Say it one more time.
On this girl page, she was riding past.
Okay. So
But it was on Instagram.
I understand your answer as a girl that you know was riding past Windsor Street and saw the police out there?
Yeah, it was police out there.
Okay, and then this person reached out or put on Instagram. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
and then it was, yeah.
Okay. All right. By the early morning hours of March
Definitely right.
15th, it was not a secret that a shooting had occurred on Windsor Street, was it?
No, it was all over Instagram.
Okay. And you were concerned about Shannon's safety, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Hilton got up here and thought she was slick.
You talked about the cars that you get, you tint all of your cars, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those your personal vehicles?
Yeah.
Okay. Not your rental vehicles?
No.
You talked about renting a vehicle probably right after March 9th at the Enterprise. Is that fair? What kind of car did you rent at the Enterprise?
I don't remember.
What was
It
it?
was like
SUV?
Bro, I don't know if Hilton's pregnant, but I think if she was, she would have had it by now. We've been saying that for about 8 months. So unless she got like a 16-month baby, I must say, I don't think so, bro. We've been on her heels about it for a minute now, and she ain't got no bigger. So she probably just got a pouch.
Yeah.
Did you ever get tints on that SUV?
No.
And you kind of frowned up your face. Why'd you do that?
Ain't my car.
So it's safe to say you wouldn't get tints on a car that's not yours.
Not my car.
Now, when you went with Shannon to get the Audi, did you ever go with him to get tints on the Audi?
No.
And you frowned up your face again. Why'd you do that?
I just didn't go with him.
Now, when the Audi was rented, was that for you to drive, for Shannon to drive? What was the purpose of renting the Audi?
It was really for both of us because I was returning my car.
And when you say you returning your car, is that SUV?
Yeah, I was supposed to get the rental car.
Did Shannon ever tell you that he was going to get tints put on the Audi?
I don't remember.
Buddy, or take the heat off somebody else or something like that. Was that kind of the...
Well, let me, in Your Honor, obviously reviewed transcripts. So I'm going to defer, but I will say this.
Senate, but...
So, yes, Your Honor, I was reviewing some of the stuff that is probably going to come in through Investigator Viverito.
Okay.
And there were, I've talked to Mr. Atkins since then. I thought I was reviewing the redacted wiretap calls, and Mr. Atkins has informed me what's in that wiretap is not, or what is in that folder is not the redacted version. So, for instance, there was one of the calls had the nested hearsay with Rel. I don't know if you remember. We argued about Rel had told Dolly, and you had ruled that out, and that was still in. So I brought that to the court's to the state's attention, and they said it's, I was reviewing an unredacted version. There was one particular area in one of the calls that myself and Mr. Atkins have discussed this morning. It's basically Mr. Garlington is drunk, or he says he's drunk, he sounds drunk, and he's talking to a female, and he basically talks about a shootout that he's claiming on the 12th that he and Mr. Stillwell were in a shootout with people earlier that day. And I couldn't remember. We've litigated so much, I couldn't remember, and I thought maybe that was something I failed to raise. But Mr. Atkins' notes indicates that I did raise it, and you ruled it as a statement against penal interest of Mr. Garlington. Because to me, clearly, it's not a statement of co-conspirator. It's clearly spilling the beans. You ruled that it was a statement against penal interest. But per Mr. Atkins, your ruling was that all references to Shannon are to come out. And so that was something, again, I didn't realize I was reading the...
That boy in there with his shoes off. He crazy. Good morning. Tap the like button.
going through the unredacted versions of those calls. But the state's going to have to clean up, obviously, before publishing it to the jury.
I'm thugging even when you thought I wasn't, man. What's up?
There was also in one of the calls, it was the same call as the nested hearsay, a statement by Mr. Stillwell that when Mr. Farley's arrested, he needs to basically demand a lawyer. And then Mr. Stillwell talks about how when he was arrested, he demanded a lawyer. So I had concerns about that as well. And I believe
That seems, what's the state's take on that?
So, Your Honor, the state's in agreement of the part about requesting a lawyer.
Yeah.
Basically, the wiretap chart, there's only a few, like the nested hearsay that's mostly argued primarily by Mr. Harvey, and what we were just discussing with Mr. Sharp that have redactions. Most of them are either in or out.
Right.
And so this specific call with, let me get a working microphone. This specific call, I listened, after Mr. Sharp sent this email, I listened to the portion of that call, and the state agrees with Mr. Sharp and redact the lawyer part. There is one portion of that call where after he tells, and by he I mean Shan Stillwell tells Demikian, I requested a lawyer. They're talking about Miles Farley. He needs to do the same. That part I agree to redact. At the end of that brief diatribe, he says, he doesn't need to say anything. I mean, he basically says, don't tell them SHIT. And so the state is not trying to argue, someone asserting their Fifth Amendment rights, but the way that they're talking, it's not Farley speaking. It's two people talking about, hey, he doesn't need to tell them anything. The state's position is that specific line, removed from lawyers, is relevant because what is there for him to say if the murder didn't happen? That's the state, that brief portion. And so I can play it. I think the court's ruling, I don't think the court would need argument in terms of the court. It's a simple legal principle of just needs to listen to this. So I can email the court, CC defense counsel with the portion that the state is not agreeing to remove.
Okay,
So
do you want to just, is it easy enough to just play it here now?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay, you want to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and will that take care of it? The rest of it, y'all got sorted?
I believe so,
Sounds
Your
like-
Honor.
Okay.
Tap the like, help me get to 300. Good morning. I appreciate you being here. You're awesome. Yeah, I got yak beat today, y'all. Yeah, I'm turtlenecking. I'm wide selling. Yeah, I got yak beat today. He playing Jane. Nah.
Preliminary conversation.
Tell him how to look. They tell him to like, hey, bro.
Saying that to me, so he got the same shit. Don't say not one word.
Yeah.
Go down on what they try to portray or what they say, man. Don't say shit.
Yeah. So I ain't know that though. I didn't. Tell him how to look. They tell him to.
Your Honor, we're actually going to bring it back a little bit.
Okay,
The portion about the lawyers is right before where we
all
start.
right. And that part will be out, but,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay.
Man, that boy
They're
Jay.
like, you like, bro, I'm feeling probably in the cat. Listen, bro, no. Just tell him before you don't want to talk, bro. Like,
Man, listen, bro. I told Baba, I'm like, hey, tell buddy, do the same thing I did when I went in there. I told him for, hey, I want to see my lawyer. I want my lawyer. I'm going to say nothing else to me. So he got to do the same shit. Don't say not one word.
yeah.
Go down on what they try to portray or what they say, man. Don't say shit.
Yeah.
I do not trust Demiki and Garlington.
So I ain't know.
So there's two aspects of this, and the one that I feel strongly about is when he says he needs to do just like me and demand a lawyer, and I think the
that
state's
part, they agree.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, as long as there's no reference to Shannon, exercising his
Right.
Fifth Amendment rights, then I'm fine with it. As long as we just keep the whole thing in, and when I say the whole thing in, minus the part about Shannon demanding an attorney. But Mr. Atkins summarized it by saying that Mr. Stillwell told get the word to Miles not to say, I think SHIT or something like that. But it's a little bit more. There's a little bit more context in that, and I would just ask the context.
Yeah, and so, he says, do just like I did. Are y'all proposing to play that part? Because, okay, so it would just start with the man don't say, okay. I mean, I think that part can be in, but the rest of it out. Okay. The Garlington talking to the girl, did y'all, I had already made a ruling on that, right? Y'all are straight on what's in and out on that one, or we need to address that?
So, Your Honor, I believe we handled a lot that day. And so when I was telling Mr. Sharp that the court's ruling was statement against penal interest of Garlington have to redact reference to Shannon, I believe that alleviates Mr. Sharp's concern.
Right. Yeah, that was.
Right, if I could just get a version of it, just so I can listen to it before we publish.
Understood.
Okay. All right, so I think now turn into the how to handle the convictions that are either in or going to come in for everybody. All right, so Mr. Weinstein just sent a proposed limiting instruction about things that came, convictions of Mr. Nichols, that I agree the convictions, I mean, they were only going to come in against him anyway, so they really shouldn't be in anymore now that he's not a part of the case. So do y'all want that whole, so that's that whole first paragraph. If everybody's fine with that language, fine. If anybody wants to propose edit, let me know. Does silence mean everybody's fine, or are you just still reading it?
The first paragraph, Your Honor?
Yeah.
The state has no issue with the first paragraph.
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right. Now, on Mr. Winfrey, I looked back at the argument and then what ultimately happened with that. And the state never actually tendered his conviction.
Oh, okay.
So I guess the question then is, they were sort of left with the impression that it was a straight guilty plea and not an Alford plea, and I think that's a misimpression. Do you want me to try to explain anything to them about it now, or?
Well, my biggest concern, certainly I have a concern about the difference between an Alford and a guilty plea, but my biggest concern is, even if it wasn't admitted, the document wasn't admitted, there was testimony about him pleading guilty. And whether it's Alford or regular guilty plea, it's still a confrontation clause issue. It's still, we've been throwing the Jefferson case around. I don't have the site handy right in front of me, but we've been arguing it. That case has come up a lot in this trial, but it's basically an out-of-court statement of guilt by a person who's not testifying. So I don't think it was appropriate, even if the certified conviction was not admitted, I don't believe it was appropriate for the jurors to even receive testimony from Detective Raisi about Jimmy Winfrey entering a plea at all. So if there's no conviction, that's good. That solves that problem. But I would ask for some instruction that that there was some previous testimony and that should not be considered. It's I don't know what the term I would use, but it's no longer an evidence, and it should not be considered in the jurors' consideration in this case at all.
So a couple of things. Apparently, nobody told Judge Glanville until after the testimony about he pled guilty a month later came in, that the Georgia Supreme Court had reversed that conviction and found it to be coerced. So that was maybe not a great way to approach things from anybody. But the fact that it was, I think it appeared from the context that the reason it was coming in that way was there was a suggestion that somebody had offered him like a car and a chunk of money. And so the suggestion was, and so then he immediately pled guilty, and it, you know, was some kind of like trying to influence somebody or take the heat off somebody else or something like that. Was that kind of the...
Well, let me, and Your Honor obviously reviewed transcripts, so I'm going to defer, but I will say this. My recollection is that when there was talk about entering a plea at all, Mr. Steele was jumping up and down from the beginning about how wrong it was.
Well, he was, but he didn't actually let the court know that the reason he was so upset about it is because it had been found to be coerced. Maybe that's in the past, that happened, whatever. But
okay, but even if it wasn't coerced, it's still, I mean, this is an overt act. And right now the jury has been informed through testimony that someone who is not testifying has gone into court and said, I am guilty. I did that.
When that's not really what happened.
Well, it's not really what happened, but even if it was just a guilty plea and it was the most bland guilty plea and nothing was done in the appellate courts, it would still be improper for Detective Raisi or anyone else to say Jimmy Winfrey pled to that, because that's a statement by Jimmy Winfrey, who is not testifying, and it was clearly as part of prosecution. And it's clearly testimonial. It's, you know, it's a statement he made in court. So I don't, you know, there's two issues, but I don't think the issue is just the coercion versus non-coercion and the resentencing, but the fact that there was testimony about him entering a guilty plea is a major problem. So I just think all that testimony, if there's no documents, no certified conviction, that's good. But I think that the jury needs to be instructed that any consideration, you know, there's to be no consideration of any testimony that Jimmy Winfrey entered a guilty plea at all.
Well,
or an offered plea.
They weren't even told it was an offered plea. And I think that is relevant, that he didn't even say, I'm guilty of this. He said, I think it's in my best interest to take this plea.
I agree.
Excuse me, let me just interject just to say the case that Mr. Shard is referencing, State v. Jefferson, that's 302 Georgia 435 to 2017.
So, do y'all want me to, and I mean, I'd like to hear from the state as well if y'all have something to add.
Your Honor, a couple things for the court's consideration is, one, the state agrees with the court addressing this matter. And if, as we have done with these limited instructions we're discussing now, this issue, for one, the state will not be addressing or arguing in closing, which is the only other time this could come up, about Jimmy Winfrey pleading under Alford, number one. And so to cure or rectify the testimony, I think the state's position is it's prudent as we are discussing, and if we can all, both parties can try to provide a proposed instruction to the court for the court's consideration, to come collectively or ultimately as the court decides what to instruct the jury related to that matter.
All right, well, it may be today that we have to do that, right? So.
Right, and what we would ask, Your Honor, is that they be instructed that, one, the plea was under Alford, and that, two, even though it was under Alford, they should still not consider that. under the Jefferson case, Your Honor.
Okay, so I think maybe the easier thing to deal with is the convictions that are going to come in against Mr. Kendrick and that have come in against Mr. Stillwell. And it looks like Mr. Stillwell's convictions were from, I don't know, a 10 SC case that was, when I looked back at this evidence, I could not even follow what was going on with that case because there were 3 different plea sheets that all said negotiated. The Senate sheet said non-negotiated, and the sentence was to different counts than the pleas sheets were. So I don't know. I would think the Senate sheet would control. Did y'all look at that? I mean, it's a certified copy, but it makes no sense. It's like the first page says he's pleading to counts 1 and 3. And then there's another one that is he's pleading to count 7. I don't know if it's count 7, but, and they're all the same indictment number. And then there's a third one that says he's pleading to count 9 or something. And then you go to the Senate sheet and that's not even what he pled to. And I don't know if it was negotiated or non-negotiated, which doesn't really matter. It's just really hard to follow what he even pled to there. One of them was definitely a gang count way back in the day. It didn't say which gang or anything like that. Then there was an 11 SC non-negotiated to burglary, a 13 SC non-negotiated to possession of marijuana with intent, and then a 19 SC that was mainly a guilty plea, but Alfred on one of the many charges that was also non-negotiated. And that was like possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, which I guess maybe he was saying, I didn't know it was around. I don't know. And that's why it was Alfred. But I don't know if we need an Alfred explanation, given that maybe I'll just, I don't know if you want me to highlight what it was or just say he had some guilty pleas.
It sounds like we have the explanation for Alfred coming in.
Anyway.
You're right. So I don't think we need to overly
Okay.
confuse
Okay.
the issues with that.
So then I think it would read, certain guilty plea convictions are about to be admitted in this case, and we'll do it right before Mr. Kendrick's pleas come in. And how are they coming in? Are you just going to, is it going to be through a witness, or are you just going to tender them?
Your Honor, I believe the state's going to just tender those into evidence.
Okay. Is it one or more than one?
I believe
For
it's
Mr. Kendrick.
I believe it's just one for Mr. Kendrick.
Okay. Well, then it would be a guilty plea and not certain convictions. A guilty plea conviction is about to be admitted in this case. A guilty plea of Mr. Kendrick will be admitted for your consideration and may be considered by you only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to counts 1 and 63. And then we would roll into, in addition, guilty plea convictions of Mr. Stillwell have previously been admitted for your consideration, and those may be considered by you only against Mr. Stillwell and only as to counts 1, 52, and 64. You may not use the conviction of Mr. Kendrick in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Stillwell. It is not evidence of anything against Mr. Stillwell. Likewise, you may not use the convictions of Mr. Stillwell in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Kendrick. They are not evidence of anything against Mr. Kendrick. Each defendant has a right to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence presented against him, not by what may or may have happened with regard to a criminal prosecution of someone else. And then would this be the time to also say, and hey, by the way, jury, earlier in this case, a guilty plea conviction was entered, or guilty plea convictions of Mr. Nichols were entered.
You know,
they were Alfred anyway. But, and then basically say those would only have been you could only consider those against Mr. Nichols. And so given that Mr. Nichols is no longer a part of this prosecution, they're really no longer in evidence before you?
Yes.
Okay.
Something to that effect.
And then you also heard testimony about a guilty plea of Mr. Winfrey. You should not consider that against these defendants either, and just not say much more than that, or what do you think?
Your Honor, the state does believe to not highlight or revisit in the jury's minds that testimony. We're trying to tell them to disregard that. Keeping that instruction brief has merit for the purpose, and the state wanted to add, and I was trying to find, there was an older version that I believe Ms. Percifield or the court had sent where what the state wanted to include was a brief line, not that evidence has been admitted, but if there's something for the jury to know that if they find other evidence outside of the conviction for in any of those matters, they can consider that.
It's the language you put in for Darius Ryan.
Yeah.
And operation.
Okay. Thoughts?
My concern about that additional language, it just risks confusion of something that's already complicated enough, I think, for the jury.
I mean, I guess they can always ask about it when they're deliberating if they are wondering. Take it up then.
And I just need to add something important to the record. And Your Honor, I appreciate the attempts to craft a curative instruction.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear, very clear on behalf of Mr. Stillwell on the record that while we do appreciate those attempts, we are not waiving any appellate issues regarding the admission of these convictions.
Understood. And it may very well be that we get through this whole trial, and if there is a conviction, that it gets reversed because of things that occurred before I was ever involved in. If that's what happens, that's what happens. I'm just at this point trying to, where there may have been something that could have been handled differently, try to the extent possible to remedy it now so that when they are deliberating, to the extent possible, they're deliberating, understanding what it is they can and can't consider. But I understand that, and your objections are reserved and preserved on that issue.
I appreciate that, Your Honor, and also just as I know we have the Harvey rule, but just as a belt and suspenders, we have a similar stances.
Okay.
Understood. Mr. Short.
All right. Will you be introducing those convictions before lunch?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
And they very well may not. Well, no, definitely not before
Definitely
lunch.
not before lunch.
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
so that'll give me time to try to get specific language and not just what I off the cuff said just now. But, Madam Court Reporter, would there be a way for you to give me a rough, like at lunchtime, of the two things I just said? What you just said? Yeah. Okay, great. All right.
Oh, Your Honor,
Yes.
there was one brief matter
Okay.
that from when I was speaking with Mr. Shard about the wiretap, there was two calls, and by my notes, they were referred to collectively as the UNC calls, and the court's instruction from my review of when we argued these was the state intended to play these without redacting UNC's statement, but the court had mentioned a instruction about, UNC's language in those calls is to give context to Garlington's response. And so the court had stated just a instruction when we play those calls that if these come in, there needs to be an instruction that it's only Garlington that you consider.
Only Garlington's statement, only Garlington's whatever he's.
Words or.
Words.
Yes, Your Honor. And for everyone's notes, I have it as the first, there's only two. PDF page number 635, which is March 17th, 2022 at 4:10 p.m. and PDF page 820, which I will get the date of that call, but I didn't have it in my notes.
Okay. So give me a heads up before those are going to be played so that I can give
Yes,
that
Your Honor.
limiter. All right, anything else before we get the jury in?
Just one thing, Your Honor. You know, when we litigated the songs, I was obviously very gung-ho about keeping them out. But I understand the court's ruling, and after my review, I just think it would be a more appropriate, and I know I was arguing only his words should come in,
Right.
but I view them as works of art at this point, and I just would like to, if we're going to publish the songs, just publish the entire songs in context.
The state,
Now we doing promo. Wow.
the state has no objection to playing the entire.
Wow. Wow. Now we getting Shannon Stillwell rap career started. Now we rolling. Wow, we gonna play it. Yeah, we gotta get that whole thing in there. On the record. Literally. That's crazy.
For the stand.
Does that sound like Amber Alert? So I found out in court one day when I was still practicing attorney that even when you have your phone on silent,
Yes.
so
Actual guilty pleas from that 2010. Ms. Persefield, amazing as she is, checked back for the actual guilty pleas from that 2010 10 SC case. And for whatever reason, the plea sheets were done separately, but those accurately were the counts that he was pleading to, and then they just accidentally skipped a space on the Senate sheet. But it once you go back and look at the pleas, it makes sense. It's not inaccurate. So, hello, good morning. Room or something. If you don't mind swearing our.
Yeah. Yeah, we matching. Hold up. She tried. Hold up, baby girl. What she tried to do, man? She knew we was going on a date.
Can you pull that mic right up next to your
Oh, man. They got me
name is
one.
Heather Francisco, HeaTherFrancisco.
Hey, Heather.
And good morning, Ms. Francisco. How are you?
Good morning.
Where are you currently employed?
I currently work at the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab in the Firearms Unit.
And how long have you been with the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab?
Approximately 3 years.
And if you can tell the jury, where did you work prior to working for the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab?
I worked at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab in the Firearms Unit.
And how long did you work for the GBI in the firearms unit?
Approximately 7 years.
Now, have you had any education and training with working the NIBIN system?
Yes.
If you could tell the jury about your education and training with the NIBIN system.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Science with a minor in Physics from the University of New Haven. I have completed academic training as lecture style and hands-on in the areas of firearms examination, serial number restoration, muzzle to target distance determination, as well as firearm safety, instrumentation.
She about to pass out.
NIBIN acquisition.
Get her some water.
And NIBIN correlation, just to name a few.
And do you hold any certifications?
I am currently have 2 certifications. The first is the international, or the IBIS, data acquisition and
Take a deep breath, count to 10.
triage. And
Get
the
our
other
paper
is
bag.
basic correlation review. Both were received from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
And brief, if you could tell the jurors your understanding of the NIBIN system.
So NIBIN stands for National Integrated Ballistic Information Network, It's comprised of several parts. The first is data acquisition. So cartridge cases are entered as either evidence or test fires into the system via the brush tracks. These images are assigned a numerical value. That numerical value, along with class characteristics, which are similarities to a group, are compared against other images in the system, and a list of potential leads is generated.
Them Cartiers.
We then look at those leads on the match point system as images side by side to see if any have enough individual characteristics to warrant further investigation.
I want to direct your attention to APD Crime Lab number 2022-00516. And I want to first ask you, do you work with an individual by the name of Jennings Kilgore?
Yes, I do. He's a colleague.
In that case number 2022-00516,
she like little homie off Stranger Things.
I would like to get beneath the surface of things, and I'm getting very upset.
Bro.
Was there any NIBAN testing done?
Yes, there was.
Okay. What items were tested and then placed into the NIBAN system?
2 firearms were test fired and put in the system. The first was an FN 5.7 by 28 millimeter pistol bearing serial number 386409184. The other was a Glock 9mm pistol bearing serial number BFMK764.
Whoa, water side, you can't see that.
You may. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 221BV. Tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 221BV.
Y'all don't watch Stranger Things.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 221VV?
This is the serial number that I test fired and entered into the NIBAN system.
And which serial number is that?
This is the FN 5.7 by 28 with serial number 386409184.
And are you able to tell from your notes or reports where that firearm was collected from?
No, I'm not.
Okay. What did you do once you received the firearm?
The first thing that was done is a brief function check was performed to ensure that it would function as designed with no malfunctions. It was test fired 2 times in a water tank.
What?
Those test fires were looked at under the stereo microscope to see which would produce the best images. It was then placed on the NIBAN system
Too cold for it.
through the brass tracks, and the images were viewed side by side on the match point system.
They dirty.
And were there any results after you put...
Why they gave her a diet water, though? Yo, they dirty, bro.
the test fires in the NIBAN system and then the match by match.
That's crazy.
Yes, 2 potential leads were found.
And do you have case numbers for those 2 potential leads?
Yes, I do.
And what were those case numbers?
The first was APD case number APD-2022-00459. And the second was APD-2022-00438.
And was there any other associated APD case number with those test fires?
No.
Is there a number associated with 220750015?
Yes.
Okay, what number, what reference number is that?
That is for APD 2022-00459.
And that 220750015 number, is that the incident number associated with that case?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to show you this board. Do you see that 22-075-0015 number present on this piece of paper here?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you know anything about that APD incident number at all?
No, I do not.
Okay. All you know is that when you test fired the gun, those test fires matched shell cases that came from this case number?
That's correct.
Okay. Once you find out that there are test fires that match a case number, what do you do next?
So once the images are viewed on the match point system and a potential lead is found, it is marked as a potential lead in the system. It is printed out, and that printout is signed by both myself and the laboratory crime director.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as State's Exhibit 221 VVA. I want you to tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 221 VVA.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 221 VVA?
This is
Hilton too dark skinned to be wearing that John Deere green. I'm gonna keep it real. That's John Deere right there.
the printout of the potential NIBIN lead between this case and case 22-075-0015.
And is that the NIBIN lead that you just described that you did after getting the test fire comparison and the shell casing comparison?
That's correct.
Right. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the NIBIN lead that was generated in the picture comparison that you did in this case?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 221 VVA into evidence.
Admitted.
Now, once the images are viewed side by side, what do you do next?
So once they're viewed, if a potential lead is found, it's marked in the system, it's printed out and signed by myself and Crime Lab Director Walker. It's placed in the case file and a report is generated.
Okay. Once that report is generated, what, if anything, happens next?
Once the report has been generated, it is then peer reviewed. Once it has passed the peer review process, the evidence is returned down to property.
Okay. And then do you request or make a suggestion that this should be confirmed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
An email is sent out to all of the Atlanta officers, to include the case officer, for them to be aware that a potential NIBIN lead.
Got him.
You're still under oath.
We got a party. Yeah, buddy, I got the
Welcome
skip
back,
button.
Detective Belknap.
Thank you.
Now,
Still under oath. The video is limited on.
Yeah, buddy.
Detective, I'll just remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir. This Detective Belknap, he's the first witness
welcome
in the
back,
trial.
Detective Belknap.
Thank you.
He's back.
Now, I wanted to ask you about a time where, do you know Detective Hogan with APD Homicide?
I do.
And was there ever a time that you provided any assistance to him in identifying someone in a case he was working?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury how that came about?
During the investigation of the homicide of Shimel Drinks, I was asked to review some photographs of potential suspects in that case.
And were you able to assist in identifying any of those suspects for Detective Hogan?
I was.
Can you describe for the jury how or what you did and how you were able to assist him on that?
We had located some social media photographs of a potential suspect. The suspect looked familiar to me, but I couldn't recall a name for the suspect. I reached out to another law enforcement contact who was able to send back a photograph of Mr. Quamarvius Nichols, who I immediately recognized was, in fact, the person from the social media pictures.
And did you share that with Detective Hogan for his case?
I did.
Now, turning your attention to March 17th of 2022, were you working that day at APD?
I was.
And you were still in the gang unit?
Yes, sir.
And so can you describe for the jury, did you ever become involved with some arrest warrants that day?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury how you got involved with that?
I was advised that 2 suspects in the Shimel Drinks homicide were arrested at 2481 Meadowlark Lane in the city of East Point. And I then responded to that scene after those arrests had been made.
And when you responded, do you recall roughly around what time?
I don't without reviewing the report.
Would looking at a copy of your report help refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
I'm approaching you with a copy of your report. If your memory's refreshed, just look up at me before answering. Is your memory now refreshed of what time you responded?
Yes, sir.
What time was that?
It was approximately 3 p.m.
Now, when you got there, can you describe for the jury, what did you see? What did you do?
Mr. Jackson and Mr. Nichols had already been placed in custody. The scene had been secured and some evidence had been recovered during that arrest, which was then transferred to my custody to be transported to property.
Do you recall any other law enforcement agencies that you interacted with outside of APD?
There were a number of law enforcement agencies there, including the East Point Police Department, Georgia State Patrol, and additional agencies as well.
And when you arrived on scene, were the suspects already in custody or something else?
The suspects were already in custody and I believe were being transported or has been transported by the time I arrived.
And did you, when you arrived, without saying what they told you, speak with some of these officers that were on scene before you arrived?
I did.
Did you speak with an Officer Baker?
I did.
Did you speak with, or let me ask you this, when you got there, was that address an apartment, a business, a home?
As a residence, I have single family residence.
Did you notice or see any vehicles at that residence?
I did.
What did you see?
There was a white Audi A5 with a Maryland tag.
Now, when you were on scene, you mentioned you gathered some items from some of the law enforcement on scene.
I did.
Can you describe for the jury what you gathered?
Yes, and may I refer to my report?
You may. Just look up at me when your memory is refreshed.
Okay.
What were some of the items that you gathered?
One of the items was a firearm, an FN Herstal 5.7 handgun. Another item was a pink beanie cap, also a black backpack that was recovered as well.
Now, I wanted to ask you about that FN Herschel. Is that a 5.7 by 2.8 firearm?
Yes, sir.
I am approaching you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit actually. Maybe up here before you, which is up here as 221 Victor. I'm going to ask you, Detective Belknap, can you look at what's on the stand before you and see if you recognize either any of the APD evidence labels and or if there is a serial number on that firearm?
Yes, sir.
What is the serial number?
The serial number is 386409184.
And I'm guessing you don't have serial numbers memorized. Is that fair to say?
It's fair.
Would looking at your report to refresh on the serial number of the gun you collected assist?
Yes, sir.
You may use your report to refresh. Is your memory refreshed?
It is.
And is that the firearm that you recovered at 2481 Meadowlark Drive?
It is.
Now, when you recovered it, was it loaded?
It was loaded when it was recovered. At the time when it was transferred to me, I don't recall whether it had been rendered safe and unloaded. And my report, I don't believe, was clear as to the condition it was in when I took custody of it.
And is that typical when you recover firearms to transport them to render them safe before moving them from a scene?
Yes, it is.
Now, you had also mentioned a pink beanie that you recovered?
Yes, sir.
I will gather that in just a second, but before we get to that, was there a black book bag that you had recovered on that scene?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you recall ever looking inside of that book bag?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall who it was that gave you that book bag?
I need to refresh my memory with my report.
You may. Do you recall who gave you that book bag that was on scene?
I don't, and I believe it was Officer Baker or Officer Gachette who had responded to the scene, but I didn't note specifically in my report who gave me the backpack.
And when you got that backpack, did you initially go through it?
Yes, sir.
And what was inside of that book bag?
There was a variety of narcotics within the backpack.
Was there any commercially packaged items?
There were.
What were they?
There was commercially packaged marijuana within the backpack.
And do you recall how many commercially packaged marijuana there was in that book bag?
There were a total of 19 bags.
Was there any pills or in that book bag?
There were.
Now, do you have any familiarity or training with encountering pills that you may find on the street in working with APD?
I do.
And when you encounter pills, do you personally do any steps to try to initially see what they possibly may be?
Sure. So, I mean, the first thing is just observing what they are. And oftentimes we've run across narcotics in similar form before and may recognize them immediately as what they are. Additionally, we have resources, including open source resources like the internet, several websites that can help us identify drugs, including prescription drugs, so that we can have sort of a place to start for testing those items.
And when you collect items such as you did there, do you typically indicate, even if you don't know exactly what something is, what it's suspected to be?
I do.
Now, with reviewing those items, I'm going to ask you, what did you find in that book bag that you suspected to be? In terms of what type of pills did you believe was in that book bag based on your training experience?
So I believe there were 3 types of pills that we saw. The first was a bag containing what I believed and identified as being MDMA. Another bag that contained what I recognized to be oxycodone, and an additional bag that contained what I recognized and believed to be Adderall.
Did you test any? Because I don't believe that was MDMA.
Now, at this time when you're initially on scene, you have that firearm that we just discussed and this book bag with the narcotics. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever transport those items to anywhere else from the scene?
I did.
Did you collect and package those items?
I did.
And did you have any familiarity with where that white Audi was taken from the scene?
I do.
Can you describe for the jury what you know about that?
Yes, the white Audi was transported from the arrest location to the Atlanta Police Department Annex building, and there are vehicle cages there that we can store vehicles for pending search warrants or further processing.
And is that normal with recovered vehicles such as that to transport them to the annex?
It can be. It just depends on the case, whether further processing is needed or not.
Now, Detective Belknap, I am approaching you with what's been marked as 354 through 358 Victor. If you could take a minute and look at those bags and the identified markers on them. Now, do you have is your name on any of those evidence labels?
Yes, it is.
And do you see any APD case number with those bags?
I do.
And do you typically put the APD case number from the scene that when you collect items before you introduce it into property?
That's correct.
And is that the same APD case number on the report that you have used to refresh your memory from that March 17th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
With looking at those items, are you able to tell the jury what those are?
I can.
Please do.
So this first bag contains the pills that were suspected Adderall. The second bag contains...
And Detective Belknap, before you do, are they a fair and accurate depiction of the drugs that you collected from the scene that day?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 354 through 358 Victor.
May I?
Yes.
Sure.
It's suspected.
No objection.
All right, those are admitted.
Detective Belknap, now that they're in evidence, you may, and please do, can you tell the jury what you have before you?
Okay. So this first bag, again, are the pills that I suspected were Adderall. The second contains the suspected oxycodone. The third bag contains some of the commercially packaged marijuana. The fourth bag contains additional commercially packaged marijuana. And this final bag contains the suspected MDMA.
That ain't commercial package.
Now, after you packaged those items, you went back to APD property. Is that correct?
I actually would have packaged these at APD property.
And at APD property, did you ever get notified from someone on the Meadowlark scene after you went back to property from that first time?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury how that came about?
I was called by a supervisor and advised that East Point police were back on scene near the arrest location where a citizen had reported finding a firearm laying by the roadway.
Now, after being notified about that additional firearm, what did you do?
I responded back to the scene to recover that firearm as well.
And when you got on scene, you recall who you spoke with?
I do.
Who did you speak with?
I spoke with Investigator Klickner from the East Point Police Department.
And when you met Investigator Klickner, can you tell the jury like where you were? Were you inside, outside? Where did you all meet up?
We met on the roadway where this firearm had been seen and reported.
And where was the firearm when you saw it?
The firearm was just off the roadway in the grass, like I guess within a couple of feet of the roadway.
And was there a magazine nearby?
There was.
Now, what did you do once you got there and saw that firearm that Investigator Klickner had?
I ultimately rendered the firearm safe and transported it to Atlanta Police Department property as well.
I want to ask you, does your report reflect the serial number on the firearm that you collected when meeting Investigator Klickner?
May I refresh my memory?
You may.
It does.
And I'm going to approach you with 220 Victor Victor. Is that, or is the 220 Victor Victor have the serial number on that item?
Is there a serial number on this?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And does that serial number match the firearm that you collected?
I can confirm. I believe there is a slight variation between what was in the report and what is on the actual weapon, as later investigation revealed.
Can you describe that later investigation regarding the serial number?
I can. So after this weapon was recovered, taken to Atlanta Police Department property, later on I followed up on the E-Trace, the further investigation of the firearm, and was advised that the weapon had not been traced back to an original purchaser. I reviewed both my report and the photographs of the weapon and realized that due to some damage to the serial number on the weapon, which had been heavily scratched, that I had mistakenly identified one of the digits or one of the characters on this serial number from the weapon. I was able to go back, make that correction, and then complete the E-Trace report and locate the actual origination of the firearm.
With that further investigation, looking at that firearm now, is that the firearm that you collected from Investigator Klickner on March 17, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 220 Victor Victor at this time.
No objection.
All right, that's admitted.
And Investigator Belknap, was that firearm, when you had mentioned the E-Trace, was that firearm, did you check it to see if it was ever reported stolen?
I did.
And what did you find?
I contacted the original purchaser of the weapon, who advised that he had sold the weapon in a third-party sale to another party, but did have contact information for the purchaser. I then contacted that person, who advised that the weapon had been stolen from him, and an Atlanta Police Department report had been made at the time of the theft.
And did you transport that firearm back to APD property as well?
I did. At the time of recovery, I did.
Now, after you come back to APD property, did you ever take out any additional arrest warrants?
I did.
What were the arrest warrants that you took out?
I took out additional arrest warrants, if I may refresh my memory.
You may.
Additional arrest warrants for Mr. Jackson for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, possession of a Schedule II controlled substance with intent to distribute, and 3 counts of
Yes.
No, we ain't doing that. They try to get us. So, this gang expert, Belknap, on the stand. He's the very first witness. They bringing him back. And it feel like they coming to a close. And Stillwell has on slippers right now, y'all. Yeah. Yup. No hard bottoms. Blue slide slippers. And they look fuzzy. Same color as this. Straight up. So I don't know what type of game's going on in the courtroom. Let me know. We live right now. We done caught all the way up. Oh, whoa. They having a whole group talks with the witness. I've never seen this. Look, cameraman scared. He don't want to get put out the courtroom. He don't know if he's supposed to be filming. Look. We ain't seen him pull this move. Look, he's scared. He like, look, I'm going to just go to the wall and play safe. Look. Let's see how he play it. Come on, cuz. Why you put us on the wall, cuz? We live, baby. Tap the like button. Salute to all y'all. If you new, subscribe to the channel. Yeah, look. Mr. Jackson? Tap the like. Help me get to 300. Yeah, they put us on the wall, y'all. We wait. I saved us a little bit of weight, but they still got us. We are live, though. We are live. How y'all doing out there, though? It's 10 a.m. I know the sun's shining out there somewhere. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be too long, y'all. Hold tight. They went for a quick bathroom break. They testimony on the how y'all think they look, the state? They making any progress as far as the Chamel drinks or no? Y'all think they making any progress? Let me know in the chat. If you new, do subscribe, man. Let us know where you from. Franco, salute. Hold on. Do y'all think they actually been losing progress? Like they actually been moving backwards as they disclose their evidence? We only down to 10 witnesses. Technically, we should still have more, but the way they didn't skip through and the way it looked like they skipping over other overt acts now, I'm going to have to say, and going along with what Hilton said, she said they ain't had long before they arrest their case, which surprised me. So you might be right. Baton Rouge, Connecticut, salute. They all over the place. Multiple people talking about straps and a chase/arrest. That's a fact, Lee. And they're not gluing it together. Like you would think once you start seeing all the witnesses, normally you can pretty much, especially when you see video footage, with the people describing it, I mean, you can do more than fill in the blanks. You feel me when you get this? But in this situation and previous parts of the trial, we haven't been able to feel like I get it now. I see and I understand from them telling me as we watch it. And the state making sure we understand. I can say at multiple times in this trial, do I have a revised witness list? Nah. What, it's a recent one? Nah, I don't have it if it's new. Good morning from New Orleans. Salute, babe. Baton Rouge to New Orleans, how you do that there? Yeah. Yo, seems there was no warrant for the helicopter chase. They got SB and Quay, and apparently this book bag is Shorty FN. But it seems there was no warrant for the helicopter chase. Yeah. How they alert Holmes to even be up though? In the helicopter. And then if you got the helicopter that's with another undercover and it's just them two, because look how long it took for other cars to get up on them, y'all. Think about it. And whose house was that that car pulled in? Straight up, because they pulled up like they was regular, and it was about, I'm going to say minimum 6 cars at the spot, which is abnormal. Straight up. That looked like a party. Come on, bro. I bees in neighborhoods, man. You got 6 cars at the spot, man. I just drove past 100 houses. Tops, you see at a house is maybe 3 cars, you feel me? You might get 4. You know, I ain't gonna lie, certain communities be having more sometimes, but you see what time it is. You know the people that be parking on the lawn? I know some of y'all got that. Yeah. Salute to everybody in here. Good morning. Yeah, it's different. I be in the trenches sometimes. I be saying, yeah, you got they get money though. They get money. You be saying them though. They on that. You already know what time it is. They ain't just parking on the driveway. Nah, you know how they doing it. Whole lawn parking lot. You know how they do. It was 6 in the driveway alone. I know, like it was a party. And they pulled up smooth though, like they wasn't even tripping about the car, being out of pocket. Because why not just pull on the side of the street and run? You understand what I'm saying? It's like they try to put the car where they know, like on private property. Like, let's pull in here real quick. It's my people's spot. At least they can't say I ain't bring the car back type. You understand? Yeah, air fuel ain't cheap. That's a fact. Just confusion? What, by pulling up to the house with all the cars? Man, I'm trying to pull up to the driveway with not that many cars so I could get straight up. I damn near might drive through the backyard. So, I don't know. I don't know if I'm pulling up to that one. That puts me at the bottom of the driveway. Like, I would have pulled up in one way. I could go all the way up in there and make a move. And plus, it don't make sense that they waited so long to run, y'all. They waited till the other cars got there. That's what you don't do. You create a gap and get out the way before backup gets on the chase. You feel me? Come on, bro. These boys ain't new. So what was that? These boys was basically jogging while they knew the helicopter was on them. They could have went somewhere and did a better toss. That strap toss was like, what, you just cracked the door and let it out the bottom? You ain't throw that thing? Man, they would have never got that thing, man. I'd have drove past somewhere and the way I'd have turned the corner and threw that thing, man. Listen, bro. And I'm talking about throwing it. That thing got weight. High as right there in the street. Seriously, y'all, I do this. The toss, come on, man. You create space. When you bend the corner, you do a toss where they can't see you. You definitely don't throw it in visible sight. Ain't no way. You defeated the purpose. Yeah, like a frisbee or I call it the parachute. Like, yeah, it's a long story. I explained it before, but look. Or you got to drive in the lake. Yeah, drive straight in the lake. Yup. Anything that you had on you ain't got it on you no more. No, they could bring this car out the water all they want. Ain't nothing in there. Yup. I don't care if you bring the scuba divers, cuz. You seen the bottom of a lake? All right. I'm telling you, lake ain't deep enough to drown, but I bet they ain't gonna be in here before I come up. Straight up. Oh, man, listen, bro. This is already pre-thought about. This ain't no surprise. I already done thought about this, cuz. I know spots where I could drive straight in the water, and I had to sit there and think about it. If it was crunch time, they not coming. They not coming. They don't get paid enough. That's crazy. But guess what, though? I bet it ain't going to be no work when they get that car. I bet that. Won't be no straps. I bet that. And I bet by the time somebody hop in this water to get me, I ain't dirty either. They just gonna be asking, what you do that for? What you mean? For real, I've been thought this out, y'all. Listen, I live in Baltimore, yo. We surrounded by water. I'm in South Baltimore. I could literally drive. We got spots where you could pull up in the parking lot, hit the gas, go through some grass. It ain't even no fence, cuz. You in goddamn Chesapeake Bay. Yeah. We talking Dukes of Hazzard. If I'd ever had to pull this move, bro, we'd have made the news. You definitely survive. And I seen a dude, I already explained it, bro. I seen a dude walking about 100 yards out. It don't get deep, so you go way out. You feel me? So anything right here, you Gucci. Man, I say, man, look, this car only costs about 2 racks, 1,500. I'm trashing him. We in there, cuz. I signed up. Look, I'm sitting there looking at it one day, just sitting there, sizing it up, peep the whole situation. Like, yup, I'm in there. If it's really crunch time, that's how I was coming, because I used to have to travel real heavy, and this was on my route, so I always told myself, yup. I was sitting there one day, just thought about it. I seen a dude walking. He was way out, y'all. I'm talking about I could barely see him. And I seen him like looking like, I'm like, hold on, Holmes ain't on no boat. So then when I went closer to the water to look, and he was coming closer, I seen Holmes was out there fishing, but he was walking with like a floaty device, but he out there like, I'm telling y'all, about 100 yards. I said, oh, it ain't that deep. I say less. I mean, you can make it. And I'm talking about this water's so dirty, y'all, you can't see through it right there. Like, I'm talking about you can sit right there on top of it and look in it, and you can't see through it. So imagine, law not going in there, y'all. Law not going in there. Hey, Atlanta don't got no water? Yeah. None? A lake? A pond? A reservoir? Y'all gotta have a reservoir, yo. Come on. A river? I don't know about the river. Don't go in the river, cuz. And make sure you check before you go, because some of them ain't right. You don't just want to go in there. For some of them is rocks. They got a lot of woods. I mean, the woods is sketchy. Because you still, I mean, the helicopter and the dog, they ain't got none in the city. Oh, we lucky then. Tap the like button, y'all. Salute. We waiting on them. The whole thing, what I'm saying is they should have, I think if they was really running, they could have did a better exit. Oh, no, we ain't got time to drive that far. Nah, John, that's a wrap. Nah, we ain't nope. That's number one rules is you cannot go for no long. Nah, we got to get this over with. Yeah, we got to dust them. That mean we got to dust them. And yeah, we got to dust them. Either on foot or with the wheels. Like, I mean, I'm about getting out. I'm about creating the distance, getting out, and by the time they catch up, it ain't nothing to be worried about. Now, if you try and get the total getaway because you got warrants or something, that's a different ball game. I'm normally just need to create some distance for, a minute. If you trying to really get away, you got to do that. You got to bust them up off top, yo. I'm going to keep it real. You can't play with them. Helicopter on you off top don't even make sense. I'm going to keep it 100. That don't even make sense. Yeah, M3. I'm going to sauce them, though. See, my thing is, I try to pre-run. Yeah. Anytime I feel like it's this type of situation, I'm just going to hit the gas. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that wasn't even task force. They could have bust them up, I think. I think they could have bust them up, y'all. They had the right wheels. That thing sitting low to the ground. They ain't too high, so I mean we could get around some corners. I know that thing got some steering, got some turning power. That thing ain't that phony. Don't look like it get out of control. Either way, though. Because that mean the police gotta be capable to drive. Like, they gotta be really with it. Because you run about 10 stop signs back to back at 100. That'll make you think, do I really want to chase this person? Straight up, y'all, think about it. Somebody just keep running reds on you, just banging them. Man, you feel me? Like, do you really, is your pride on the line? Like, look, if he behind me and I see him stepping, he tapping his brakes at these stop signs, I got him. Let me look back and see him keep jerking at these stop signs. I'm ready to give him the blues, y'all. chopper restricted airspace, I'm going to a parking lot. Old school, movie status. The cars wasn't on him yet. I would have hit him with the parking lot trick. Yeah, hell yeah. Old school. What? He gonna now, look, that give you a couple minutes. And it give you time to bust down. So by the time you come up out of there, you know what I mean? Now he got to figure out which way you done came up out of there. Now he got to tell they on foot. Do he know that's y'all? He never seen y'all. He never seen them what they look like out the car. So if they'd have went in the parking lot, he wouldn't have been able to tell y'all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we get started back with the testimony, I just wanted to let y'all know to disregard the witness's comment about a warrant being taken for Mr. Stillwell for drugs. Go ahead, Mr. Atkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective Belknap, you never took out any warrants for any of the drugs related to that book bag as it pertains to Shannon Stillwell, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you take out gang warrants?
I did.
And did you take out firearm and gang warrants as well on Mr. Nichols?
I did.
No further questions. Thank you, Detective Belknap.
Bro.
Good morning, Detective Belknap.
Morning, sir.
I seen that on a movie, y'all. But technically, I thought about it. Like, nah, technically, they do give you a little room. They can't do nothing. Helicopter. I seen a dude do it while through the helicopter chase, and I listened to the helicopter dude actually say it on a real chase. Like, I can't see him. And then the dude came out about 3-4 minutes late, like a little bit later, like a couple minutes. He came out finally, but it took the helicopter dude a couple minutes to figure out, you feel me? He only knew because he was running. He did not see that man get out that car. He ain't know none of that.
We've met Max Shard. I represent Mr. Stillwell. So, I first want to ask you about the search of Jeffery Williams' address at 355 Allison Drive on May 9th, 2022. You were present for
Yo, who owned the other houses on Allison Drive? And why is it named Allison? It's interesting.
that search, correct?
I was.
You were one of the officers executing the search?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you didn't write a report about the execution of that search warrant, did you?
I did not.
Okay. Investigator Storno wrote a report, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I have asked you to review photos taken during the execution of that search warrant, and I've also asked you to review Investigator Storno's notes or report, correct?
That's correct.
And you were kind enough to do that for me, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, excellent. And Mr. Atkins, if I could have your help displaying any images as Detective Belknap speaks about things, I'd appreciate it. On May 9th, 2022, do you recall who was present at 355 Allison Drive when you executed the search warrant?
Could you be more specific?
Okay. Jeffrey Williams was present, correct?
Yes, sir.
Martinez Arnold was present.
Yes, sir.
Diamante Kendrick was present.
Yes, sir.
Jeffrey Williams' teenage son was present, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. My client, Shannon Stillwell, was not present at 355 Allison Drive on May 9th, 2022, was he?
He was not.
Okay. And you don't have any evidence at all that Mr. Stillwell has ever even been to that residence, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. And during that search warrant was sought out by Investigator Viverito, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. And during that search warrant, executing that search warrant on May 9th, 2022, you all collected drugs, correct? Suspected drugs?
We did.
Delta 8 syrup as well?
Yes.
Okay. Jewelry?
Yes.
Money?
Yes.
Phones?
Yes.
Mr. Williams' cars were seized?
That's correct.
And I'm not going to ask any questions about any of those things, but you also collected guns, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In fact, there were 6 guns collected, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you have reviewed pictures taken during the execution of that search warrant, correct?
I did.
Okay. I would like to just talk about each gun individually. I can go in whatever order you have. If you could just tell us, do you have photos in front of you that display the different types of guns and the different guns that were collected on May 9th, 2022?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you just tell us the exhibit number of the first gun so Mr. Atkins can display it for the jury?
The first one I'm looking at is 57XX.
What paperwork on OG?
Okay, and that gun, from the pictures, can you tell us what type of gun, the manufacturer, anything that you can tell about that gun?
It appears to be a Glock semi-automatic handgun.
Glock semi-automatic handgun, okay. And do you have any other pictures in that sequence that reveal a serial number for that gun?
I believe so. The next one is 58XX.
Mr. Atkins, if you could display 58XX. Okay, and is the serial number BKMN536?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. What is the second gun that was collected?
The next one is 30XX.
You did say 30XX, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I seen it, OG.
Okay, is there a close-up of that gun that would help describe what type of gun it is?
I believe it's 31XX.
Okay, 31XX. And what kind of gun is that?
It's another Glock semi-automatic handgun.
Okay. Can you tell what type of projectiles or what caliber projectiles that gun fires?
It's a little difficult to tell from this picture, but from the picture alone.
Okay. Now, neither of these first 2 guns were the switch, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Could you tell us what about the next gun? What number we should display?
Oh, sir, I apologize. There's actually another photo, I believe, of that gun we were just looking at, 32XX.
All right. Mr. Atkins, if you could display 32XX. All right, thank you. And for that second gun, that's the serial number?
I believe it is, yes.
And it's BNU633.
Yes, sir.
All right. How about the third gun?
The third is 21XX.
And what can you tell us about this gun as far as the caliber or the manufacturer or anything?
It's another semi-automatic handgun, and it appears to be a Smith & Wesson, although I can't read it on the photograph.
Okay. And is that a switch?
No, sir.
Okay. And is that the serial number? 22XX?
22XX. Yes, sir.
All right. Great. Thank you. How about the fourth gun?
The fourth is 19XX.
Okay. And what can you tell us about this gun?
And this appears to be a tan Glock semi-automatic handgun.
Okay. Is that a switch?
Does not appear to be.
The fifth gun?
That would be 15XX.
Okay. What can you tell us about this gun? Is there another picture associated with that gun?
14XX and 15XX.
14XX. Let's go with that. What can you tell us about this gun?
Its other semi-automatic handgun also appears to be a Smith & Wesson.
Okay. And how about the sixth gun?
This is 51, 52, and 53XX.
Now that gun, what can you tell us about that gun?
This is another Glock semi-automatic handgun, and it does appear to have a conversion switch attached to the weapon.
Okay, that is the switch.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. And those are the 6 guns that were collected from Jeffery Williams' residence on May 9, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Okay, I just want to clear something up. And I'm speaking about, I'm not going to go through individually. I'm talking about all 6 firearms. Okay. Do you have any evidence that Mr. Stillwell has ever touched any of these firearms?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that ballistically, any of these firearms were ever used in the Shamal Drinks homicide?
I didn't conduct that follow-up investigation, so I don't know whether it was or wasn't, but I'm not aware of it.
That's a yes or no question.
The evidence that it was. That
Okay.
it were.
And that includes the switch too, correct?
It does.
Okay. And do you have any evidence, ballistically or otherwise, that any of these guns were used in the January 10, 2015 shooting of Donovan Thomas?
I do not.
Okay. Great. Thank you. All right. I appreciate that, Detective Belknap. I'm going to move to your work on March 17th. When you arrived on Meadowlark Drive, you saw the white Audi, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was still in the parking lot.
It was in the driveway, yes.
Excuse me. Yes, I'm sorry. The driveway. Still had the Maryland tags affixed to it.
It did.
Still had the tint.
I don't recall noting the tint.
Okay.
But I don't believe the car had been altered.
Okay. You don't believe the car had been altered? What do you mean by that?
I don't believe the car had been moved or processed at that time when I arrived on the scene.
Oh, okay. Okay. You mentioned finding a beanie.
Yes, sir.
And that is an evidence that was just admitted through you.
Correct.
Okay. So that beanie would be a separate beanie from any beanie that was collected on March 17th at 2830 Waters Road.
I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, it was collected on Meadowlark Lane.
It was collected on Meadowlark
Drive.
Lane.
Yes.
Okay. So if there's a separate beanie, if there's a beanie that was collected and put into evidence from Waters Road, there's 2 separate beanies, correct?
It would appear so, yes.
And the beanie that you collected on Meadowlark Drive was, well, do you know who was wearing that prior to their arrest?
Yes, sir.
And was it my client, Shannon Stillwell?
It was.
And you collected that beanie because you had viewed the BP video that Detective Hogan had showed you already, correct?
I had.
And you had noted that Mr. Stillwell was wearing a pink beanie in that BP video.
I had observed that, yes.
And that's clear video as far as videos go. It wasn't grainy, it was clear. And you saw Mr. Stillwell wearing the pink beanie.
Yes.
And that's why you collected this pink beanie, because he was, in your mind as a detective, it was important to collect that pink beanie because it matched what's in the BP video.
Well, I agree with that. Just to be clear, it was collected prior to my arrival and was given to me to transport to property.
Okay. And you made sure you put it into property?
I did.
Okay. All right. The bag of drugs, did you recover that backpack?
I did not.
Okay. Have you seen the video from the Phoenix helicopter?
I have.
Okay, and you would agree that it was Mr. Nichols that threw that book bag into those bushes, correct?
I would. Yes, sir.
All right. And prior to, from that video, you can see Mr. Nichols exiting the white Audi with that book bag.
That's correct.
Okay. In your experience as an officer, you have seen people flee from the police because they have drugs in the car, correct?
I have.
Okay. The FN Hurstel 5.7, serial number 386409184, that I believe is in evidence 221 VV. That was collected by Trooper Campbell and given to you for evidence, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you would agree that that gun is not a switch. It's not modified, not a switch.
No, it is not.
Okay. And then later, you were called by an Officer Klickner to collect an FNX 45, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, the FN, going back, the FN 57 shoots 5.7 rounds, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And the FNX 45 tactical shoots 45 caliber rounds.
Yes, it does.
And those are the two guns that were located at Meadowlark Drive on March 17, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you collected those firearms and brought them into property, into evidence to preserve for further investigation, correct?
I did.
Okay. Those two guns, either the 5.7 and the 45, do you have any ballistic evidence linking those guns to the January 10, 2015 shooting of Donovan Thomas?
I didn't conduct any ballistics investigations on the firearms, so I don't have any ballistics evidence related to these.
Do you have any evidence that connects them to the January 10th shooting of Donovan Thomas as we sit here today?
I do not.
Okay. And how about, and let me ask you, okay, and how about this? Those two guns, the 5.7 and the 45, do you have any ballistic evidence that connects those guns to the March 14, 2017 shooting of Shamel Drinks?
I don't have ballistic evidence of any kind related to these weapons.
In fact, neither the 5.7 or the 45 even shoots 40 caliber. They're not capable of shooting 40 caliber rounds, are they?
Neither is chambered to shoot a 40 caliber round.
Okay. You, just a couple more questions. You indicated that Detective Hogan had you look at the video for the FedEx to identify Mr. Stillwell and also Mr. Nichols, correct?
I reviewed the video at some point. I believe that what I initially saw were some of the social media photos of Mr. Nichols. I don't remember what I saw initially.
Did you review the BP video at some point?
At some point, yes.
Okay. This is what I want to know. Did you ever review with Detective Hogan or by yourself the FedEx video from March 14th, 2017? Excuse me, March 14th, 2022.
I don't recall if I ever reviewed that video or not.
Okay, so you're not even certain if you've ever seen that video?
I don't know. I'm not certain if I have or not.
Okay. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Redirect. Oh, okay. Come on up.
I know I'm surprising the court.
Sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have met. It's good to see you again.
Yes, sir, you too.
So I have some questions about what you said today. You mentioned that to Mr. Shart that Mr. Kendrick was present in the house at Allison Drive on May 9th, 2022, correct?
I don't recall exactly what his question was, but yes.
Okay. Did you actually see Mr. Kendrick in the house?
I did not.
Okay. The 6 guns that were found in that house, in Mr. Williams' house, do you have any evidence that Mr. Kendrick was ever in possession of those 6 guns?
I do not.
Do you have any evidence that he was anywhere near those 6 guns?
I do not.
Did you take part in the inventory, possession, or transport of the jewelry that was found in Mr. Williams' home?
My role during the search was to take photographs of evidence as it was recovered.
Do you recall there being 2 Richard Mille watches in Mr. Williams' home?
I don't know if I would know those if I saw them. So I don't know if there were 2 or not.
Okay. Do you recall seeing it's a Richard Mille brand. I understand you don't know what that brand would look like, but do you recall seeing a white ceramic watch with a pink band in the jewelry that you collected, or that was collected in that home?
I believe one was. Do I remember seeing it? I certainly don't a couple years later.
Okay. If a Richard Mille RM055 Bubba Watson white ceramic watch is not present in property today, do you know what happened to that watch?
I wouldn't have any idea.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
All right, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Belknap, on cross, you were asked by defense counsel about the May 9th search of Jeffery Williams' home. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Now, you actually were the photographer of those crime scene photographs we walked through, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, you remember being asked questions about, I believe it was the 6 firearms that you found in that house.
Yes, sir.
And if they have any ballistic evidence to the March 14th, 2022 murder of Shamel Drinks. Do you
Correct.
recall that?
Yes.
Now, how many months later was this search from March 14th, 2022?
That'd be 2 months later.
Was Demekion Garlington arrested on May 9th, 2022 at Jeffery Williams' home?
He was not.
Was Shannon Stillwell arrested on May 9th, 2022 in Jeffery Williams' home?
No, he was not.
What about Miles Farley?
He was not.
What about Quarmavius Nichols?
He was not.
Now, I want to also ask you as the photographer, I'm going to publish what's marked as 64 X-ray. It's going to come up on the big screen and on your computer. Is this one of the photographs that you took?
It appears to be.
I'm going to go to 65 X-ray. Is this one of the photographs that you took?
It is.
Why did you take this photograph?
In documenting this scene, we saw this pamphlet for Mr. McMiller's funeral. Mr. McMiller was associated with YSL with Mr. Williams and had been shot and killed.
What was the date that he was murdered?
It was March 11th of 2022.
And do you recall if that murder was at a house or on a highway?
It was on the highway.
Is it, I don't have pointer, but on this whiteboard, is that March 11th, 2022 and I-75, 85?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And was Shamel Drinks murdered how many days after March 11th?
I believe it was 3 days later.
Now, I also want to ask you about, thank you, Mr. Vadi. You were asked on cross by defense counsel about a watch. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, I'm just going to come out and ask you because we've been dancing around it. Did you steal any watch or know of any APD personnel who stole any item from that house?
Absolutely not.
Can you tell the jury the protocols that are in place when you document, was everyone wearing body cam?
They were.
And can you describe for the jury the process y'all have when you go through that large amount of evidence on a scene like that? In terms of, do you video when you're putting it into property?
Yes, usually our body cameras will be running during the search of the home, during the transport, and at property when submitting property.
And were you all on scene or working that case for a short time or a long time?
We were out there for several hours.
One brief moment, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you, Detective Belknap.
Thank you.
All right, any recross?
Briefly.
You were asked on redirect if you're aware of any member of the APD that would have stolen this particular watch I asked you about, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have full and total knowledge of all the activities of members of APD?
I don't.
If this particular watch, this Richard Mille watch, ceramic watch, is present in a photograph from Jeffery Williams' home and it is no longer present in property right now, could anything have happened to that watch other than it have been stolen or lost?
Well, no, not every item that we photograph is ultimately taken as evidence. And I think there are probably a broad number of possibilities of what could have happened to that watch other than it being stolen or lost.
Is it the practice of your office to leave behind a $500,000 watch when you're seizing jewelry?
I don't know that I can answer that as far as practices go. I have no idea the value of this watch that we're discussing, so I'm woefully uneducated as far as that goes. And I can tell you that, unfortunately, as diligent as we are, sometimes even evidence is left behind at scenes. In this case, I don't have any specific information about this particular watch.
Can you explain to the jury the procedure when you go about seizing a vehicle, such as was seized at Jeffery Williams' home?
As far as the procedure, we would call a tow truck to come and tow that vehicle to another location.
Is there any searching of the vehicle and inventorying of property within that vehicle at the time of the seizure?
It can depend on the scene and if there's a search warrant for the vehicle or if the vehicle is accessible. Sometimes the keys may not be present, can't access a vehicle, and sometimes it's towed to a secure location to conduct an inventory or further processing of that vehicle.
If the vehicle is accessible at the scene and you have a warrant that allows you to enter that vehicle, what's the procedure for what you do with the contents of the vehicle?
Typically, those contents would be cataloged, valuable items may be secured, evidence may be seized.
Is the procedure to leave valuable items within the vehicle?
Not typically, and again, that could be case dependent if the vehicle is going to be removed to another secure location for further processing.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
United States calls crime scene tech Antoinette Green.
Let me know in the comments what you think. As Detective Belknap, they breezed through.
before with us, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to March 22nd, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to the homicide cage to assist in a homicide investigation?
Yes.
And what is the APD number, do you know now, associated with the case that you were working? Do you know the APD case number?
Not offhand, I don't.
We're looking at a copy of, did you do a report in that case?
Yes, I did.
We're looking at a copy of your report, help refresh your memory.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to approach you with what I'm going to mark as State's Exhibit 373 VV. First, tell me if you recognize 373 VV.
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
This is my report.
And will that help refresh your memory as to the APD case number for that case?
Yes.
What is the APD case number?
The full case number is 220731882.
All right. And tell the juror, where's the homicide cage located?
It's located at the Annex 3493 Donnelly Hollowell.
And why were you requested to that location?
I was requested to do a follow-up with Investigator Hogan at the time.
And what did Investigator Hogan request of you?
He requested me to photograph and process 2 vehicles in the cage.
If you could tell the juror briefly, when you're asked to process a vehicle at the homicide cage, what are you going to do? How do you process the vehicle?
It depends on what the homicide or officer wants to be done, but usually in this case, I photographed the vehicle and searched for evidence.
Okay. And how many vehicles were you asked to process?
2.
And what were those 2 vehicles?
It was a Audi A5 and a Nissan Versa.
And did you have any particular order as to how you processed those vehicles?
Yes, because he had a search warrant for the Audi A5, I processed that one first.
Why did you do that one first? Just because of the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you subsequently process the red Nissan Versa after that?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to look at pictures from your processing of those 2 vehicles?
Yes, I have.
I think you have. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 361 VV through 387 VV. Are those the photographs that you looked at previously that depict when you process the vehicle?
Yes.
And do those appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the homicide cage when you process both the Audi A5 and the red Nissan Versa?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to tender and admit 361 VV through 387 VV.
Those are admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
You may.
The pictures are going to come up both on this screen and on the screen.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm going to first start with 361 VV. And while it's coming up, tell the jurors when you, should we start with 361 VV? Sorry, 373 VV, I apologize. When you process the vehicle, tell the jurors how do you go, your steps in processing the vehicle.
Okay, so my first step is to photograph of the vehicle 360. So I would do the rear, the passenger, the driver's side, and the front of the vehicle. And then from there, I would go inside of the vehicle and photograph it as well, starting with the driver's side, going to the rear, driver rear, going around to the passenger rear, and then back to the passenger front. That's how I process the vehicle.
Okay. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 373 VV, is this the white Audi A5?
Yes, it is.
And what is the tag number on this vehicle?
Number 8 is in Edward, D is in David, number 7071.
And what is the tag number? I mean, where is the state issuing the license?
Maryland.
Okay. And in looking at State's Exhibit 373 VV, do you see tints on the front dashboard of the vehicle?
Well, yes, it is dark.
Okay. And can you, looking at this picture, look and see inside of that vehicle?
No, I cannot.
All right. I want to look at 374 VV, 375 VV, And 376 VV? Is that what you were just referencing by taking the 360 picture of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And looking at those pictures, 374, 375, and 376, did the car appear to have tint on all sides of the vehicle?
Yes.
And in looking at all sides of the vehicle, were you able to look inside of that vehicle?
No.
Not through the windows?
No.
All right. I want to look at 377 VV, 378 VV, 379 VV, 380 VV, and 381 VV. What were you depicting in those exhibits?
Like I had stated earlier, those are the interior photos of the vehicle from all sides. And just showing what's in the vehicle.
And looking at 382 VV, what, if anything, were you trying to depict in 382?
That's just showing me, I always show all the photos are not here, but I always show like opening that door in the interior side of the door.
And there's, okay. Looking at 384 VV. Excuse me, 385 VV. What were you depicting in 385 VV?
All right, this is a cell phone that was collected from the center console, and so I have marked it with marker number 2.
Okay, and I want to zoom in. Do you also see a pair of glasses on the seat?
Yes.
As well. All right. Did you collect the glasses or the phone charger?
No, just the phone.
All right. And then looking at 386 VV, and I'm going to rotate it to the left. If we can. But if not, what is depicted in 386 VV?
That is the inside roof headliner that I was requested to collect.
And who requested that you collected the headliner?
Investigator Hogan.
All right. And did you ultimately take or cut out that headliner?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 388 VV. Tell me if you recognize 388 VV.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 388 VV?
This is the bag that I collected the liner in.
Okay. And once you collected the liner, what, if anything, did you do with it after packaging it?
I was requested to send it to the GBI for gunshot residue.
And then 387 VV, what are we, is that the VIN number? Oh, sorry. Okay. And now looking at it right side up, is that the headliner that is in that bag?
Yeah.
And what portion did you cut out? Just the part that has the one?
Yes.
All right. Why did you take the other portions of the headliner?
Because that's a molded part and it was not easily to come out. That part is padded because it's part of the sunroof, so that was easy to cut.
And while I'm getting you a pair of scissors, I'm going to go to 387 VV. Was that just the VIN number of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And what are last 8 digits? Excuse me, 6 digits, I apologize.
0456, I'm sorry, 04529.
All right, thank you. I'm going to hand you a pair of scissors. If you can just open up State's Exhibit 388 VV and publish. Did I admit that? Let me admit first 388 VV into evidence.
No, you did not. Okay. All right, that's admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
headliner.
And when you take it out, did you do all the other cutting here, or do you know when all the other cutting was done?
No, I do not.
Okay. And you can put it back in the bag. Thank you. Thank you. Next, I want to go to Stacy Exhibit 361 VV. And is this the red Nissan Versa that you processed at the direction of Detective Hogan?
Yes.
And as we go through, looking at 362 VV and looking at 363 VV, is this again you taking the 360 photographs of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, for the Nissan Versa, were you able to enter into the vehicle on the on the passenger side?
No, I was not.
Why not?
Because as in our homicide cage, we have other vehicles, and if you can look to the right of that, it's another vehicle that's obstructing me from opening the passenger side doors of that vehicle. So I only stayed on the driver's side.
Okay. I want to look at or move to 367 VV. And looking at 367 VV, what were you depicting in 367 VV?
This is just showing the overall interior of the vehicle in the front.
Okay. And looking in the driver's side of 367 VV, what, if anything, is this reddish brown stain?
Yeah, those are reddish brown stains in the seat.
All right. And then looking at 368 VV, what were you depicting at 368 VV?
All right. As I was saying, I couldn't get to the passenger side door, so that is just a overall of the passenger side door. It does have some type of defect or damage in it.
And looking at 368 VV, what is the defect or damage that you were referencing?
It's the small in the interior door, the little white slit in there. That's what I was trying to photograph.
And 369 VV, is that a close-up of that white slit?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at 371 VV, what were you depicting in 371 VV?
In the reddish brown stains, there is a projectile that's located, so that is marked with marker number 1.
Okay. And I want to see if we can zoom in on 371 VV. And is it the copper item with some white material around it that you were looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And is that where it was found, right where you have the first, that one?
Yes.
Right. Now looking at 372 VV, did you take it from where it was initially and pull it out a little further to take the picture of it?
Yes, so you can clearly see what it was.
Okay. And did you collect that projectile?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 389 VV. I believe admitted as 389 VV. Can you look at 389 VV and tell me if you recognize 389 VV?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
This is the bag that I sealed it in. It has my initials on it.
Okay. And I won't ask you to publish it, but do you feel inside of the bag the projectile?
Well, yeah, I filled the envelope that it was in.
Still to the bottom corner.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Okay.
And do you want to open it and confirm?
You want me to open it?
And just look inside of it.
It's in here, yes.
And once you collected the projectile, what did you do with it?
I also sent it to the GBI crime lab for testing.
After you processed both these vehicles and collected both the headliner and the projectile and sent both those items to the GBI, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Course indulgence for a moment. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Yeah, if you could just, if you could just put them up there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you, Ms. Hillary. I'm just going to put these here in case I need to ask you questions.
Okay.
Mr. Atkins, could you display if I need anything for? Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Crime scene tech. You're still a crime scene tech, correct?
Well, I'm currently a supervisor, but yeah, it's the.
Good morning, Supervisor Green.
Yes.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Now, the work that you just testified to, you performed that work on March 22nd, 2022.
Yes.
Okay. At the annex on Bankhead Highway on Donnelly Hollowell that APD owns and stores vehicles that are evidence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were not at the scene on March 14th of 2022, but you became involved when you processed these vehicles.
That's correct.
All right. And you processed these vehicles, was that pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
Okay, and the search warrant was obtained by Detective Hogan, is that correct?
Yes.
Who you knew to be the lead investigator in this case?
Well, an investigator, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you were processing these vehicles, you were looking for any projectiles, correct?
Yes.
Any shell casings?
Yes.
Okay, well, we're going to get to the projectiles in a second. Shell casings, spent shell casings. You did not find any shell casings in the white Audi. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
No shell casings. Okay. You were looking, obviously, for weapons.
Yes.
You didn't find any weapons in the white Audi, did you?
Yes, that's correct.
Correct, you did not.
I did not find anything.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And you were also, as part of the execution of the search warrant, you were looking for materials or objects that could later be tested for gunshot residue, correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So, the white Audi, you collected a cell phone from the center console, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then you also removed the headliner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's just talk about the removal of the headliner. Brief indulgence, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As part of a crime scene technician with the city of Atlanta, certainly now as a supervisor, you are trained in evidence collection, correct?
Yes.
And forensics, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you are trained in gunshot residue, what it is, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know it to be microscopic particles that are expelled from a handgun when the gun is fired, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And it spreads in the immediate area of wherever that gun is fired.
Yes.
Okay. And you were trained in the collection of potential objects for testing for gunshot residue, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, you collected the headliner from this white Audi.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm showing you 183 VV. This is already in evidence. Is this a fair representation of what the white Audi looked like after you collected the headliner?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And the part that you collected, is it the square on top where the sunroof is, or is it also the surrounding area that forms the border on the top of the car?
Yeah. It's been so long. Yeah. So I'm assuming that, well, I did that where I put number 1. I collected that. And if the other parts came off, I collected that as well.
Okay. So you collected it all?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to look at the headliner to just confirm?
Yeah. Yeah. So yes, it's all the headliner. Yes.
And so you would agree that it includes the part that was under the sunroof as well as the surrounding areas?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Now, the decision to collect the headliner of all places in the car, you're saying that decision was made by Investigator Hogan?
That is correct.
Is this the first time you've collected a headliner of?
Actually, yes, that was my very first time collecting a headliner.
Okay. Now, when Detective Hogan requested that you collect the headliner, did you object at all to collecting the headliner?
No.
Okay, as someone trained in gunshot residue and collection and all that you know about gunshot residue, the headliner seemed like a reasonable part of the car to collect.
Well, that's what he requested to collect. He's the lead, so I'm under his direction.
And that seemed reasonable to you, though, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't think it was crazy for Detective Hogan to ask you to collect the headliner?
No.
Okay. And the headliner would be, the reason you didn't think it was crazy, because the headliner would be in the area where gunshot residue would be dispersed if a gun was shot inside that Audi, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the headliner and that cloth is different than hands, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, the cloth material, based on your training experience, would be more likely to collect and maintain gunshot residue particles than someone's hands, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that seemed like a good idea to you to collect the headliner.
Yes.
If we wanted to get to the truth.
Yes.
Okay. And after you collected this headliner, you packaged it carefully, correct?
Yes.
In accordance with all the training and experience and guidelines that you follow in the collection of evidence.
Yes.
And you submitted it to GBI, correct?
That is correct.
And GBI being the Georgia Bureau of Investigations.
Yes.
Okay. And it would be someone from the Georgia Bureau of Investigations that I would have to talk to about whether, what the results of that gunshot residue testing is, correct?
That is correct. You have to talk to them.
All right. Oh, one more thing. In your, Mr. Atkins, could you kindly publish 374 VV? Or, I'm sorry, Mr. Abate, Ms. Hilton, thank you. $374.
you know.
Thank you. Ms. Green, this is a picture that you took of the outside of the white Audi, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you noted that there was tint on the windows and the front and back windshield, correct?
Yes.
All right. From your inspection of this car, did you notice any damage to the tint of the front driver's side window?
No.
Did you notice any bubbling or scratches on the tint of the driver's side window?
No, I did not.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Weinstein?
No, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No redirect.
All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused. Call your next witness.
You have a state calls Alexander Coleman to the screen.
My name is Alexander Colvin. Last name is C-O-V as in Victor, I-N.
And good morning, Mr. Coleman. How are you?
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
I'm currently employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, Division of Forensic Sciences, commonly known as the State Crime Lab.
And what do you do for the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
I am a microanalyst or scientist in the trace evidence section.
And if you can tell the jury about your education and training.
I received a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from Albany State University. And upon being hired at the GBI Crime Lab, depending on which area of analysis they will be employing you in, you will begin a training program. So for me, when I was promoted to a scientist position, I started off in the gunshot primer residue program. And the training lasts about 6 to 8 months, was consistent of practical exercises, written and oral exams, a competency test at the end, which is like a mock case that I had to get the correct answer to, a mock trial phase, and then about a 3-month-long supervised casework phase where I was doing real casework, but my trainer was also going through some of the technical processes with me.
And have you had any training outside of your training with the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
As it pertains to gunshot primer residue, no, I have not.
While at the GBI, how many cases have you dealt with concerning gunshot residue?
Concerning gunshot residue, over 1,000 at this point.
And have you ever been qualified to testify in the state of Georgia as an expert in gunshot residue?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
About 82 or so times.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Mr. Colvin as an expert in gunshot residue and trace evidence examination.
All right, he's so qualified and may testify as an expert in those matters.
If you can tell the jurors as a microanalyst, what are some of your job duties and responsibilities?
So as a microanalyst in the trace evidence section, I perform casework in the areas of gunshot primer residue, or GSR, paints and coatings, plastics and polymers, or tape, fractured materials, and some questioned materials or general materials cases.
And if you could touch on what is gunshot residue and how is it formed?
Gunshot primer residue, or GSR, is a collection of microscopic particles that are formed when a firearm is discharged. These particles contain all three of the elements, lead, barium, and antimony, and are molten in morphology, showing that they've been exposed to a lot of heat and pressure during the discharging of that firearm.
And when the gunshot residue or the gunshot powder comes out of the firearm, what direction does it generally go in? What happens with?
The GSR particles form a vapor cloud when the firearm is discharged. So I liken it to maybe baby powder in the way it behaves, kind of a cloud or a plume around that firearm in all directions. And then also some of that GSR, the GSR particles traveling with the bullet as well.
How do you test for GSR on items or materials?
Typically, GSR is tested and collected using what we call a GSR collection kit. And these kits contain vials with what we call stubs. They're adhesive samplers, half-inch in diameter metal discs with black carbon adhesive tape on the top. And whatever surface you want to examine for GSR, whether it be a person's hands or clothing or so on and so forth, you can take those samplers and dab the surface randomly to pick up any particulate matter that is there. And then once those samplers are submitted to us, we will input them into an instrument that's called a scanning electron microscope that is equipped with an energy dispersive X-ray spectrometer, or SEM-EDS for short. And all that is just a very high-powered microscope that uses a beam of electrons instead of light, like you would usually see in a microscope that you would see in a biology classroom. This instrument will then allow us to see what's on the surface of those samplers. Any particulate matter that is there, we can see it, and then get an elemental profile of what those particles are made of. So again, with GSR, we're looking for molten particles containing all three of the elements together, lead, barium, and antimony.
Are there certain surfaces that are better to test for GSR than others?
Yes, there are. As far as like, so typically the best evidence as far as GSR is concerned is a person's hands. You can also sample surfaces such as clothing items or anything that's made of cloth or textile material. Any other surfaces can be sampled for GSR, but some surfaces don't do as well as retaining those GSR particles and as well as making it difficult to actually sample. But any surface can technically be sampled for GSR.
And if a surface is clean, so if it's your hands, if the hands are washed, or if it's a vehicle and the vehicle is cleaned, would that prevent you from getting GSR results in cases such as that? Or can it affect getting results?
Can you get closer to the mic?
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay. When it comes to a person's hands, if GSR particles are in fact there, washing the hands will cause you to remove most, if not all, of those GSR particles. The same can be generally said with other surfaces, especially harder surfaces. If you wipe those down or rinse those down, any GSR particles that are potentially there mostly will be lost. When it comes to clothing items or surfaces that are more cloth or textile material, most of those GSR particles, if they are in fact there, will also be lost. But we have seen that for example, with clothing items, very small amounts of GSR can still persist even after washing your clothes.
And in a vehicle, are there certain places that as a scientist with the GBI, that you ask law enforcement to get samples of for you to test? Are there other parts of a car that are better to test for GSR than others?
We would prefer that the headliner of a vehicle is either submitted or sampled for GSR. Again, all surfaces can be sampled for GSR inside of a vehicle, but some surfaces, the harder surfaces, just don't do as well as retaining those particles. So things such as a gear shifter or the steering wheel may not be good surfaces to sample for GSR, even though it's possible. But the headliner, maybe the headrests of the seats would be your best areas to sample for GSR.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to DOFS case number 2022-1007212, where you asked to perform any testing in that case.
Yes, I was.
And who was the agency that submitted the request?
Your Honor, may I look at my notes?
You may, if they'll help refresh your recollection.
Yes. Will they help refresh your recollection?
Yes, they will.
All right.
And I'm sorry, it was which officer?
Which agency?
Agency, the Atlanta Police Department.
And what was the agency reference number?
The agency reference number was 2207-31882.
And who requested the testing to be done?
An investigator, A.E. Hogan.
And was there a named victim on that case?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
Mr. Shamel Drinks.
And what was submitted to the GBI for testing?
So as far as GSR analysis is concerned, a headliner that is identified as being collected from an Audi A5 was submitted.
Okay. And in front of you is State's Exhibit 388BV. And there's some fresh gloves. Tell me if you recognize Exhibit 388BV.
Okay, so this is item number 1, which is containing the headliner from the Audi A5. And I recognize it by the GBI specific barcode here with the GBI case number and item number of this particular package. I also recognize this package by the seals, where I initialed the seals here when I completed the analysis, and my initials and date when I started the analysis.
And can you walk the jury through what you did with that particular piece of evidence in order to test for GSR?
Okay, so once I am assigned this particular case, I will then go and retrieve this item of evidence out of the trace evidence evidence storage location, and then begin my analysis for GSR. So for this particular case, I was tasked with actually sampling the headliner before beginning my examination. And so I took this item of evidence into a clean processing room and began sampling this headliner using those stubs or adhesive samplers that I mentioned earlier.
And when you look inside 388BV, do you see the adhesive stubs that you use in this case?
The adhesive stubs are not here unless they've been put inside. Oh, they're inside actually. So the adhesive stubs are a separate item that I created once I was finished sampling the headliner.
And when you say you sampled the headliner, what do you mean?
I will take the adhesive samplers and we call it dab randomly across the surface of that headliner. I used 2 stubs in total when it came to actually sampling the surface of the headliner. Keep in mind, this is a sampling process. Not every square millimeter of that entire headliner can be covered by these stubs. So like I mentioned, I used 2 of these stubs and then a third stub, which was just exposed to the collection environment in the processing room that I did the sampling in, just to show that there's no extraneous GSR particles in the processing room. That will also be carried along through the examination process along with the stubs that I used to sample the actual headliner.
And is there any reason why you didn't sample or take every piece of the headliner and test every piece of it? It's a large surface area, and it is not efficient to be able to, I guess, get a representative sample of the entire surface area. But, per policy for us, it is up to the examiner's discretion. Whenever the tack or the adhesive, the stickiness is lost on those samplers, you can either stop there with your sampling or use another adhesive sampler to continue sampling. And for me, I used 2 stubs for this particular headliner. Okay. And what was the results of your testing?
The samples from the headliner, from the Audi A5, failed to reveal any particles that are characteristic of GSR.
Now, since you only tested a sample of the headliner, is it possible that there could have been GSR on the portion that you did not sample or that you did not stub?
It is possible that there is a small amount of GSR somewhere on that headliner that I happened to miss with the sampling process.
Now, I want to ask you a few hypotheticals. If a person is driving a car and they pull up to a red light, and at that red light, the same driver, I'm going to ask first, sticks their hands outside of the window and they fire a .40 caliber handgun, would you expect gunshot residue to enter into the car that the driver was in?
And it is the driver that stuck the...
Yes, the driver is the person who stuck their hands outside of the window and fired the firearm.
It's possible that a small amount of GSR could still be deposited inside the vehicle through that open window or door, perhaps, but not particularly a large amount of GSR. Most of that cloud or plume of GSR particles would be outside of the vehicle, but some of that still could be deposited inside as well.
Now, hypothetically, if a person...
Ms. Hilton, if you're going to get that far away from the mic, will you use the lapel mic or pick one up and carry it with you, please?
Sure, I'll stay by the mic, Your Honor. Hypothetically, is this good? Can you hear me? Okay. Hypothetically, if a person is driving a vehicle and they have passengers in that vehicle, and for some reason they're in the same car, the passenger shoots a gun inside of the car, inside of the same car, would you expect to find GSR inside of that vehicle?
Yes, if the gun is discharged within the cabin of that vehicle, I would expect to find GSR inside of that vehicle.
Would you expect to find more GSR in that vehicle where the gun was shot in the cabin more than the gun that was shot outside of the window of the driver's side?
Yes, it is reasonable to expect that more GSR particles will be found in the vehicle where the firearm was discharged inside of the vehicle versus the vehicle where the firearm was discharged outside of the window of the vehicle.
And in this case, outside of testing the headliner, do you know anything about where that headliner came from? Outside of knowing that it came from an Audi A5, do you know anything else about that vehicle?
No, I do not.
All right. Court's indulgence for a moment. My last question for now. Do the conditions in which a vehicle is stored affect whether or not you'll be able to find GSR? So for example, if the gun is fired outside of a vehicle and the windows remain down, or the sunroof is opened, or the sunroof is opened and closed multiple times, does that at all affect whether or not you will find GSR inside of the car?
If the GSR particles are already deposited inside of the vehicle, I suppose it's possible that you would lose a small amount if the windows are down or the sunroof is open, just based on wind or maybe if it rained or something like that. But I wouldn't expect for there to be a huge difference based off of that alone.
Thank you so much. No further questions. All right.
Mr. Coven, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I appreciate you being here today. I'm going to ask you, let's play the hypotheticals first, and then I'm going to get into the work you actually did in this case, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you were just asked about some hypotheticals. Let's just be clear. In your expert opinion, if a gun was shot inside the cabin of a car and the sunroof was opened subsequently to the gunfire and the windows were opened and someone was driving around, in your expert opinion, the gunshot residue inside that car would remain, correct?
And this is after the gun was already discharged and the GSR was deposited?
Yes.
Yes, I would expect for there to be surfaces inside of that vehicle where the GSR particles remained, yes.
Okay, you were asked about a hypothetical where someone sticks their hand out the window. The driver sticks their hand out the window and shoots. Okay, first of all, there's a possibility that there would still be gunshot residue inside the cabin in that circumstance, correct?
That is correct.
Because it's a large plume of microscopic particles. How many particles are there typically, gunshot residue particles, discharged from a gun when it is fired?
We don't have a very accurate count on that for sure, because that's very difficult to count. But I would expect on the order of hundreds, at the very least, to be created when a firearm is discharged. Now, where those particles are deposited, that's a different story.
Could it be thousands?
It could be thousands. I can't say for sure. It's all dependent on how many shots we're talking about and how large the caliber of the firearm was.
And let me ask you this. So 3 to 4 shots fired outside the car, inside the car, either way, that would increase the amount of particles that are expelled from the firearm 3 to 4 times, correct?
Yes, it would, yes.
That would make it more likely, even if a gun is shot outside a window, that there would be gunshot residue within the cabin that could be detected by you later on, correct?
Yes, that is reasonable to expect that there will be more available to deposit on some surface somewhere, yes.
Okay, and while we're playing the hypothetical game, if someone stuck their arm out the window, the driver's side window of a car, and fired a gun, and it was on video, you would expect to see muzzle flashes, wouldn't you?
On video?
Yes.
That's reasonable to expect. That's Yes, with a gunfire, with a discharging firearm, yes.
You familiar with tint application?
A little bit,
Not
yes.
supposed to down the window within 24 to 48 hours after the tint is applied, correct?
That is what I've been told before, yes.
Leads to bubbling, leads to damage to the tint.
That's correct.
Okay, if a car is collected that had recently had tint applied and there was no within hours of this alleged shooting, and then there was no damage to that tint when it was later, when the car was later processed, would that be evidence that the window was never opened to shoot out at someone?
That is outside of my expertise. I'm not a window tint expert. I know I've been told that as well before with my own vehicle, but I cannot say for sure that is the case.
Underwear expert.
Well, while we were doing hypotheticals, I just wanted to ask that as well. Okay. But ultimately, getting back to the work you actually did, not hypotheticals. You've done with GBI, how long have you been working with GBI?
Over 9.5 years now.
Okay, excellent. You've done thousands of tests for gunshot residue, correct?
Just over 1,000, yes.
Just over 1,000. You've tested headliners before, correct?
Yes, I have.
This isn't the first time.
No, it's not.
Okay, headliners are a relatively common part of a car to be collected to test for gunshot residue, correct?
To either be collected or someone has sampled a headliner and submitted it to us, yes.
And the reason is because the headliner, where it's situated in the car, would be a place where the gunshot residue, if the gun is fired in the car or even potentially outside the car, would be a place where gunshot residue would be deposited, correct?
That is correct. A good area for them to be retained if they were indeed deposited.
And you said retained. Retained, also, the headliners, they're a cloth fabric, correct?
That's correct.
Textiles.
Typically.
Textiles,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Different than a hand where you sweat and different things of that nature. These textiles tend to maintain and absorb absorb's a bad word, maintain the gunshot residue particles better than skin, for instance.
That's correct. Any item that is of cloth material or textile has the ability to hold on to or retain GSR particles better than a harder surface or better than a person's hands, simply due to the fact that we use our hands a lot. The more you're touching surfaces, you're going to lose those particles, or just washing your hands will cause you to lose all of those particles.
Okay. And in your work on this case, you took the headliner and you dabbed it with those sticky tabs, correct?
That's correct.
Did everything by the procedures as you were taught, correct?
That is correct.
You did everything by the procedures as is standing operating procedure with GBI, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in fact, you used that one tab, and then in fact, you broke out a second tab and continued to dab the headliner, correct?
That is correct.
How many dabs do you do with each tab?
Again, per our policy and our standards, we are to, and then it's at the discretion of the examiner, but we will continue to dab until the tackiness or the stickiness of that adhesive surface is lost. And at that point, then you can move on to a second stub or third or however many there were, or be finished with your sampling process. So in this particular case, I can't really tell you for sure how many dabs that was. Maybe a couple dozen or more than that, but I can't tell you for sure. We don't notate how many dabs there were.
All right. And you said that just dabbing, you probably didn't cover the entire surface of the headliner, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but the reality is you don't need to effectively test for gunshot residue, correct?
That is correct. Again, unfortunately, just due to the nature of the sampling process, we can't get to every square millimeter of that entire surface. So it's possible that some things could have been missed, but This is a sampling process that is recognized throughout the forensic community and is standard for us when it comes to sampling any items.
Holmes sound like he could play Tigger in a Tyler Perry Winnie the Pooh play.
For GSR.
Well, and reality is, when we're talking about GSR, a gun doesn't disperse GSR to one little spot, all the GSR to one little spot on a headliner. It sends a plume. Correct?
That's correct. A plume or a cloud, yes.
And so when you're saying we didn't cover every little spot, in your training experience using, in fact, not only one tab, but 2 tabs and dozens of dabs, in your 9.5 years experience, you dabbed enough to get an accurate representation of whether that headliner was exposed to a plume of gunshot residue, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You felt great about the work you did. You followed all the procedures.
Yes, I did feel good about the sampling process that I did.
Okay. Let me ask you, you've said you've been called to testify 82 times.
When it comes to GSR, yes.
Is it fair to say that the majority of those times you came to testify in court, the GSR was positive?
To the majority of the time? Potentially.
Okay. Has the state called you personally as an expert in gunshot residue at times when the result was positive?
Yes, they have.
Okay. And when the result was positive, you came and shared with the jury about what the results were.
That is correct.
And it was the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, just be clear, Fulton County District Attorney's Office has called you to testify about positive results before, correct?
Objection on relevance?
Overruled. You can answer.
I cannot say for sure, remembering my results from testifying in Fulton County, but it is reasonable to expect that there were some that were positive, and I was asked to testify to my results for them here, yes.
Okay. So when the results were positive, the work was done well according to the prosecutors?
I can't really speak to...
Sustained.
Okay. All right, now, I want to ask you, going back to another hypothetical that I left out. The hypothetical of washing. Hypothetically, you can wash your hands, correct?
That is correct.
And that can remove gunshot residue.
Correct.
And you've talked about clothing and textiles and the potential to wash textiles or clothing, correct?
That's correct.
And you also said that there's studies that show even textiles or clothing, even if they go through the wash, still have gunshot residue, correct?
That is correct.
All right, but here's the thing. I want to talk about this case. Do you have any evidence? Is there any evidence that you noted in your report, any evidence that this headliner had been washed?
There's no evidence that was noted or given to me that would indicate that it had been washed, but I would never really know for sure. Based off of what I am given to examine for the GSR analysis.
Well, I want to talk about the premise of the hypothetical. You do not have any evidence that this headliner was washed.
No, I do not.
Okay. All right, and ultimately, the results.
Slap.
Well, we talked about hundreds or thousands, or you said maybe thousands, of particles. What is the threshold? I know that you said it's negative. The headliner was on each and every one of those tabs. When you looked under the scanning electron microscope with the beams, the electron beams, the result was negative. But what I want to know, what is the threshold for a positive
We don't really use the word positive. It's just, is the GSR there or not? And all you need is just one particle to say that, yes, there are particles characteristic of GSR present on this surface.
So all you need is one particle under that scanning electron microscope with the electron beams to be a positive result.
That is correct.
And in this case, the result of that headliner was negative, meaning you did not even see one.
Hold up. Shot, you throwing up little bees, bro. You better be careful.
One particle of gunshot residue on that headliner.
That is correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
I want to thank you.
Mr. Shar just asked you if there was evidence that the car was washed. Do you know, sitting here, if there's evidence that it was not washed or cleaned?
No, I do not.
Mr. Shar asked you about muzzle flashing on a video. Do you remember him asking about that?
Yes.
If the video is grainy, would you expect to see muzzle flash?
Yes.
I really can't tell you for sure without.
Exactly. But yes. Actually, in grainy footage, light is one thing that you would see, especially spontaneous light. So you would. Grainy footage doesn't block light. It blocks detail. Sorry. You got me here, guys. Yeah, I'm an expert. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Actually seeing the video myself, I suppose the graininess of video could impact that, but I can't say for sure.
And just because you don't see muzzle flash, does that mean a shooting did not occur?
I'm not really too sure on that one either.
You talked about a plume, the smoke or the cloud that comes out. The direction of the cloud, is that in the direction of the projectile of the bullet? Is that the direction of the plume that we are talking of?
So the plume or cloud is formed around the discharging firearm. Yes, the plume could have a more dense population of GSR particles in certain areas, depending on the environmental factors or what type of firearm it was. But it is a cloud or a plume of GSR particles that is created. And then you will also have some GSR particles traveling in the direction of the bullet with the bullet itself.
Can the length of time between the depositing of the GSR and the testing affect whether or not you will find GSR?
Yes, it can, just due to any factors or any events that could have occurred in the interim. So those GSR particles are deposited. Were they washed or wiped away or lost for whatever environmental reasons? That could affect the amount of GSR particles that are picked up when when it's finally sampled for GSR. Of course, I can't say for sure what happened, but those are things that can affect any GSR examination, yes.
And do you have in your notes when you tested the headliner?
I sampled the headliner on June 1st, 2022.
All right. And again, cleaning, vacuuming inside of a car, inside of a vehicle, that can affect whether or not we find GSR. Is that fair?
Yes.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes, that will affect the amount of GSR particles that are there.
you. No further questions.
So now we're dealing with a hypothetical about vacuuming.
Side note, yo, how much money and damage does the police do to vehicles that they didn't need to do? Wow.
Do you have any evidence that this headliner was vacuumed?
No, I do not.
Okay. And when I understand that you collected the samples on June 1st, 2022?
That's correct.
When did you receive the headliner from APD?
APD submitted the headliner on March 23rd, 2022.
Okay, between March 23rd, may I approach? Mm-hmm. And this is the headline?
Yes.
Okay, between March 23rd and June 1st, did the headliner, was it continuously, uninterruptedly kept in this evidence bag?
Based on the notes that I have and the records that I have, yes, it was.
And this evidence bag was sealed?
Yes, it was.
So no one from GBI took this headliner between March 23rd and June 1st and stuck it in the laundry?
No, they did not.
No one took the headliner and went out on Panthersville Road and ran in the yard with the headliner, just waving it around?
That's correct. No, they did not.
Okay, it was maintained in this sealed evidence bag?
Yes, it was.
Just like all other evidence that is brought in to GBI for testing, correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you,
are
sweet cheeks.
excused. Helen Schultz, next witness.
Thank you.
That boy, they call it. They call that boy Heavenly at the office.
Relatively short, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go ahead and call another witness before lunch.
They call that boy Heavenly Ham.
Your Honor, the state calls Investigator Kilgore to the stand.
Oh, man. They call that boy Heavenly Ham at the office.
I wanted to ask you about some additional NIBIN testing that you performed.
Okay.
So I wanted to ask you if you analyzed any NIBIN 9mm cartridge cases related to...
What is this? I don't like it.
March 2022 in this case.
Which case number is that?
So I'm going to start with APD case number 220841701.
Okay. Yes, on that particular case, we received 15 9mm cartridge cases, 140 cartridge case, and a metal jacket fragment.
Now, with that case, when did you get those items?
We received those on March the 30th, 2022.
And after you received those, did you submit them into the NIBIN system?
We did.
What did you get, if any, as any results?
On those particular 9mm cartridge cases, we came up with 4 potential leads to other cases in the system.
And when you get leads, do you yourself keep like an Excel spreadsheet of a NIBIN lead?
Yes, we have an Excel spreadsheet with the numbers of the total number of NIBIN leads that we have found at the lab to date.
Yes.
Oh, man. You put us on the wall, tap the like button, help me get the 500 likes, y'all. Salute to everybody in here. I appreciate you being here. If you're new, subscribe to the channel. Yeah. Yup. Lunchtime. They ain't say lunchtime yet. Nah, they ain't go to lunch yet. They bust that watch down. To be honest, you can't. You can't really sell that watch on the market. You're not going to get the right amount of money for it. So I'm gonna keep it real. Like, nah, that watch ain't worth that much on the black market. I'm gonna tell y'all one thing. Cause look, you hot. You hot if you wear it. Cause it's distinctive. They ain't make but so many. So look, if you don't got a whole bunch of watches like that, you can't even wear that one. You feel me? So look, nobody on the black market really gonna take it because they don't want, you feel me? If they could afford another one. Yeah, it ain't got no value on the streets. I'm gonna keep it real, y'all. That jewelry stuff. And look, it got serial numbers all on it. Real jewelry got serial numbers and all types of stuff. We talking about diamonds with serial numbers. No paperwork. I mean, they gonna know it's real. If it's you take it to the right people, they gonna know it's real. But they gonna, I mean, it's hot, bro. You can't even take a picture with that thing, to be honest. Ain't like it's $1 million I'm out.
Now, Investigator Kilgore, did you ever have, with the case number we just discussed, a NIBIN lead for a case, an APD case number ending in 00312?
Yes, we did.
And you see that whiteboard to your right shoulder?
Yes.
Is that top case number 2207-00312 one of the NIBIN leads?
Yes, it is.
I think so too, Waters.
And, Your Honor, subject to stipulation by the parties, this is related to the March 11, 2022 murder of Darius Ford and Christian McMiller. Now, Investigator Kilgore, did the 9mm cartridge cases that were tethered to the case we just discussed on March 11, 2022, did they ever have any connection to the second APD case number, that whiteboard beneath you, 220750015?
Yes, there was an additional lead to that case number also.
Oh, yeah.
And so essentially those two in case numbers and the second one that we just discussed pertaining to the stipulation, 2830 Waters Road, shell casings collected, the 9mm cases from those two incidents matched one another per your system.
Yes, there was a potential NIBIN lead between the three of those.
And as you have discussed to this jury before, once you got the NIBIN computer system match, did you conduct the your own review of those images?
Yes, once the matches come back on the computer system, we review the images. We look to see if we see enough similarities between them to send them to the GBI lab for confirmation. And at that point, we do a report saying we have a NIBIN lead on it and disseminate it to detectives.
And what was the day that this initial NIBIN lead came to your attention?
Our print off from the day that we got these leads was April 7th, 2022.
I need to stop y'all for just a minute.
Yes, Your
There's
Honor.
a juror that really needs to use the restroom.
Understood, Your Honor.
And I don't know who it is, but how much longer do we have with this witness?
Um, I have one more question.
Can 2 more minutes, or is it a right now situation? Go ahead. Go ahead. Thank you.
Kilgore, after you did that match, did you transport those 9mm shell casings to the GBI?
Yes, they go to the GBI after that for confirmation.
Thank you, sir. No further questions by the state.
No questions.
All right. We'll break for lunch. Let's plan for y'all to be back at 1, please. Yeah.
I'm here, y'all. What y'all think? It's lunchtime. Tap the like button. You ain't got to go nowhere. I'm going to hold it down. I ain't going to put y'all on the wall today. Let's see what they talking. Who ain't here? Put ones in the chat if you still here, y'all. Come on, we rocking. Y'all want me to stay? Ones in the chat if y'all want me to rock out during lunch, man. If y'all don't want the wall. If you don't want the wall, man, put ones in the chat. Straight up, y'all. Show me some love. What's up? I'm in here. I was chilling. Oh, there they go. Hey, the wall. All right, so which way y'all want to go with it during lunch, y'all? Y'all want to do a recap or y'all want to go somewhere else with it? So, treat y'all like stepkid? Nah, my energy, I ain't want to fake no energy, so I was just chilling. All right, so look, boom. All right. So, March 11th, Darius Ford, Christian McMillan gets smoked, right? Then Shamel drinks on the 14th.
You know.
Right? Then Young Thug baby mother on the 17th. I think that's weird. Yeah. Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. So look, boom. That's what I've been looking into, the combination pack. Now look, we got Rudy and we got Kenny Boo. Now I got Donovan Thomas too. And I got some other bloods that died around this time too, y'all. That's not been I need to do some research. So in between these people, y'all, we got other people. So I got Donovan Thomas too. I got Slide. So, yeah, that's what I've been on. You mean, I got some other things I've been on too, y'all. So, yeah, that's that. You mean, but I got a feeling there might be some other people in the middle. Tap likes. Help me get some more people in here. So, which part y'all want to rewind to? Short doing the cross exam on who? Y'all want to skip to all the short parts? Or how y'all want to do it?
And were you able to assist in identifying any of those suspects for Detective Hogan?
I was.
Out for the jury. Belknap, you never took out any warrants for any of the drugs.
It's a little difficult to tell from this picture.
Okay, and what can you tell us about this gun?
And this appears to be a tan Glock semi-automatic handgun.
Okay. Is that a switch?
Does not appear to be.
The fifth gun?
Oh, hold up, y'all. I got some paperwork from the dudes who smoked Big Boo. Yeah. So, hold up. Let me see. Y'all want to see some of that? The dudes who smoked Big Boo. Now, allegedly, they knew yo, and they was coming from the clubs. So the paperwork with Big Boo kind of fishy, y'all. Real rap. The Big Boo paperwork fishy, y'all. I'm saying fish stick. So they saying them boys was riding around the clubs and then just wound up out there. Then the homeboy just smoked them too. I ain't even gonna lie. I was reading through the court documents, y'all. I downloaded a couple.
That would be 15XX.
Okay. What can you tell us about this gun? Is there another picture associated with that gun?
14XX and 15XX.
14XX. Let's go with that. What can you tell us about this gun?
It's another semi-automatic handgun. Also appears to be a Smith & Wesson.
Okay. And how about
Big Boo paperwork? it's not necessarily paperwork. Let me put it all the way together before I bring it forth, y'all, because I don't want to halfway do it, because I downloaded multiple paperwork. So let me go through it and condense it into a video that's right. I'm going to try to do something that's right with it, y'all. So let me just, you know what I mean? I don't want to just tell y'all real quick and just get the speed chopping it up. So let me go through it and try to formulate it right so it makes sense. So it's evergreen. You feel me?
The 6 gun.
This is 51, 52, and 53 XX. The FN.
All these people was born. Go back to when he grabbed the brown paper bag. You gotta tell me. You gotta give me a time stamp. I ain't gonna lie. You gotta tell me when. I don't know. I don't know when he grabbed the brown paper bag. When he grabbed it.
And a Nissan Versa.
And did you have any particular order as to how you process?
Close to the end. I mean, bro, come on. Come on, y'all terrible with that. Close to the end.
March 23rd and June 1st and stuck it in the laundry?
No, they did not.
No one
Bro,
took the headliner
that's
and
not
started,
working.
went out on Panthersville Road and ran in the yard with the headliner, just waving it around?
That's correct. No, they did not.
Okay, it was maintained in a sealed evidence bag?
Yes, it was.
Just like all other evidence that is...
Y'all spoiled for real. I'm close.
brought in to GBI for testing, correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused.
From GBI took this headliner between...
APD submitted the headliner on March 23rd, 2022.
Okay, between March 23rd, may I approach?
Mm-hmm.
And this is the headline?
Yes.
Okay, between March 23rd and June 1st, did the headliner, was it continuously, uninterruptedly kept in this evidence bag?
Based on the notes that I have and the records that I have, yes, it was.
And this evidence bag was sealed?
Yes, it was.
So no one from GBI took this headliner between March 23rd and June 1st and stuck it in the laundry?
No, they did not.
No one took the headliner and went out on Panthersville Road and ran in the yard with the headliner, just waving it around?
That's correct. No, they did not.
Okay, it was maintained in this sealed evidence bag?
What do you mean? What shot mean? They ran out like they was on a Summer Breeze douche commercial and was just like running like it was, you know, in the field, and it was like a woman in slow motion with like a flower dress on, and they was happy and giddy and they was smiling when they turned around towards the camera, but it was really a Summer's Eve commercial. Why you say it like that, y'all? And your home stage.
Just like was maintained in this seal with the head, went out on Panthersville Road and ran in the yard with the headliner, just waving it around?
Why you do that?
That's correct. No, they did not.
It was maintained in this...
Yo said no, they did not. Like he wished they would have. Like, I wish we could do that at work. Did he?
Sealed.
It was butterflies out there and all that, wasn't it?
Evidence bag?
Yes, it was.
Just like all other
The flavor of the box say birds and the bees.
evidence that is brought in to GBI for testing.
It's a flavor.
Correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. How long shall's next witness?
Thank you.
Yo, crazy.
Relatively short, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go ahead and call another witness
Do that.
before lunch.
It's raining men.
The state calls investigator Kilgore to the stand.
Yo, yeah, these people boring, y'all. Hold on. We ain't got no action. Sharp was seeming like he was turning up. That shit was cat. It wasn't no real turn up.
About the next gun, and the 45. Do you have any ballistic evidence linking those guns to the January 10th, 2015 shooting of Donovan Thomas?
I didn't conduct any ballistics investigation.
That's yes or no. Why they don't never do yes or no, y'all? Real rap. Why they don't never, like, on questions like that? They seem to always do these, like, long-worded answers to beat around the bush versus saying yes or no.
On the firearms, so I don't have any ballistics evidence related to these.
Do you have any evidence that connects them to the January 10th shooting of Donovan Thomas as we sit here today?
I do not.
Okay. And how about, and let me ask you, okay, and how about this? Those two guns, the 5.7 and the 45, do you have any ballistic evidence that connects those guns to the March 14, 2017 shooting of Shamel Drinks?
I don't have ballistic evidence of any kind related to these weapons.
In fact, neither the 5.7 or the 45 even shoots 40 caliber. They're not capable of shooting 40 caliber rounds, are they?
Neither is chambered to shoot a 40 caliber round.
Okay.
That's a yes or no, like your bro. You see?
Just a couple more questions. You indicated that Detective Hogan had you look at the video for the FedEx to identify Mr. Stillwell and also Mr. Nichols, correct?
I reviewed the video at some point. I believe that what I initially saw were some of the social media photos of Mr. Nichols. I don't remember what I saw initially.
Did you review the BP video at some point?
At some point, yes.
Okay. This is what I want to know. Did you ever review with Detective Hogan or by yourself the FedEx video from March 14th, 2017? Excuse me, March 14th, 2022.
I don't recall if I ever reviewed that video or not.
Okay, so you're not even certain if you've ever seen that video?
I don't know. I'm not certain if I have or not.
Okay. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Redirect. Oh, okay. Come on up.
I know I'm surprising the quote.
Sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have met. It's good to see you again.
Yes, sir, you too.
So I have some questions about what you said today. You mentioned that to Mr. Shart that Mr. Kendrick was present in the house at Allison Drive on May 9th, 2022, correct?
I don't recall exactly what his question was, but yes.
Okay. Did you actually see Mr. Kendrick in the house?
I did not.
Okay. The 6 guns.
Just send me an email of what?
That were found in that house, in Mr. Williams' house. Do you have any evidence that Mr. Kendrick was ever in possession of those 6 guns?
I do not.
Do you have any evidence that he was anywhere near those 6 guns?
I do not.
Did you take part in the inventory, possession, or transport of the jewelry that was found in Mr. Williams' home?
My role during the search was to take photographs of evidence as it was recovered.
Do you recall there being 2 Richard Mille watches in Mr. Williams' home?
I don't know if I would know those if I saw them. So I don't know if there were 2 or not.
Okay. Do you recall seeing it's a Richard Mille brand. I understand you don't know what that brand would look like, but do you recall seeing a white ceramic watch with a pink band in the jewelry that you collected, or that was collected in that home?
I believe one was. Do I remember seeing it? I certainly don't a couple years later.
Okay. If a Richard Mille RM055 Bubba Watson white ceramic watch is not present in property today, do you know what happened to that watch?
I wouldn't have any idea.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
All right, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Belknap, on cross, you were asked by defense counsel about the May 9th search of Jeffery Williams' home. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Now, you actually were the photographer of those crime scene photographs we walked through, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, you remember being asked questions about, I believe it was the 6 firearms that you found in that house.
Yes, sir.
And if they have any ballistic evidence to the March 14th, 2022 murder of Shamel Drinks. Do you
Correct.
recall that?
Yes.
Now, how many months later was this search from March 14th, 2022?
That'd be 2 months later.
Was Demekion Garlington arrested on May 9th, 2022 at Jeffery Williams' home?
He was not.
Was Shannon Stillwell arrested on May 9th, 2022 in Jeffery Williams' home?
No, he was not.
What about Miles Farley?
He was not.
What about Quarmavius Nichols?
He was not.
Now, I want to also ask you as the photographer, I'm going to publish what's marked as 64 X-ray. It's going to come up on the big screen and on your computer. Is this one of the photographs that you took?
It appears to be.
I'm going to go to 65 X-ray. Is this one of the photographs that you took?
It is.
Why did you take this photograph?
In documenting this scene, we saw this pamphlet for Mr. McMiller's funeral. Mr. McMiller was associated with YSL with Mr. Williams and had been shot and killed.
What was the date that he was murdered?
It was March 11th of 2022.
And do you recall if that murder was at a house or on a highway?
It was on the highway.
Is it, I don't have pointer, but on this whiteboard, is that March 11th, 2022 and I-75-85?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And was Shamel Drinks murdered how many days after March 11th?
I believe it was 3 days later.
Now, I also want to ask you about, thank you, Mr. Vadi. You were asked on cross by defense counsel about a watch. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, I'm just going to come out and ask you because we've been dancing around it. Did you steal any watch or know of any APD personnel who stole any item from that house?
Absolutely not.
Can you tell the jury the protocols that are in place when you document? Was everyone wearing body cam?
They were.
And can you describe for the jury the process y'all have when you go through that large amount of evidence on a scene like that? In terms of, do you video when you're putting it into property?
Yes, usually our body cameras will be running during the search of the home, during the transport, and at property when submitting property.
And were you all on scene or working that case for a short time or a long time?
We were out there for several hours.
You know,
one brief moment, Your Honor.
Yeah, they whole case falling apart. All right, who want to pull up?
Detective Belknap.
Thank you.
All right, any recross?
Briefly.
Who want to pull up and talk?
you were asked on redirect if you're aware of any member of the APD that would have stolen this particular watch I asked you about, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have full...
I don't.
Nope.
If this particular watch, this Richard Mille watch, ceramic watch, is present in a photo...
Hey, yo, one's in the chat if Weinstein wanted to watch, and he already made a deal. If he could recover the watch, then technically that'll cover the whole cost of the trial. That's what he done told Yak. If you could get me that pink watch, that Richard Mille, yo keep saying it like he want that thing, don't he? That thing pink too. That thing pink too. That boy want that thing.
From Jeffery Williams' home, and it is no longer present.
He looked at that thing on the internet
right now.
He said, "Oh man,
could anything have happened to that watch other than it have been stolen or lost?"
Well, no, not every
his
item
wife.
that we
No, for
photograph
him,
is
boy.
ultimately taken as evidence. And I think there are probably a broad number of possibilities of what could have happened to that watch other than it being stolen or lost.
That's why he keep popping up talking about the white porcelain. He like it because it's white porcelain, y'all. With the pink, he flustered with it.
Is it the practice of your office to leave behind a $500,000 watch when you're seizing jewelry?
I don't know that I can answer that as far as practices go. I have no idea the value of this watch that we're discussing, so I'm woefully uneducated as far as that goes. And I can tell you that, unfortunately, as diligent as we are, sometimes
now you
evidence
uneducated.
is left behind at scenes. In this case, I don't have any.
Oh, when it comes to the watch, you uneducated, but y'all experts on everything else. Okay.
Specific information about this particular watch.
Can you explain to the jury the procedure when you go about seizing a vehicle, such as you?
Look at Black Yo in the back. Look at the security guard face, y'all. He know they stole it. Look at the security guard face. One's in the chat if you see the security guard face, y'all. Look. Look at the play. Look at the play. Yeah, all men do like watch. Well, not all men. Watches have a status in the community. So even if you don't really collect them or you don't really rock with watches, you might not be familiar with it, right? You can tell when a watch really costs money versus being kind of fake to a certain extent, right? So his lack of concern for it, technically, I'm going to have to say the way police act, they be privy to this type stuff, y'all, because this they come up. That's why they willing to work a $40,000 to $50,000, $60,000 a year job. Well, some of them 100, but still, they be stealing. And it's the perks that come with it. Yeah, us as people in the streets, you can have that. What you ready to do, especially when ain't nobody looking. So you know they dirtbagging. We done seen it a whole bunch. You know what I mean? We done seen them, crack safes, turn in a percentage of the money. You feel me?
Such as was seized at Jeffery Williams' home.
As far as the procedure, we would call a tow truck to come and tow that vehicle to another location.
Is there any searching of the vehicle and inventorying of property within that vehicle at the time of the seizure?
It can depend on the scene and if there's a search warrant for the vehicle or if the vehicle is accessible. Sometimes the keys may not be present, can't access a vehicle, and sometimes it's towed to a secure location to conduct an inventory or further processing of that vehicle.
If the vehicle is accessible at the scene and you have a warrant that allows you to enter that vehicle, what's the procedure for what you do with the contents of the vehicle?
Typically, those contents would be cataloged, valuable items may be secured, evidence may be seized.
Is the procedure to leave valuable items within the vehicle?
Not typically, and again, that could be...
Hey, bro, I think I got the paperwork that talk about what they confiscated in a different lawsuit. If y'all want to look up what the description of the watches and everything, they I think is in the paperwork. So if you Google Jeffrey name, Thug name, and Duke, all of the stuff is underneath their name in a separate lawsuit. Them two versus Georgia. So if you Google it, it'll pop up the lawsuit with all of this stuff that they took. Cars, I forgot. I came on and told y'all before, but it's still petty. It's like, yo, that's light. They got a bank account with like 100 and something thousand or something. Don't quote me though. Couple cars, nothing real exotic though, but a Lambo. Like it's like a Lambo Range, that type stuff. Nothing all the way. Like a lot of the cars was 2016, 18, 20. You feel me? It wasn't even like, they just came and swooped up everything Holmes got and it's all this value. Nah. They ain't got all of your belongings. Nah, they got what was, you feel me? I don't know what that is, but that ain't, nah. And a lot of the jewelry was rented. Allegedly, in another lawsuit, the jewelers are filed to get the jewelry back, $1 million worth. Yeah, I did a video on that at the beginning. It might be still on my page.
Case dependent if the vehicle is going to be removed to another secure location for further processing.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for your time. You are excused.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
United States calls crime scene tech Antoinette Green.
He try to show a little cleavage. Girl, what you doing, girl? They really, what y'all think about them speeding through these witnesses now in comparison to how they was rocking before? Yeah, I seen it.
Antoinette Green, ANTONETTEGREEN.
And welcome back. You've been here before with us, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to
that GSR, the GSR particles traveling with the.
No, we ain't doing Tigger. The judge told him to hurry up, but why hurry up once it got to voting time? So we get the Halloween, Thug get a plea deal. Then all of a sudden, everybody want to take plea deals, and now the court on hyper speed. Yeah, at the speed of a light rail. Yup. Like, that's crazy. We sat here all this time with the slowest pace of any trial. We talking about, we kept asking, didn't they ask that already? Remember that, y'all? We kept asking, like, yo, how long? Like, golly. Now, all of a sudden, they breezing through to where as though you don't even get a taste of a person. Pause. You don't even get to put your tongue on it. You know what I mean?
Bullet as well.
how do you test for GSR on items or materials?
Typically, GSR is tested.
Yo, if it is connected to politics, how strong is it connected? So it was just a play for politics? Like, you feel me? So if it was just for that, to what extent? Is it, you know, full fluff and they just putting on a, you know, some type of little show for us? Or they just chose the timing around now and it, you know, it just played out like it played. Or they knew they ain't have a case and they just wanted to go to the show before the, you know, time to vote. And Fannie got what she needed. Trump got what he needed. Did Fannie and Trump win over more Georgia people? Did both of them win, y'all? Real rap. I suspected this in the beginning, but I'm asking on the back end because I can't tell. Seriously. I felt like nobody's losing, y'all. Like, she shining light on Holmes, but what she doing is she piggybacking. You know what I mean? So it's like, he ain't going down. But what she doing is she making black people in her arena have sympathy for him, and she making herself popular. He ain't going down, though. You feel me? Like, the whole thing was felonious. Hence, I wasn't really paying attention to it. If y'all notice, I ignored it. Like, no matter how much Georgia News was promoting Ashley Merchant and these people about the Trump and Fannie Willis is being investigated. And here she is, voted back in, y'all. All that smoke. You feel me?
And collected using what we call a GSR collection.
You smell
kit. And these kits contain vials with what we call stubs. They're adhesive samplers, half-inch in diameter metal discs with black carbon adhesive tape on the top. And whatever surface you want to examine for GSR, whether it be a person's hands or clothing or so on and so forth, you can take those samplers and dab the surface randomly to pick up.
Man, let's get to something with some flavor.
After driving the Audi out of the rental facility, where did you go?
To my car.
Which car is that?
My Charger.
Where was the Charger at?
At the airport.
So did you drive the Charger to the airport? And then you all picked up the Audi from the airport?
What? Yeah. I was following him.
Okay. If you were in your Charger, before you get to the airport, if you're in the Charger, what car was Mr. Jackson driving?
The rental car.
The SUV.
We was going to return it, but we didn't know if we could get a car, so we didn't want to be stranded there. We couldn't get it.
Okay. So you take the SUV and return the SUV to the Enterprise at the airport, and then you go to the Alamo to go rent the Audi.
At the airport.
At the airport. All right. Once you drive out of the airport rental facility in the Audi, and you get back into your Charger, do you ever drive that Audi again?
Probably around Douglas.
Yeah, y'all, salute to everybody in here. What's up?
Can't tell if it's a dream or if it's real life. Rewind the last days on a still night. He ain't played for a minute, but he's still nice. If the beat got 2 empty verses, then it get killed twice. Backpack rapper with the drugs in it. My man don't talk on his phone cause bugs in it. He told me do my thing, just put your blood in it. Thinking out the box, my nigga, but ain't no bugs in it.
I ain't saying he's guilty. I don't know what.
They claiming that they ball, but they fake injuries. I was in the lab making remedies. We was in the streets trying to make it in the industry.
Appreciate your blood. Appreciate your blood.
Yeah, you heard me?
Break it. Respect that on your neck. I know you gonna break that.
That's not the Birdman chain from the closet. And what's up with that pyramid? The pigs will treat you greasy if you sitting clean. I'm from where the pawns will make a move. Get rocks thrown at you if you tell the truth.
He caught bad time, had to sell the coupe. Rough out here like corn liquor, nigga, you can't tell the proof. Chocolate Dutchess don't get me high like a vanilla dude. My life is like a movie, ain't no beat, bro. Sell a cameraman to get me when the weeds roll. They barely scratch the surface like a keyhole. I ride even though it's gonna be toast. Maybe it's a dream, or maybe it's reality. They wanna put a cap on me and my salary, but I'm just laying back, blowing on my salary. Maybe it's a dream, or maybe it's reality. They wanna put a cap.
Yo, he got that pyramid on for this. So that pyramid represent.
Motherfucker, the head is a motherfucker.
Grateful. No, we gonna come over there to you.
What that is, y'all.
Almost hit it right.
Perfect, right?
Appreciate your blood.
Yeah, boy. That way.
Appreciate your blood.
Yeah, you heard me? Gratefully.
Look.
Respect that on your neck.
What?
I know you gonna rep that shit to the day we
Motherfucker, the
die.
head is a motherfucker.
Bro. What is like, bro, this don't even make sense. Yo, explain this, bro.
Almost hit it right.
Perfect, right?
Appreciate your blood.
Yeah, boy. That way.
Appreciate your blood.
You heard me? Gracefully.
Appreciate you, blood. Why y'all ain't in the indictment? Man. Technically, it represent what? Nah, get out of here, cuz. Yo, don't talk like that in here, bro. Don't do that.
Well, or something. I don't know. I don't remember.
Technically, it mean the third eye. Come on, baby. What?
The robbery that happened on March 9th, where did that occur?
Mechanicsville.
In Mechanicsville? Were you staying in Mechanicsville at the time?
No.
Where were you when the robbery took place? Where were you?
In the stairway.
Of where? An apartment, a house?
Apartment.
Whose apartment?
My friend.
Do you know in...
All right, hold on. Let's go. Since we got people leaving out, let's get spicy. Hey, yo, what's up with this? Look, y'all see, as soon as I went a little bit left, look at the numbers. As soon as I went a little left, people went out. Well, fuck you. You know what I mean? I was being cordial all morning. Fuck you if you left out. Yeah, I hope you trip on a dick. Yo, so what's up with this, though? Robert, salute. Salute to Robert. Rob do. Salute, Rob. Yo, what's up with this? Somebody tell me what this mean. Can somebody decipher? Brother GM, what does this mean? Grandmaster Terrell Davis L. Like Robeson L? Yeah, y'all hit the Cash App. I'm about to heat up. Fuck that. Fuck them. Yeah, what's up? Let's yeah, we got half an hour. What's up? Yeah. L short for God. Oh yeah? What about Robeson now? So them L's, Thug got them L's on call, and he tried to line his man up. What, that was a sacrifice at the beginning of his career? And they just ain't hit him? Robeson L missed. He tried to sacrifice some guys with the flying car, and the play went sour. Then they covered it up. Ugh. 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 Hey, yo, wasn't the barbershop that Detective Dennis was running the cops and barbers out of, wasn't that a Morris barbershop? That was a Morris Science barbershop that they was doing that cops and clippers, wasn't it? And didn't Robeson L get in trouble for smoking another guy at the police station with another L dude? Like, his name wasn't L, but it was something similar. Like Mohammedine or something, you feel me? One of them type of Jones, you heard? I swear. Didn't they say Robeson L from Baltimore, didn't they? Yo, why Bean and them was driving that car like that? They was scared for their life, huh? Hey, yo, so you mean to tell me Thug came up the street and sent them boys on a fake lick? And they almost got smoked? Damn. Everybody got charged but him. And Reds wound up smoking himself. All these dudes willing to go to the clink. His charge wasn't holding that much time, y'all. So he smoked himself. But a charge we see everybody going to jail for. And Georgia ain't even holding dudes in the clink that long, according to what we see. So Dirty Red smoked himself, y'all. Look at the numbers, y'all. Look at the people. Where the people going? Where the people going? Hello? 007. What about Bishop Blood? Man, game over. Bishop Blood. I'm doing too much now. Let me go back quiet. Let me let my man Manny Fresh get up there. Thank you, Slime. Sons of Mount Zion Lodge 007. What's that, y'all? Memphis. UMA. Universal Master Architect. What does that UMA stand for? UMA and one of our own brothers of the Sons of Mount Zion Lodge. What is UMA? Universal Master Architect. Hello? Somebody get me right. Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to Trizzy, man. Well, I guess that don't mean nothing. He home now, so he Gucci. I wonder if his brothers came and met up with him. try something else, y'all. Alright. Yo, if this thug girl, right? Well, his baby mother. Is this her brother? Or that's just a coincidence? I just found that odd, y'all. 5 days apart. With that La in the beginning of the name. I'm reaching. Same last name. With that LaDirk, LaKevia. I just know families that name their children like that, right? So I was just wondering, who's Holmes? I mean, I was reaching a little bit, just wondering though. Shorty ain't got no brother, do she? Yeah, slime. I know. And I ain't even one to be doing that. Like, yo, they look like they, nah, but like, bro, I really felt like this ain't no reach right here. Like, hold up. 5 days apart. All jokes aside, y'all, look. Say Holmes smoked at a hookah lounge. Promoter. I just thought that was odd. He 24. She 31. 5 days apart. I found some other anomalies on here too, though. Like, hold up. I don't see Tariq Rivers on here. Which is weird. Hold up, though. What's the other homeboy name, y'all, that got smoked? Alright, look, y'all, let me show y'all something. Hold on. Put it like this, y'all. The Bloods was already beefing, y'all. Check this out. Watch this. Look. 2 Bloods on the same day, November 5th, 2015. Look at Holmes. Look what he got on, y'all. So I thought I was reaching, right? I'm like, hold up. I see this San Francisco, right? I say, hold up. Who's Holmes, right? Look, check it out. Then I check his mans. Look. Now I'm reaching, y'all. Don't pay no attention. You feel me? I ain't doing nothing. I'm just checking the stats. Just saying what's going on in the streets. November. Same day, 2 Bloods. Hold up. Hold on. I think it's, hold on. The weird part about it, all right, there go Nut. All right, so go before Nut. All right, you got these 2. I'm acting like a police right now. Look, I'm going off pictures. These boys got tats on their face. 2014 in Atlanta. What they on? All right, look, Holmes got the beads. Look, I done found about 4 or 5 pictures with the niggas with the beads. So like, you can literally go through here, y'all, and start picking out just off of pictures, y'all. No cap. Now I ain't saying it's connected to nothing. I'm just going off of just rough scrolling through, and I'm like, hold on, bro. Going off last names, pictures, DB. Yeah, what is it? Bennett? His last name Bennett. What was the date? 2013? Oh. Blue Da Vinci little brother, y'all. In 2006. I don't even remember this. Blue Da Vinci brother. Yeah. But yeah, I was just scrolling through, y'all. We got a whole bunch of people with the last name Williams, y'all. These 3 Williams got smoked on the same day in the summer. Now, I'm reaching right now, y'all. I'm not putting it together. I'm just saying. I just was looking. Look, then we got a Willie Greer. Look at this, y'all. We got what's the coincidence of that? The day, you got 3 Williamses, then a Greer. The day after. I ain't making this up, y'all. Look. Literally 3 Williams, and this one named Jeffery Williams. Look at this, y'all. Look, his name Jeffery Williams. All 3 of them got smoked same day. All right, look, then a Willie Greer. What? You can't make this up. I was just scrolling though, y'all. I ain't saying nothing. I don't know what it means. But I was just going through, checking it out, checking out the timeline. Hey, yo, what's Quindarius Zachary brother name? I don't see him either. I don't see Tariq Rivers or Quindarius Zachary brother. I ain't see my man either. His last name was Zachary, wasn't it? We got a whole bunch of Jacksons on here, y'all. There go Rudy.
You know,
there go Quentin Porter. Big Boo. But yeah, it get different going through here. Hold on. Oh, there go Marlo. Now, the reason why I came on here and was looking by Nut, because they said Nut got some dudes stepped on. So I'm like, hold on. Ooh. Who he get stepped on? Tap the like button, y'all. This different. You feel me? I know some people left out. They want to look at the wall. I ain't got no time for that. Yeah. Yo, it's a lot of law on here once you get down here to the bottom. I don't know what they had going on. But it's like they was only tracking police. But I found this 2 police with the same last name. Smoke, same year. Well, no, the next year. Couple months apart. Well, almost a year. Yeah, but I was in the cut, y'all. My bad. what's up with that? Salute to everybody in here. I appreciate y'all being here. Y'all awesome. Yeah, I just took us down a little rabbit hole real quick.
Respect that on your neck. I know you gonna rep that shit.
That's your man, though. Yeah, this what they out in the streets doing. You see a man? So he back sleeping with his lover. Shining on him. He on the street, you heard? Everybody else in the Klinkmeister. Yeah. That's your gangster, though. That's your gangster. That's your gangster. That's y'all gangster, man. Yeah, that's the one you love. That's the one you love. Mm-hmm.
Any particulate matter that is there.
We back on the wall, babe. What y'all thinking, though? So Yak made out. So Yak up out of here, y'all. I just thought about this. Tap the like button. So Yak is smooth sailing. That's what's going on. We just watching Stillwell on trial. That's what's going on. Slime. The Slime Meisters. What does SB stand for? Mm-hmm. Yak in there for allegedly the Donovan Thomas and standing on the car. Salute, Pat. Cookie Chip. You still trying to figure out if the two Jacksons related? You mean his girlfriend and Shannon Jackson? I ain't gonna lie, that name Jackson is one of the names I ain't even gonna assume that y'all connected, but I'm not gonna say y'all not. Yeah, it's like Johnson or Smith. I don't wanna jump out there, so I might ask. Yo, y'all related? I ain't offended. You feel me? So yeah, hold up. I mean, we see dudes dating family members. If I come to your cookout and I see Cakes walking past, yo, who that? Yo, chill, that's my cousin. Yo, put me in there. Come on, cuz. What's going on? Put me on, huh? So I see what's going on. Yeah. I mean, Thug's baby mama and LaDark. Oh, you talking about them too? I don't know, Lee. We probably the only two that's curious about that. Like, that's like, I don't know what type of journalism that is when you go to, I mean, you see what I put all the pieces there while I was asking. You feel me? The two names, and I know y'all familiar with families that do that with the names. But, so that's why I said that, like, yo, I mean, I could see that. Shooting up the neighborhood with dick. They ain't what? Nah, they ain't do that young. They just had straps. They ain't actually bang nothing. Shannon badass. Oh yeah, you right. That's not a good name. I think he should have switched it. Badass Shannon. Yeah, it got more ring if you switch it. I still don't like it, but if we is gonna rock, yeah, we gotta do something, baby. You gotta be BS. Yo, he'd have been better off rocking Pretty Boy Shannon or something, bro. Straight up, like, come on, boy. Light-skinned Shannon. You feel me? Like, if you keeping the Shannon, bro, then we gotta do something with it, bro. Slime Life Shannon. Shannon Bernard. If Yak cleared DT, then time served. That's a fact. Shannon dad got the same name. Man, Bernard is crazy. SB. I don't know. I mean, when you're in the streets, you don't be trying to create a nickname that really is brandable. You kind of just pick up a name and you don't really care as long as it ain't offensive. You kind of go with it. Yeah. Stilly. That's hard. That's hard, Roy. It's easy. You ain't heard it before, and if you know, yo, you know why. You feel me? So it makes sense. You ain't gotta ask. I like it. That's like a military joint or a sports team. Like we was on a sports team. You know how niggas make niggas names off their last names and shit. Stilly. What that is, Stilly? Yeah, I like that. That's the best one. Slime ball, nah, slime ball ain't right.
If a nigga named SB, it's usually slime ball.
Slime ball. I don't like that. I don't like that grease ball or slime ball. I don't like none of them. Yo, if you got a dirtbag name, I don't trust you. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna go off that. SK. I know my young boy named SK. He actually cool though. He wild, but he cool. You could say Atlanta PD fumbled the case, or whoever did it right. Depending on how you look at it. Now, did he get all the... Can we explain out of that whole chart I just had on the screen, why did they choose him to do a whole operation on and nobody else? Can they show us another example where they did a whole operation using multiple different groups of law enforcement to investigate for 9 years? Has that ever happened before or after? Real rap. Then, why? Yo, how much y'all want to bet when they do the documentary on Young Thug, they ain't going to add that Mason part? How about that? One's in the chat if I'm right. Now, how about that? Man, shoot him up, Shannon. In my opinion, I believe they intentionally fumble some of these cases. That's how you play politics, Steven. What are you talking about? Hell yeah, Steve. That's the finesse. Imagine a lawyer that can knock cases out the box. I got to play the game. So look, if me and the state can make a bargain that's more than my client, technically, I'm in the game. Now the state telling me, look, yo, take this loss on this case, and we'll give you the win on this case that, you feel me, you making more money on. Psh, you already know. Here we go. Let's play.
Proposed limiting instruction that kind of comes.
So look, I take the plea deal over here with this guy that's a lower guy. You feel me? Take a plea deal where it looked like I fought for him, but technically I gave the state a win. You know what I mean? I fought the murder charge down to an ag assault. Got your down, but he think I looked out. But technically, hell no, I gave that to him. I gave the state that. Then my high price client, I already got the state. I'm in them too. You see the play? So when you see these losses on some of these boys' records that they say barely lose, we might want to look and see what else he had in store. Like, did he make a deal? You feel me?
Combines everything.
I've looked at it, Your Honor. It looks good to us.
Okay. Any comments from the state on it?
Your Honor, I would want to look one last time.
Sure, go ahead.
I didn't see the recommended edit or objections, I should say.
Okay. All right, if you want to take another look before I. And then on
Hey, yo, what was Mootung lawyer name?
the couple of times where they're going to hear, I guess, the conversation with Mr. Garlington and somebody else, and you'll tell me when that's.
Yo, Stillwell is smiling right now with his shoes off with some isotone slippers. His lawyer was named Derek Wright. Well, that's the same lawyer that represented the dude who smoked Big Boo. Yeah. Derek Wright represented the dude who smoked Big Boo.
Coming up, I'm planning to say you may consider only Mr. Garlington's words as evidence. You are not to consider the other speaker's statements against anyone or as substantive evidence in this trial on any count. Sound good?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, any other matters?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Okay.
And he took a plea.
All right,
Copped out.
is the jury ready?
And I don't think they had no witnesses.
And you want to get your next?
I got finished looking through the paperwork, y'all. I'm going to post
headed
it,
this
though.
way?
I promise.
This, yes.
I was saying, me and Mr. Sharp, he's discussing a very similar topic to the previous witness.
Okay.
So we have a stipulation about what case it pertains
Great.
to.
Thank you.
At the end of the trial, we got all police, y'all. Case dry as a Monjon. Predictable. Holmes look like Zimmerman.
Thank you.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
State and spell your first and last name into that microphone, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Tanner, Marktanner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tanner.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jury where you are employed?
Currently employed at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, also known as the ATF, in Huntsville, Alabama.
What do you do for the ATF?
I am a firearms and tool marks examiner for the EBAN program, which is the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. In Huntsville, Alabama, we have what's called the NNCTC. It's the EBAN National Correlation and Training Center, and I'm a firearms examiner there.
Now, how long have you been with the ATF?
I've been there for about a year and a half now.
Where were you before the ATF?
I was employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation here in Atlanta, but prior to that.
What did you do for the GBI?
I was a firearms and tool marks examiner in the Division of Forensic Sciences.
And how many years were you with the GBI?
About 7.5 years.
Now, can you briefly describe for the jury the training and experience you've had related to firearms examining?
Yes, sir. So I have a Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry from Armstrong State University. I then completed a 2-year training program at the GBI. This consisted of microscopic analysis of bullets and cartridge cases, as well as the ammunition components, so what are bullets and what are cartridge cases, firearms operation and safety, muzzle to target distance determination, so how far away a firearm was from a shooting. And then I also did tool mark analysis, whereas like pliers, bolt cutters, and such. And then I did analysis of serial number restorations. So if a serial number was scratched off, I would help restore those. And then after that initial 13 months, I then did a 7-month supervised casework period. During this time, I would work normal cases at the GBI under the direct supervision of a fully trained examiner. So I would create the reports, create the notes, and then a second examiner would go back and ensure everything was done properly. At the completion of that, towards the end of the 2 years, I did verification and peer review training. So verification is where we will examine other analysts' work and ensure that the findings are what they should be. And then peer review is ensuring that all policies and procedures are followed properly. And that concluded my 2 years, and I became an independent examiner where I worked normal cases.
Now, have you ever testified in court before?
I have.
And have you been qualified as an expert?
I have.
What were you qualified as an expert in?
Firearms examination.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender Mark Tanner as an expert in firearms examination.
No objection.
All right, he is so qualified and may testify as such.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I wanted to turn your attention to ask you if you ever had the opportunity to do some firearms examination for the DOFIS case number ending in 1001777.
Yes, I have.
And can you describe for the jury what you obtained for that case in terms of what were you examining?
So for the DOFS case number, or Division of Forensic Sciences case number, 2023-1001777, I received 5 cartridge cases. So that's actually cartridge cases that have been fired from a firearm. Most people call them spent shell casings. But they're actual cartridge cases that have been fired. I received 5 under that case number, and then I received others under different case numbers.
In total, did you have 4 separate case numbers?
I did.
And did what you receive, where did you get that from? What agency?
So there were 4 different cases submitted by the Atlanta Police Department, and they wanted me to do analysis of those cartridge cases.
Now, I wanted to ask you, you see that whiteboard over your right shoulder?
Yes.
Is the APD case number at the top ending in 00312 one of the agency case numbers that you examined?
Yes, it is.
And is the 0015 underneath that tethered to the 2830 Waters Road one of the incidents that you examined?
It is, yes.
And in total, did you receive 34 cartridge cases between 4 different cases?
15, 20.
If I did that math right.
34?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
And can you tell the jury when you have a situation such as this with different cases and cartridge cases, when you do your analysis, does each cartridge case get compared with every other?
Yes. So whenever I have 34 cartridge cases, I'm going to examine all of those to each other to just ensure that I'm being thorough through the evidence.
And was it Investigator Kilgore with the APD Crime Lab who reviewed these initially before you began your examination?
Yeah, it's my understanding that Investigator Kilgore did the NIBAN analysis of these cartridge cases.
And what ultimate conclusion did you reach specifically focused on the two case numbers on that whiteboard, the March 11th, 2022, ending in 312, and the March 16th, 2022, ending in 0015?
So the agency number ending in 312 from March 11th contained 8 9mm cartridge cases, and then the 0015 from March 16th that contained 5 9mm cartridge cases determined that all 13 of those were fired from the same firearm, and they are consistent with being fired from a Glock 9mm pistol.
Is there anything unique about a Glock when you analyze their cartridge cases?
Yes, sir. So Glock makes their firearms a very specific way. They've been doing it since they began. The hole that is punched out of the slide of the firearm where the firing pin protrudes through, it's called the aperture. It is rectangular in nature on these types of firearms, and the firing pin itself is in the shape of an elliptical shape. And they also have a very distinct ejector mark in the shape of what looks like a kidney.
I'm sorry, what was that? In the shape of?
A kidney.
And can you briefly summarize for the jury what you did with these cartridge cases that is different than what the APD Crime Lab would have done?
So the Atlanta Police Department would have entered these cases onto the NIBAN program and then ran them through the system, correlating them against each other. And a lead was generated by Investigator Kilgore. He then submitted that to me because the lead is just presumptive. There's no finite conclusion to it. Whenever he submits that to the GBI for examination, I take the physical evidence, I place it on the comparison microscope, which is 2 simple microscopes joined by an optical bridge in the middle, so I can see them side by side at the same lighting and the same magnification. So whereas he's looking at the images on the computer, I take it a step further and look at the actual evidence under the microscope. I compare the pattern that is left by that firearm on each cartridge case, and I determine whether those patterns are the same or not. And if they are the same, they're indicated as being fired from the same firearm.
In the field of firearms identification, what is the national error rate in that field?
The error rate is currently sitting just under 1%, and that's based on federal studies by the FBI.
And just to conclude, the March 11, 2022 cartridge cases and the March 16, 2022 cartridge cases, from your determination, were fired from the same firearm?
Yes, sir, they are.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chandler. No further questions from the state.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state called Antonio Sumlin to the stand.
Whoa, Obama, y'all. YSL Obama. Antonio Sumlin. We needed somebody with some heat. Party time. Tap likes, run me up, put snakes in the chat or something. Look, Stillwell even looking like, yeah, what's up? The boy walking with a limp.
Yes, sir.
Antonio Sumlin, ANTONIO SUMLIN.
And Mr. Sumlin, how old are you?
34.
And are you employed?
Not right now.
Where are you from?
Atlanta, Georgia.
And what part of Atlanta?
The Cleveland Avenue area.
Okay. And if you're going to swing the shot, I need you to speak in your mic. So are you a little nervous?
A little.
A lot. Okay. Well, don't swing in your chair just so that the jurors can hear you, okay?
Yes.
Did you say you're from the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes, ma'am.
And I need you to speak
Yes,
up.
ma'am.
And
You can move that mic and pull it closer to you if you want, or if that would help.
And what part of the Cleveland Avenue area were you raised?
I mean, like the Mount Zion area.
Okay. And
Oh,
do you have
yeah.
a nickname?
Yes.
What's your nickname?
Obama.
And how'd you get the nickname
Oh,
Obama? How'd you get the nickname Obama?
really, we was just playing around, growing up, and it just stuck with me. It just stuck.
As you were growing up in the Cleveland Avenue area, did you ever hear of a gang called Rock Crew?
Yes, I heard the Rock Crew.
Okay. And how did you know about Rock Crew?
I mean, it was just a little, it was popular where I was from, like where I was growing up at.
Were you part of Rock Crew?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you know someone by the name of Quentin Porter?
Yes.
And did you also call him Boo or Big Boo?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you join or become affiliated with Rock Crew?
2006, 2007,
How old were you?
16, 17.
And at some point, did Rock Crew transition into YSL?
Some people stayed Rock Crew, some people went YSL.
Okay. What did you do?
I mean, both of them from the area, so, I mean, I never really picked a side. I really just...
Did you ultimately just claim both? I'm Rock Crew and I'm YSL.
I mean, yeah, okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was the reason for the change between Rock Crew to YSL?
I really think, like, from my...
Speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know why there was a change from Rock Crew to YSL?
I don't recall, though, like 15 something years.
I didn't hear you.
I say I don't recall, they were like 15 something years ago.
Okay. Now, is YSL a gang?
Me personally, I never looked at it as a gang.
What did you look at it as?
I had a friend that when I came home from prison, he was successful, so I thought I was a part of something successful.
When did you go to prison?
2013.
Was YSL formed before you went to prison?
Yes, yes.
And the person that you're saying, a friend who was successful, who are you speaking of?
Mr. Williams.
Is that Jeffery Williams?
Yes.
Now, you went to prison in 2013. Before going to prison, was he successful?
He had a buzz. I wouldn't say successful, but he most definitely had a buzz. Like, his name was getting out there.
And was YSL formed before he had the buzz?
I don't know, call it. I don't know.
what does YSL stand for?
I mean, you can use it in any kind of way. Young successful living, young stoner lifestyle, young slime life.
Before you went to prison, how were you using YSL?
2003. Before, when I went to prison, it was young slime life, 2013.
And do you actually have YSL tattooed on your body?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have Slime Life tattooed on your body?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 408, 409, 410, 411, and 413. Have you had an opportunity to look at this before you came to testify today?
Yes, ma'am.
And did I show those to you earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
And without saying what's in the picture, well, strike that. What are you looking at in those pictures?
Myself.
And does it appear to be yourself in all of those pictures?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 408, 409, 410, 411, and 413 as evidence.
Admitted.
And Mr. Summer, I'm going to take those back from you, and you can look either on the TV, on the screen in front of you or the screen behind you. These pictures are going to come up on this one. I'm going to actually first start with 413.
Bro.
413. Okay. Looking at State's Exhibit 413, is this an Instagram post?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is your Instagram post _1 Obama?
Yes.
Okay. Where's this picture taken?
I think I was at a house on Brown Mill Road.
Okay. Where is that house at on Browns Mill Road?
Across the street from the golf course.
All right. And does that house have a particular name?
Yeah, we gave it a nickname, The Web.
Okay. And you said we gave it the nickname. Who is the we that gave it the nickname?
I can't. I just know we used to call it The Web. I can't particulate who made the name up.
Okay. Permission to approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 426 and 427. Tell me if you recognize what's inside of 426 and 427.
Yes.
How do you recognize 426 and
Yo, shaking like a leaf.
That's the living room.
Of where?
That boy literally shaking like a leaf. Leave a 1 in the comments if you see that boy shaking like a leaf. Put it down, bro. Brace your hand on the desk.
Is that the living room of the web?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 426 and 427
I think he soiled the seat.
into evidence.
They're admitted.
Now, Mr. Sumlin, I'm looking at State's Exhibit 408.
The end of your dread shaking like a cold winter night, but the leaves is still on the trees. Yeah, like kind of probably like December 10th. Yeah, Eastern Hemisphere, like in the United States. If you outside like December 10th, your dreads shaking like a leaf on December 10th in a East Coast city.
Is that the YSL tattoo that we just talked about earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you get that tattoo?
In prison.
Okay. And about what year did you get it?
Probably 14. I don't.
All right. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 409. And I'll zoom in, please. What is that tattoo of on your, and which arm is that?
My right arm.
Okay. And what is depicted on your right arm?
Slime life.
Okay. And is there a snake on top of slime life?
Yes.
What does that snake symbolize?
I mean, I just got it. What you mean? What it symbolize?
Was a snake a symbol used by members of
Yo got hairy nips like a dirty girl in middle school. Yo crazy.
ISL?
Yes.
Okay. And when it says slime life, what does slime life mean?
Slime life. I mean, I just got it. When I was in prison, I was hearing good things about. So, I was just getting stuff really out. That was so long ago. I was trying to put all that behind me.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 410 VV.
Tell her you like Karate Kid.
And I'll zoom in a little. Thank you. What is depicted, and is this on your left arm?
Yes.
What's depicted on your left arm?
It's a street sign.
Okay. And what is your street sign?
Cleveland Avenue and Macon Drive.
Does that say Cleveland Avenue?
They say Bleedland Avenue and Macon Drive.
Why did you put Bleveland, not Cleveland?
Cause that's just like, around that time, that's the slang we were using. It was just some slang we were just using it. I was just young and just getting tattooed.
And did you also get this tattoo while you were in prison?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And looking at State's Exhibit 411 VV, what is depicted in 411 VV?
It's a 5 with 5 stars.
And what was that? What did that symbolize? The 5 and the 5 stars.
I'm a 5% Muslim.
You know, when I was younger, when I was younger, I was claiming blood. When I was younger, like 15, 2000. I had it before I went to prison, so they like 2010.
And you said when you were younger, around 2000, you claimed the bloods.
I claimed blood.
Okay. Was there a specific blood set that you claimed?
No, I don't even think I was real blood. And I just know it came to Atlanta, and I was just saying I was a
blood.
How many 5-point star tattoos do you have on your body?
On my body?
On your body.
I don't know how many on my body.
Do you have more than what's just depicted in this picture?
Yes.
Do you have some 5-point stars on like your stomach area?
Yes.
Do you have 5-point stars on your other arm?
Yes, ma'am. 5-point stars, that's really like fill-in work. You just...
Stars. That's the shape of a regular star. You ever seen a 4-point star? No, hold up. If you get stars that glow in the ceiling out of goddamn Spencer's, a whole 1,000-pack of them, how many points it got, lady? Matter of fact, hold up. You play Mario Brothers. You hit the little box. The star come out, jumping around. You got to chase his little ass. How many legs and arms he got, lady? Stop playing. Game over.
Significant to your affiliation with claiming the bloods?
I mean, not all. I ain't gonna say all on. Some of them just really fill-in work just to make the tattoo look full.
What made you choose 5-point stars over something else?
I don't call.
Lady, if someone draws a star in the moon, which star is it? It's a 5-point star. If you tell a kid to draw a star, they gonna draw a 5-point star. Do you know how to draw the 6? If you draw the 6, somebody gonna look at you like, hold up, what type time you on? So what we doing? Lady, 90% of stars in the whole world is 5 stars, 5 points. What are we doing?
Now, do you have any tattoos with stoner life?
Stoner life?
Yes.
No, ma'am.
What about any tattoos with successful life?
I mean, the one on my chest can stand for all of them. You don't say none in particular.
Do you have anything similar to your slime life tattoo? Do you have anything similar like successful life spelled out?
No, ma'am.
Well, right now you got on slime green, so what we doing? I'll land my plane.
Now, did there ever come a point in time where you would call yourself the original slime, or a group of you all to be the original slime?
Yes.
What does that mean to be original slime?
Only thing I mean by original is day one before all this.
And we say day one before all this, what do you mean?
I mean, like before, like day one back. I mean, I was just saying like before the fame and stuff.
And have you had the opportunity to view a video from your Instagram account where you talk about the original slime?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 415 VV.
Hey, you forgot to untuck your pants, which you had to go to the bathroom. You tuck your jacket in your pants. You tuck your jacket in your pants.
Tell me if you recognize 415 VV.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 415 VV?
I signed and dated her. Sure.
Is that the video that we watched?
Yes.
All right. And did that appear to be the post that you put on your page?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Did it appear to be any more additions or deletions from the post that you put on your page?
What you mean addition?
Did it appear to have anything more than what you put on your page?
Her team member's dirty.
No.
Did it have anything less than what you put on your page?
No, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 415 VV into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
Bro. Oh, who told her? Yo, they listening. They listening.
And before we play, what does the caption say on this IG post? God bless you.
Original slime shit.
And are there emojis?
Yes, it's a heart, snake heart.
All right. And then who are some of the people that are tagged inside of the post?
Ocean Drive, Slim, say, no snitching, Slime the Great, and Thugger.
Who is Ocean Drive Slim?
A friend of mine that was killed.
Okay.
Oh.
And is that Mr. McMiller?
Yes.
All right. And then no snitching. Is that who? Do you know who that is?
No, I forgot. It was 2017.
I can't hear you.
I think that was 2017. I don't remember.
Who was Slime the Great?
He in the video. He was also killed.
Okay. And then it's Thugger. Who is Thugger 1?
Mr. Williams.
All right. Where is this video filmed?
On Cleveland Avenue.
Where on Cleveland?
In some apartments.
Where are the apartments?
I think we're behind the Checkers.
And is that behind the checkers that's near I-75 and Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
All right.
You already know. You already know why I said we dead and pale, bitch. Murder game, bitch. Yeah. Slack. Original. No cap. No cap. And we actually free. You know that. Niggas always free. Original shit, bitch.
And is that Mr. Williams right there throwing up the YSL sign?
Yes.
And is Mr. McMiller in that video prior to his death?
You said prior to his death?
Yes, is that him in the video?
Yes.
All right. Is that him kind of behind Mr. Williams, behind the Y and the YSL?
Yes.
All right. And are you the one video recording the video?
Yes.
The other young man who passed away, what was his name?
His name was Tay. I know his name was Tay.
Okay. And is he related at all to Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
How?
It's blood, brother.
What happened to him?
Now, Mr. Williams, what back in 2017, or even up to 2022, what did you call Mr. Williams?
Lil Joe.
Is that the only name that you referenced him by?
They're not talking about threat. They're talking about Lil D brother, the one who actually started YSL.
I might say slime sometimes. You know, we use that like it's a universal word, like twin. Call everybody slime. I might say slime sometimes. I don't know, but I know I say Lil Jeff.
Okay. What about Spider?
I ain't never called him a Spider.
I mean, I ain't calling him that either.
How long have you known Mr. Williams?
2007, 2008.
And did you all grow up together in Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Did y'all go to school together?
No, I don't think we went to school together, but we grew up in the same area.
Okay. Do you, yes or no, do you know Shannon Jackson, also known as Shannon Stillwell?
Yes, ma'am.
In number of years, how long have you known him?
I don't know.
I've been knowing Shannon 20, 25 years.
Yes or no, did you all grow up together?
But, I mean, off and on, like, you know, I know Shannon way before the Cleveland Avenue area.
Okay. Yes or no, do you consider Shannon as a part of the original slime crew?
Okay. 2000. I can't say, like, before I went to prison.
Did you know him when he was a girl?
Prison, I was on house arrest for 15 months, so I don't know who was outside. I had to be in the house at 7.
I mean,
for 15 months. I didn't know who was outside with who. Then I went and did my 5 years. And I can't say.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Sex Exhibit 414 BV. Do you recognize Sex Exhibit 414 BV?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize 414 BV?
It's a picture with me in it.
Did you know him before the conversion?
Do you recognize people in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you recognize the people in the picture?
Well, it was person who posted, it say Slime Bean Bean, and I see me, Mr. Stillwell, and another guy.
Mr.
And where did y'all take that picture?
It was at Cleveland Avenue Park.
And does that appear to look like the people that you know inside of that picture?
What you mean?
Do they look like the people that you know? The people that you took the picture with?
Oh, yeah.
Look like the people?
Yeah.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 414 VB into evidence. Not going to publish this one because we have.
Yo, if they can hear me, tell Stillwell put some shoes on, bro. Them slippers ain't doing it, cuz. Like, is you serious? And I think you got on sweat socks. You got on isotoners or something. They real house slippers too, cuz. I know they ain't UGG. I know you ain't trying to set a fashion statement with them joints. I know they ain't Australian fur. Man, listen. You playing games in here. Yeah, you got your feet out. You like Joe Buttons.
No objection.
All right, it's admitted.
Yo, crazy. It's cold. Nah, then you put on some boots
And
or some
while
leather
we're
shoes. What are you doing?
Getting ready to publish that. Do you know an individual by the name of Diamante Kendrick?
What's his name?
Yet Gotti.
Yes.
In a number of years, how long have you known Yet Gotti?
Probably about 3, 4 years, something like that, like 3, 2, 3.
Hold up, Hilton. If these boys is so much bloods, why Stillwell got on some rolling 60 blue goddamn furry slippers right now then?
Yes or no, or maybe, do you consider him a part of the original slime crew?
I mean, I think when I came home, he was signed to the label, so, I mean, talking about the original, like,
Whoever you define.
I remember, I can't remember from him being around back then.
Okay. Do you know Trontavia Stevens, Tick or Slug?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you known Tick?
15, 20 years, something like that.
And is he considered for you someone part of the original slime crew?
Yes, he growed up with us.
Bro, this boy about to lay an egg.
You know.
Do you consider him or Mr. Williams one of the founders of YSL?
What you mean by found? Like,
Who decided to start YSL?
Yeah, they wanted to, yeah, yes.
What about Walter Murphy or DK?
Yeah, DK was around too.
Would you consider yourself a founder?
A founder? Yeah. I was around. I never looked at it like that. Like, I never looked at it like that. I just know we was just hanging together and we were young. I can't even remember that far. Like.
True.
And we talked about Christian McMiller, Darius Ford. Did you know Darius?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your relationship like with Darius?
A friend.
And how long have you known, when he was alive, how long did you know him?
I met him when I got out of prison. He died in 22, so like 4 or 5 years.
Okay. And then what about Demekion Garlington?
We just know each other through past.
Okay. Do you know an individual by the name of Cordarius Dorsey, or also known as Polo?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know him?
I met Polo the day my mom died in prison. I was in prison, she passed away.
And when you left prison, did you maintain a relationship with him?
Yes, we talked.
How often would y'all talk?
I mean, when he called, I ain't talking to, not every day, but I'm saying we communicated.
Did y'all ever hang out?
Yeah, we hung out a couple times.
I want to take you back to April of 2022. Was Mr. Dorsey incarcerated in April of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did Mr. Dorsey reach out to you in order to set up a robbery or a homicide?
He reached out the phone call thinking, me actually, I don't even remember the phone call, but
Okay. Let me ask, during that phone call, was he trying to set up a robbery of a person?
yes, I think he asked me something about it.
Huh?
When you say you think he asked you something about it, what do you mean?
I mean, he asked me something about a robbery, but you know, I was just, like when you have people in that situation, sometimes you just tell them whatever, you just tell them whatever just to.
What did he ask of you or tell you to do?
I think he asked me to go rob somebody.
And did he ask you to rob somebody with another individual?
But look, that wasn't no gang thing. That was something he be on because he crazy. Ugh. I'll land my plane. You do know he crazy, though, as we seen. So I don't be taking him serious. Whoa. Golly. I ain't even gonna lie, y'all. I'm getting kind of nice. I just came out of nowhere with that one, y'all. I ain't even gonna lie.
I can't recall if it was another individual. I know he had me like.
Did he actually put you in touch with a person by the name of Boulay?
Who?
What you mean?
On that phone call, did he want you and Boulay to go rob somebody?
What, who?
I remember he wanted.
Not Boulay. Where he come from? Boulay? What? Stop. You is too much. Oh my God. Where Boulay? Oh man.
Wanted me. I don't even remember Boulay even being on the phone. I don't even remember.
That is crazy.
Did he give you some information for the person that he wanted you to rob?
Yes, he gave me information, but that's all it was. Like, I definitely did that. Like, when I hung up the phone, it was what it was. I never took the first step to do anything else. I never contacted or nothing.
Let me ask you a question. Is his nickname 9? They call that boy number 9? Tell me the boy ain't Rondo. They don't call that boy Rondo number 9, do they? Boule. Man.
Phone number of the person.
Yes, he provided the phone number.
Did he discuss with you a plan on how to lure the victim to a location so that you could rob him?
I don't recall all that. I don't recall all that.
Did you agree to do it?
Yes, I agreed, but once I hung up the phone, it was over with. I was just having idle talk.
He crazy.
And as a part of the indictment in this case, did you plead to that charge?
Yes, I pled guilty.
Whoa. He crazy. I had to plead guilty. I'm scared of him.
Do you know someone by the name of Christian Eppinger?
Oh.
Yes.
And what do you call Christian Eppinger?
Call him,
Big dummy.
Big Briss.
Big what?
Big Briss.
Okay. How do you spell Briss?
Man.
You spell it Chris, but you just substitute the B, I guess.
You substitute the C for the B?
Yeah.
Right. How long have you known Mr. Eppinger?
Including this year?
Including this year.
What?
Probably about 3 years.
I don't know, yo.
Are you older or younger than him?
Older.
Do you know about how much older you are?
Oh, that's dirty. That's dirty.
How did you meet him?
I met him when he got out of prison. I met him. I don't know. We hanging in the same area, probably gambled together. I don't know.
What?
And we say hanging in the same area. Was that the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes.
I'm not gambling with Holmes.
How often would you see him in the Cleveland Avenue area?
Never.
I mean, whenever I decide to come outside, whenever he decide to come outside, I ain't just coming outside looking for nobody. Like, if I seen him, I probably seen him. Then, you know what I'm saying?
Did you ever hang out with him?
Yeah, we probably hung out at the park.
Did he have your phone number?
Yes.
Did you have his phone number?
What?
I don't know. You talking about, did he have my phone number when he was incarcerated?
Yeah. When he was incarcerated and when he was not incarcerated, did he have your phone number?
He probably did have my phone number. He probably did.
I ain't give it to him. I got your number, Hilton. Real rap. Now what?
Now, we talked about the web, and you said it was on Brownsmill Road across from the golf course?
Yes.
Okay.
Got her.
Who owned the web?
I'm getting nice.
I don't know who owned the web.
Whose home was it?
What you mean, like who?
Whose childhood home was it?
Mr. Williams growed up in that house.
Whoa. Growed up.
In 2021, did you spend time at that location?
Yes.
Who acquired it for you in 2021?
I think Mr. Williams had rented it for us.
And
why you do that?
would people sell drugs outside of the web? Sell drugs at the web?
Hold up. The web was a house that Young Thug grew up in, and he re-rented it so they could sell drugs out of it? Ain't no way, y'all. Ain't no way. That ain't what I just heard. Somebody get me right. I heard it wrong.
I mean, I sold drugs, but I don't know. Like, I don't know if nobody was selling drugs. Like, I can't say nobody was just selling drugs outside the web. Like, I wasn't even selling drugs at the web. Like, I go to the store, but like,
yo, I am not re-renting the house that I used to stay in for my homeboys and them to trap out of. Nah, we ain't doing that. I will re-rent it for you to stay in there on some old, yeah, my people, that's my spot I used to stay in. I'm not, y'all, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that for this to be the house that people, oh yeah, that Thug used to live there, and now his homeboys be banging out of there. Hell yeah, that's the YSL house. No, we ain't doing that. Yo, that house ain't a tourist attraction. You understand what I'm saying? What is we doing? If I had an Atlanta bus tour, we coming through there. Yo, that's the house that Young Thug grew up in, right there. And come on, y'all, we gonna go down the road to where 2 Chainz, and then we going to where goddamn Ludacris used to work, the radio station. Hell yeah, to T.I. studio on the way too. We parting ways. Everybody keep your foot inside.
He got that house for people who didn't have nowhere to go. Then go lay their heads and like.
You can't trap out of it though.
Like, if you get into it with your girl, you got somewhere to go.
You can't trap.
You want to have some extra company, you got somewhere to go.
Did he also?
No trapping. Y'all can chill. No trapping. No heavy work. Seriously, bro. This a lay house. This ain't. You can't make this a trap. It's too many people. It can't be all of us in here and we all be in and out busting jugs. Nope. Can't do that.
Provide the web so that you would stop selling drugs at the gas station.
From my understanding, he secured the spot so we can have somewhere safe to be. Cause they kept shooting up our store.
Who kept shooting up the store?
I mean, I don't know who robbed y'all. Didn't never go get them.
Good way to clean that up, my son.
So I'm gonna ask you again: did you sell drugs out of the web?
I mean, like.
No. If they ain't catch you hit no sale, undercover sale out of that house, bro, that is it's not you hitting sale using it as a trap spot. No, that's not what that is. If you was outside trapping and then you go in there to be, to get out the way, that's not a trap house. No, I was not selling drugs. That's my grandmother's house. I don't sell drugs out of there. That's just where I go at when I'm not selling drugs. I do not hit sales out of that house.
I never really just sold drugs out of the well. I can understand it. Like, I never.
I didn't ask about you. I asked, well, did they sell drugs
You
out of...
actually just said you, so...
Oh,
excuse
me. Did YSL members sell drugs out of the web?
I mean, they weren't doing business with me, Hills. I went in a bid. And I can't tell you what another grown man... I wasn't watching another grown man do. Like, it was just something I ain't into.
Do you remember taking a plea in December 2022 in this case?
Yes, I remember.
All right. And as a part of your plea agreement, do you remember going over certain factual acknowledgments?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to look at those factual acknowledgments prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. Permission to approach?
You may.
Here we go.
I'm going to show you what's the Martin States Exhibit 420 VV. Do you recognize 420 VV?
To the whole document? 20 VV, the whole document?
Yeah, you can flip through it to make sure it's the entirety of it.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's 420 VV, the plea agreement that you signed when you took a plea in this case.
Yes.
Okay. And does that appear to be the entire agreement with no additions or deletions?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at 420 VV,
He definitely sold his seat.
first I want to go to
Tap the light.
number 14. Here, the house on Browns Mill Road, is that referred to as the web?
I said it.
All right. Looking at number 13, does that say YSL members sold drugs from their home at 2539 Browns Mill Road, Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you initial that right there?
I did.
And did you initial that as a factual acknowledgement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to ask you again. Did YSL members sell drugs from their home?
Judge, Your Honor, as the answer.
Overruled.
Damn.
You can answer.
Bro, they already pled to it, yo. You don't got, this ain't telling. Technically, bro. You're not telling. Dudes already pled to it, bro. So I'm here to save you. Everybody trying to make it out like you in a sticky situation. I know your cheeks is clenched like a bate right now. I know. I don't know how I feel, but I know. Must be tough. But look, right, you all right. They already pled to it, so technically you just agreeing to they pleas. They try to make you out like you a stone cold, like a weasel. But you ain't, yo. Don't go no further than this right here. So you feel me?
Like, even though just it wasn't just YSL member allowed there. Like, it just, like, what you saying? Have I ever seen something?
It wasn't for gang. It was personal sales that single people was doing for themselves to try to keep some food in their mouth. It wasn't no gang operation, for one. And two, I agreed to it because other members of my gang already pled out to those charges, so I didn't want to sound like a fibber when they already pled out to it. I couldn't say no. There you go, baby. Hey, yo, I told y'all I'm getting good, baby.
Somebody sell drugs out of the web.
I just asked, did YSL members sell drugs from the web?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to publish what we just admitted.
Read it. Oh, the pictures?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
426 BV.
All right. Let me explain something to y'all. All right, so Holmes just got toasted from his lack of articulation. Because if he understood anything, he knows, yeah, but it got semantics with it. So since he felt he under pressure, Holmes just, his lack of knowledge just made him just answer flat out, yes, y'all. But you see how the police was answering? They was putting context on everything. So he was supposed to do that right there. Because yes, but I only agreed to it because people pled out to that. And that ain't got nothing to do with gangs. You can look at the amount of drugs that people pled out to. That's why the feds ain't come get us, lady. I'd have said all that. That's a single, man, they petty operations that these single dudes be doing. And it's so petty, I don't even know what they be doing. Like every man for himself with little ass packs. That don't count as no drug dealers for no gang. No, it ain't even enough money to make it up a level. Seriously. The money ain't even far enough to trickle up a level, bro. When the person dealing the drugs can't even go to the mall and bust down without messing up the pack money. True or false? Game over. What's up?
And 427 BV. Right. Is that the living room at the web?
Yes.
All right. And is that a security system inside that living room?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to show you 427 BV. Is that the same, just a different angle of the web? Or the living room at the web?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you familiar with a home at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes, I've been there before.
And whose home is that?
I mean, I don't know whose spot it was. I know I used to go there and play the game and gamble and stuff.
Do you know someone by the name of Nicholas Carter, also known as Big Nick?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Do you know someone by the name of Nicholas Carter, also known as Big Nick?
Nicholas Carter.
I know somebody by Big Nick. I don't know Nicholas. I don't know Nicholas Carter.
And how do you know Big Nick?
Carter.
Just from around the area.
Do you know him to stay at 2830 Waters Road?
Stay there?
Yes.
I know. I mean, I ain't frequent Water Road like that, so like I don't see him there, but I don't know if he stayed there.
You said that you would go there and play the game. What game are you talking about?
I'm gonna go play the PlayStation 5.
You said PlayStation 5?
Yes, yeah.
Did other YSL members congregate at 2830 Waters Road?
They just yeah, I used to see some people like visit, some people come there, but there wasn't no YSL, like there wasn't no YSL like spot, like it wasn't no YSL spot.
Did members of YSL congregate at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes, we used to meet up before shows and before we go out and perform. Yes, yes, we don't.
Is 2830 Waters Road another location where drugs are sold out of?
Drawer probably sold out of the drawer probably.
Drugs probably or drugs were?
Not sold, bro. These two different things, bro. Nah, bro. Ain't nobody selling no drugs out this house. So a sale came and knocked on the door. Clarified selling drugs out of the house. So I can clarify whether they was. So you telling me a sale came to the door, came in the house, got served, and then left this address? Nah.
I mean, they probably were. Like, I'm not watching nobody. Like,
Did YSL members sell drugs out of 2830?
Bro, no. No, we didn't. Unless technically, like the hardcore, somebody actually brought a sale to the house. If we wasn't literally because if you bring a sale to the house, y'all, the house getting raided. I'm just telling y'all. You got 2-3 people that really got sales coming to a house, that house getting raided. So ain't no way they was hitting out this house. Ain't no way, y'all. Nope. That's too much traffic, too mean young people. I'm telling you, there ain't no way they was hitting out their house.
Waters Road.
I sold drugs out there.
There you go.
Thank you for that. Did YSL members sell drugs out of 2830 Waters Road?
I'm a YSL member.
Yes.
Damn.
Did YSL member keep guns at 2830 Waters Road?
The ones without felonies.
I don't know about no guns. I don't know about no guns.
The ones without felonies. Hold up, y'all. Ho. So, what's Holmes' hair, y'all? Holmes with the hair that sell clothes. He got caught, had his strap on him, but they gave it back to him. So technically, he could say the ones that don't have felonies, people with legal guns, he could say that. Miles Farley, yeah. No, Miles had the strap and they gave it back.
Permission to approach.
You may. Go ahead.
Yes.
The witness or me?
No, I wanted to approach the witness, but I thought
Yes,
you were asking.
you may. No.
412 VV. I'm sure you must know Marcus Stacy. 412 VV. Do you recognize 412 VV?
Yes.
How do you recognize 412 VV?
It's a picture of me.
And is that a picture of you from your Instagram page?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 412 VV into evidence.
Admitted.
Permission to publish.
Nay.
First, where is this picture taken?
At Cleveland Avenue Park.
And the clothing that you're wearing, what is it? What does massa, does that say massa on your pants leg?
Yes.
What does that stand for?
I think Make America Slime Again.
And is that a snake on the right-hand side of the pants leg?
Like that, that's supposed to be a snake.
Okay. And then what is your caption?
Can't spell slime without me.
But it's really, we only use the snake because it's truly humble unto God. The snake in the Bible, game over. Oh yeah, I'm on fire. I'm on fire.
And then do you have a hashtag?
I'm on fire.
Peace.
All right.
Yeah, I'm getting nice. Woo!
Now, with YSL, does the YSL gang have a rivalry with the YFN gang?
I mean, a couple guys from both sides probably have some personal issue, but like as in whole, I don't.
Yeah, there we go.
I don't.
Yeah.
They probably have some personal issues, but as in whole.
Now tell him it was about women. Which, as bros, we can't even get into in between. So dudes had personal beef with other dudes about women, but technically that ain't no street business. You understand? That's domestic. Yeah, there we go. I'm on fire.
As a whole,
I'm on fire.
I can't just say everybody got a problem with everybody. Like they probably they got personal issue, whatever they got going on, they got going on.
I'll ask again. Is YFN a rival gang to YSL?
You better not say yes. Don't do it. Don't do it. You better not.
I mean,
you better not. Don't.
I mean, we don't been on to go back and forth, so like.
In that same factual acknowledgement, 420 BV.
He ain't never squeezed his cheeks like that.
On page 2, what does number 3 say?
Squeeze.
Is a rival gang to YSL.
Talking to Mike, sir.
Did you initial that with your initials on
Yes.
this document?
Yes.
All right. Sign this document.
Yes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, bro.
How long has the rivalry been in existence?
I was in prison.
So did it start when you were in prison?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Do you know what year it started?
No.
How long were you in prison?
52 months.
Damn.
So when did you get out?
2017.
Damn.
Did the rivalry start before you got out of prison in 2017?
I mean, I hadn't heard some stuff, but I guess, yes.
Do you know an individual by the name of YFN Lucci or Rayshawn Bennett?
Yes.
How were you familiar with him?
He's a rapper.
Do you know him outside of being a rapper?
Nope.
A person?
A person?
I said personally?
Yes.
No.
Back in February of 2022, specifically February 9th, 2022, were you aware of him being stabbed in a Fulton County jail?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Do you know someone by the name of Jaden Myrick?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Well, I heard about him when this case came about, but I don't know him. I don't know him at all.
What, bro?
I want to take you to February 22nd of 2022. Did you get a call from Christian Eppinger while he was in the Fulton County jail?
No.
Yes, ma'am.
Damn.
And did he reach out to you to get permission to harm Lucci, YFN Lucci?
I can't give him that permission.
Yes, he reached out to me.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to that jail call in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my God.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 418BV. Do you recognize 418BV?
Yo, they let
How do you recognize it?
Thug go though.
I mean, you showed it to me earlier.
Is that the jail call?
I mean, you showed me 3 discs. I think, yeah, you say jail call.
Oh man.
Have you heard the jail call?
Yes, early.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender and admit 418VV into evidence.
All right, it's admitted without a
But so they try to establish that he was original slime, so he had the rank enough to call it. He ain't had no rank. I thought y'all said Thug had to press the button. And it trickled down to all of this. But why they wasn't already smoking consecutive about Donovan Thomas, though, y'all? Peep game. So everything restarted when Lucci got poked? That's weird, y'all. What's up? Why they ain't do that? Why they ain't act the ass for Donovan completely?
Oh, no! Is that Obama saying something? Oh, yeah, that's why he just called.
What?
Oh, hold on. Oh, ah! He on the phone. Yo, what's up, nigga? What's up? What's going on? What the hell you got going on, my brother? Shit, just popped out. I had quit today, bro. Goddamn, I been stressing, boy. I got a warrant with Ned, shout. And goddamn, I went to court this morning. They ain't bring that shit up, so I'm bad at no. I'm sending up some shit.
So they mysteriously let him out. I told y'all they let that boy out. He wasn't supposed to have been out, y'all. Appinger. He just told you. They ain't find the warrant. Whoever went through the clink. Fingerprints find everything, bro. That's cap. They don't let you go till they make y'all. I'm telling you, bro. Listen, when you locked up and that process of getting out, they are super running your name before they release you. Seriously, whoever got released and did they tell you on hold? Yeah, they unbook you. You prepared to leave. Then when you get in regular clothes, they tell you we gotta hold you for the people that want to come get you. Stop playing.
Right now, me, Ted, and Rose, snap some shit up. They got some bad. You know what I mean? Soon that shit go through, I'm gonna bless you, bro. Seen about 500 now. How much them phones is? I'm in Rice Street, man. I know, nigga. They got a phone down there. Yeah, that shit upstairs though. Oh, it's upstairs. What's going on? They got me on PC with the boy Lucci. Oh, there's on PC. Yeah.
It's a play, y'all. Look. So they put 2 of them in there with Lucci. Knowing they can unlock the doors.
Hey, find out what I can get for that, bro. Huh?
Yo, they got a lawsuit, y'all. This entrapment. They ain't supposed to house them like that, bro. How you gonna put dudes in opposing gangs that you've been doing a 9-year investigation on, well, 7 years at that point, in the same tank? That's crazy. Allegedly on PC from where? So why they on PC? Why is Jaden Myrick and Eppinger on PC, y'all? Explain. Can we do some type of document? What's that called? Freedom of Information Act? To see what paperwork happened to put them in PC, y'all. Seriously, they not famous. Yeah. Make it make sense, y'all. Yeah, give me one.
Man, find out what I can get for that, bro. Guess what? You know what I'm talking about. I know what you can get for. I just told you where I'm at. Okay, so what you need me to do? Find out what I can get, man. I just told you who I'm in the drawing with. Who you in the drawing with? Lucha, nigga. Oh, you in the drawing? Yeah. No, I'm finna make a call right now. I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let you know when you gonna make the call back.
Nah, this a play, bro.
I call back anytime, bro. I've been trying to call you.
Nah, this a play, bro. Nah, that's a play. You don't do this on this phone like this, y'all. Because you don't even got to say your name, to be honest. You ain't even got to say your name. Just be like, yo, woo, woo, woo. I could say so much stuff, basically like charades or whatever that game is, to help you know who I'm talking about. Yo, you know, yo. Lil yo with the big head that Holmes used to be. Yeah, remember him and Holmes? Yeah. Nah. Remember Holmes? Short yo. Kind of stocky with the funny face. You feel me? Remember Holmes? Nah, not him. Remember other Holmes? Yeah, we was at the spot that night. It's too easy, y'all. I'm telling you. It's too easy to mention people without saying their name. I'm telling you, y'all. You know how to do this. Come on. Come on, bro. Look, all I got to do is say a situation that me and you was in and Holmes was there, or we talked about it. You feel me? And then you can be like, oh, yeah. All I got to do is be like, yo, remember the one time we was in the studio and I talked with you? Remember that? Yeah, Holmes in it. You see what I'm saying? We do not need to say Holmes John on there. I'm telling you.
Bro, I like, bro. I know if one nigga gonna make sure nigga straight up, Obama gonna do it, bro. Obama gonna make sure.
Now he's saying your name. Now he got a hardcore say Obama name. The chick said Obama name. That's another thing we don't need to do. I do not need to say your name on no jail call. I don't gotta say your name. I don't gotta even tell the person that's calling on three-way your name. Yo, call my man in the phone that we talked to the other day. That me and him. Yeah. I don't listen, bro. This too much. I'm telling you, they working.
Man, yeah, you know that. But goddamn, I'm finna just put some. I'm just put something in some 4 years and see. What, you know what I mean? What they gonna send to you? Goddamn. What you want?
He working, y'all. Now he's insinuating that someone above him, he's ready to go up the chain and get some bread. He working, y'all. Holmes police. He just passed it through. He's making himself the middleman and establishing the RICO right now. He police.
I need a lawyer, bro. I need a lawyer answer right. Yeah. You do, and that's a big fear.
So Holmes saying right now, if I don't get no lawyer, I'ma tell. When you hear somebody on the jail phone say to somebody, I need a lawyer, as in, if I don't get one, I'm telling. You ain't peep it? Yo, pay close attention. If you think I'm reaching, go ahead. But listen, you ain't hear what he just said? That's Appinger. I need a lawyer. You ain't hear how he said it? Man, listen.
Right now, if you get that boy, so shit, I don't see nobody not fucking with you, bro. If you handle that business, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. I was trying to get dollar number so I can holler at Slime, man. Goddamn, I know I was gonna holler at him about that shit on the phone, but he's gonna catch a nigga drift just like you did caught me drift. I'm gonna pull up to the Yo tonight. Bro. Phone there pull it out. I'm gonna pull up to the Yo.
So now he insinuating he going to the studio as if to talk to him. That hasn't been mentioned yet, but the person that we lining up. Pay attention, y'all. He don't need to say all that, because I'm specifically not going to say that. I know how people talk when we around a guy that's important and you asking me something that you want me to ask. Yo, I don't got it. We don't got to do all that. I ain't doing none of that. So, yeah, that's how you talk. Oh, I'm going to pull up later. We ain't talking about where we pulling up or who we pulling up on. Oh, yeah, I'll holler at you. Say less. You already know what time it is. We ain't got, listen, bro. Look, this already been established, bro. Guys talk like this forever, bro. This ain't new. These people working right here, y'all. I'm telling y'all. I'm telling you.
Tonight. That bitch ass supposed to be sending me something, bro. I'm gonna pull a shout to the side on some one-on-one shit and just ask him shout.
Hey, yeah, bro. And tell him my situation too, bro. I already know he done heard about it.
You know I'm gonna tell him, bro. You know I'm gonna tell him I got you, bro.
They just dropped the ball. Tell him my situation. If he was his boss, he would know his situation because he would have told him to go on the mission because the mission would have been condoned by the boss because that's the way the structure works if it was a real enterprise. So that right there alludes to Young Thug had nothing to do with none of the missions he was locked up for. That's why he wouldn't know about his current situation. Thank you. Got him again. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. I'm on fire.
Yeah, who all right now?
Yeah, me, Ted, Rose, Chill.
When you ask a person that's on probation and they're a gang member, who right there, you're technically trying to get their probation revoked. So if a person is around a gang member, as I've seen in probation revocations previously that I looked through, you can't be around other gang members. So when a gang member asks you on a jail phone call, who you around, is he establishing?
Hey, say Rose, be on the phone.
Who it is?
Who it is?
Who it is?
That big bread line, man, nigga.
Man, stop playing on me, boy. What's going on, man?
What's up, nigga?
What you doing, man? You good?
Yeah, you know, just nigga trying to make it. I ain't complaining. I'm alive, man.
I'm gonna get something for you. Give me like Monday. I got you.
Hey, what are they doing?
You want me to get it too?
If you can cash up to my baby mama. But goddamn, if you want to like drop it off, it's my girl staying in Lakewood.
All right. Obama got the number?
Yeah.
All right, my phone there. I'm gonna get it from Obama. I got you.
Hey, yeah, man.
Just hold your head, nigga.
They just dropped the ball again. So whoever that is that picked up the phone, I don't know who they're insinuating who it is, but regardless, he doesn't even have Eppinger phone number, which is another break in the structure. So if he was really his boss, he would have his number, and we wouldn't have to go through another person, third person. Matter of fact, four-way, you feel me? A person coming through another person call that's been three-wayed. Nah, we wouldn't have to do that if we was a real gang. So there we go again. That's some more proof. Thank you.
Oh, it's not good. Huh?
You got 9?
Nah, they got me on PC with the op boy.
On PP?
Yeah, they got me right here with Lucci.
No.
If all rappers, well, I don't know why he said his name again. He ain't even had to say his name again. He just said his name like 3-4 times. But listen, y'all, all rappers say that they never go on PC. Why these boys so happy to say it? That's kind of crazy, y'all. I'm confused.
Tell me give you something now.
Huh?
Tell me give you something now.
Man, I'm trying to holler at Slime, man.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, Obama.
Yo.
Yeah, though, man, just make sure you do that, though. I know you're going to make sure it's good, but I mean, you got down. Cause,
I already know, bro. I already know the situation, bro. But like, if I bust at some of these folks, you know what I mean? Let you handle their business. If the folks want you to handle their business, then got down. All right. Yeah. Hey, when you get a chance, call me back, bro, so I can talk to you one-on-one. I got a lot of ears around.
All right, got now. Yeah, that's so. Hey, who right there with the
Oh, my
cash
God.
out,
Nobody.
One of y'all got cash up. I got cash. I ain't got nothing on it right now, baby, bro.
Well, I'm saying, man, yeah.
So, girl, tell her to lock me in. As soon as I get some more cash out, bro.
Nobody in there has any money for him. Game over. Game over. No one's here with any cash app for you, bro. Tell your girl to holler at me later. Nope. No one's got any money for you now. You're thirsty. Nope. Just lay in your cell and think about the days you didn't get no bread for these times. Yup. Yeah.
So.
All right, bro.
Thirsty. He hurt.
I love you back, bro.
This when he decided to tell. He laughed. He knew telling. Nah, that's when he decided that I knew I was right by telling. I tried double check. I was going to try, I was going to renege on what I told him. Now, I ain't going to give me no break, y'all.
And we'll stop playing at 11:18 into the call. My first, do you know why Mr. Eppinger was in jail?
Allegedly.
He looked like he just spoiled himself.
Were you aware of a shooting of a police officer on Cleveland Avenue in February of 2022?
Yes, I heard about it.
And did
That boy face looked like he just max sharded.
you have any knowledge if Mr. Eppinger was a part of that shooting?
I know he was arrested for it.
Now,
What kind of days is he in? In some type of mystical rodent days. Just found out he was a rodent.
on that call, Mr. Eppinger reached out.
Hey, what's Holmes that rap that got the Jordan's name? What's his name, y'all? Travis Scott. That boy look like Travis Scott, trying to be sneaky like paparazzi over there. You know how Travis be trying to be laid back, right? Leave a comment if he look like Travis. Look at him. That boy got some Jordans with the back with Nike sign somewhere. And he got a McDonald's deal. No wonder he got this button up on. God damn it.
Out to you to get permission to stab Lucci?
I mean, yeah, he called me. Yes, he called me.
Do you know why he would have to call to get permission to stab Lucci?
I mean, that's another conversation. I left where it was. I never took the next step to reach out to nobody to try to hurt nobody.
Retarded. He crazy just like other that you left the conversation. You just let him talk. Because, what you going to have, an argument with him and telling me wrong? Because he crazy. Yeah. He crazy. Tell him. They did it. They know. They got his test. You can't bring in medical records, but they know what his scores is. They know home scores ain't right. Yeah, use that, bro. He ain't right.
Just idle conversation. I was just talking to be talking. I didn't.
I understand. My question is, though, do you know why he would have to get permission to go stab Lucci?
He ain't got to get permission. He a grown man. He can do what he want to do.
Facts.
So why was he calling you to get permission?
If it was a real gang, you don't ask for no permission. Think about it. If it's really smoke, bro, and it's really back and forth, do I need permission? Or it's just a green light, and when it get done, it's like, damn. And I could just stand on 10 once I get it done. I ain't even got to say nothing. I could just sit in here and just kick my feet up, right? Job done. We already know what time it is if we official. So how I retract to, I need to get a pass. What? Need to get no pass? I thought we was really stepping.
Sis James.
When he was asking for permission, who did he want you to reach out to?
I don't know. I said I put something in I know I just replied like I put something in a couple people's ears. So.
Who were the couple people's ears that you were going to put something into?
Nobody.
Okay.
Facts. I was just
when he
them.
says that I've been trying to get Dolly so I could talk to Slime. Who's Dolly?
Mr. Williams have a sister named Dolly.
Okay. And then who is Slime?
To my in the car, I guess he referring when he said that, I guess he put slime and dolly in the same sentence, so I just assumed he was talking about Mr. Williams.
Nah, but we call everybody slime.
Going back to your.
We call everybody that's kind of like a term of endearment with us. So if I say slime, I could be mentioning anybody. It's kind of like the current person, you feel me? So.
Your plea agreement, did you tell us who slime was in that call when you took your plea?
Can I see the plea?
Sure. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Show you again, page 420 VV. I'm going to direct you to page 3.
We got a lot of time on the clock, too. Oh, man. Oh, they looking at Yak.
We're going to look at number 11.
Oh, man. It's getting hectic for Obama.
They said it.
You said probably, I assume. I'm asking you, who was it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what he said at first.
What did he say? I didn't hear it either. I think he said, like, I just told you that or something. Did you get it,
I said I just told you. I just told her who.
Did you say you assumed who it was, or was it slime?
I just, like, from the conversation, I just put 2 and 2 together. He put slime and dolly in the same sentence, so I just figured he was talking about Mr. Williams. I never.
When you said you were going to pull up to the yo, what were you referring to?
I was talking about the studio, but I was lying.
Oh, man, thank you. Thank you.
And when you were lying, what were you telling him you were going to pull up to the studio and do?
I probably would saying to yo just to make him think that I was gonna pull up on Mr. Williams, but I never.
That's what people do on jail calls all the time, because people call home from jail with crazy ideas, and they want you to be able to be the man that could pull it off physically, since they don't have no legs at the current moment. So I always gotta tell homeboys on jail calls, like, bro, yeah, I got you. But then I ain't gonna answer the phone for him for about a week or two, for real, because it was crazy. And I can't be out here running errands for him, and he locked up, and he don't even know what's going on. So, like, yeah, that's just something you gotta do, sweetheart. Thank you.
I'm really gonna pull up on Mr. Williams. I never gonna go ask him that like that. I don't even know if they know each other, so I know I wasn't gonna go ask him that like that.
Yeah.
Did you tell him, or did he tell you that he just needed a lawyer for that?
Yes, he said that in the car.
And did you tell him that would be a big fee if you get that?
Yo, matter of fact, I'm going to jump out there and say this. The DA's office has access to all of the jail calls. So if you go through the jail calls, we can find, we're going to have to call this Brady evidence. All the jail calls y'all come through with people telling people stuff on the phone that adds up to nothing. Yes. And they have facts of this. Yes. This is a proven fact. We might be able to look at some statistics about it. Yeah. Phone calls being recorded. You think the data ain't being kept? Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Yeah, I'm on fire today. I
was just talking, man. I was just.
Now, in that call, did you also say that Funk just pulled off?
Yes, I think I said that in the call.
Who is Funk?
Who is Funk?
Yes.
Funk.
Okay. And is Funk also Mr. Williams' brother?
Yes.
Now, back in 2022, when this phone call took place, was YSL having a beef with YFN?
Was YSL having a beef with YSL? I mean, I had a problem with them.
What was your problem with YFN?
They had them just killed my friend. I mean, I ain't saying they had whatever. I don't know, but people were trolling like they killed one of my.
He just told. Oh, man. Damn. He wasn't supposed to say that. He was not supposed to say that. I wish God could rewind.
Friends, so like, it's just something I took personal. I can't say how everybody else felt.
And are you referencing Mr. McMillan or Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Now, do you know someone by the name of Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
And does he have a nickname?
LaWood.
And do you know someone by the name of Zay?
Zay?
Yes.
Yes.
And have you been in conversations with Zay about Woody being harmed in prison because of his status with YSL?
Yes, I heard the phone call earlier.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to that phone call?
Yes.
All right. Showing you what's been marked as 422 VV. Do you recognize your initials on 422 VV?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
I signed it.
And is that the call that we were just referencing with you and Zach?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 422 VV entirely.
Admitted.
Looked like Travis Scott on trial for that concert accident. It's crazy, right?
And permission to publish.
You may.
And while that is getting loaded, were you arrested for the charges in this indictment, 22 SC 183-572?
Yes.
All right. And where were you arrested at? Not an address, but a location.
In the cab.
Was it a house, an apartment, or something else?
A house.
Okay. And when you were arrested, did the officers who came to arrest you, did they take pictures inside of your home?
Yes.
Okay. And did they find a bandana and a gun inside the house?
Yes, that's what they found.
Did they find the gun underneath a bed or a mattress in the room that you were staying in?
I mean, I had Jake came to the house, so yes, I guess they did.
And was that a picture of the bandana and the gun that was found when they arrested you?
Yes, but that's what they found. I'm wrong. I ain't wearing no bandana. I'm not having no bandana.
Was the bandana found in the room that you were in?
The room that they said I was sleeping in, yes.
Is that the bandana? Is that the gun that was found in the room that they say that you were sleeping in?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 416 VV and 417 VV.
Is admitted. All right, admitted.
Yo, gang. Yo. But I miss you, bitch. I hear.
I've been dog.
I know. Listen, man. I just got a phone with the boy Woody, right?
Yeah.
Woody just coming down the road, right? So, boom. They did jump on me. They did that. But he was like, they tried to put him on the door and all that. But he said the gang task force came and talked to him and all that shit. So he thug right hand man. And long story short, he basing on some, bro, that YSL shit over with, bro. Nigga got to start a whole new name. Like, that's how he coming at me. Like, bro, that shit so fucking hot right now, bro. He like, bro, you gonna go to jail, bro. Niggas going to jail, bro. Them folks trying to lock nigga ass up, boy. This shit, see, niggas in jail know more than us because we on the street.
Yeah.
Freelancing. They know because them folks putting up on them folks. You feel what I'm saying?
Sure. Yeah,
Man,
you're right.
bro, nigga really got to backstage this shit for a little bit. Like, really not even, like, not jiggy. I'm not giving up on game, period. It's just like, it's so much going on, this shit, bro. Like, bro, it's so much going on, bro. Like, yeah, it's a lot going on, that shit, boy.
Yeah, I think they got 5 of that.
They got to kind of fall back because there's so much going on. Like, I talked to Woody. He called me because he was like, bro, vape, bro, about 3 niggas done push up on me talking about your name. Talking about, boy, I'm on the vape, Woody. Them folks pushing up on Woody. Them folks trying to get some screening down there about Shawty, you feel me? Because I heard you got jumped on and I sent word down there like, bro, y'all need to eat anything that's pop, you feel me?
Yeah.
Them folks pushing up on Woody. So Woody finally called like, vape, boy, you hell, boy. He like, boy, I'm proud of you, boy. I'm like, what? He was like, boy, hey, man. You standing on business, you feel me? So I go and tell him about you. I was like, man, Obama standing on business too, you feel me? He was like, oh yeah, Shawty one of the one. I'm like, yeah, that's my man's, you feel me?
Yeah.
Yeah, though, but I was there telling him how niggas put up, niggas ain't outside for real. He was like, man, he said, hey, bro, I know that, bro. He like, bro, niggas ain't, everybody ain't like that, bro. You give me the rundown, like, you know, Woody one of the niggas who I really just sit down and listen to, because Shawty really smart.
Yeah.
Shawty very intelligent, like, and he knowing something like, he like, bro, that shit hot
really
right
intelligent.
Now. Just chill, bro. Like, just chill, bro. Like, I know he's basically like, bad y'all nigga want to go do something, but you can't right now. He said it's impossible. He said it's impossible. He said, yeah, they gonna end up in jail. He said because they watching. When you think they ain't watching, he said they own nigga ass, bro.
Yeah,
so you gotta chill.
You know somebody working if they tell you that Woody is intelligent. You know somebody is working with the law if they tell you to trust what Woody's saying. Straight up.
Bro, just tell Gang or tell Rose them to chill, you feel me? Tell Chad them to chill for a little bit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They tell nigga backstage, bro, I'm like just chill and just lay low, you feel me? Until it's time, you know what I'm saying? It's time for everything.
Yeah, nigga might need lay low. Lead by end of June. Well, I'm finna say beginning of June, but shit, June about 30 days away.
Yeah, June about 30 days. We'll be all right. About good. Nah, about 2 months. I give it 2 months because when it be.
That's why I said. I said I was finna say June, but June just 30 days.
No, listen. I'm still coming around Gang. No, I ain't just.
Shit, me too.
I'm just finna. I'm finna go listen. I'm finna stop.
Nigga just gotta move. Nigga just gotta move better, bro. And start posting just like miscellaneous shit.
Nigga gotta stop posting that YSL shit. Nigga can't post that YSL and
shit like that.
Yeah, but nigga know what's up. Everybody know what's up. I'm finna start right here and grab this food stamp card, and I'm finna ride to my house. Then I'm gonna pull up on you at the spot, bro. I'm pull up on you today, bro.
All right, say no more.
All right, bro.
If you come straight here, bring my ID.
I'm bringing your ID today. That's why I told you I'm finna go to the house and get your ID and come straight to you.
All right.
And did you ultimately take a plea in this case, Mr. Sumlin?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 421 BV. You recognize Exhibit 421 BV?
Yes.
And is that a copy of your
Copy of the indictment or my plea?
The indictment.
The copy of the indictment.
And do you see your
Yes, my charge. Yes.
and your signature sheet?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would like to admit 421 BV as a self-authenticated document, but Mr. Sumlin has recognized 421 BV as a certified copy of his conviction.
All right.
In 22 SC 183572.
All right, it is admitted, and ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I want to remind you that you've now just heard evidence that Mr. Sumlin pled guilty to some charge or charges in this indictment, and I'm going to caution you that the co-defendant Sumlin's guilty plea conviction itself is only admitted for a limited purpose. That guilty plea is an admission by this witness only that he committed the criminal act or acts to which he pled. You're not to consider this defendant's guilty plea as evidence that any other defendant is guilty of committing any other criminal acts alleged against.
Bro, that was dirty.
And do you know someone by the name of Zay?
Zay?
Yeah. And did you ultimately take a plea in this case, Mr. Sumlin?
He pled. You're not to consider this defendant's guilty plea as evidence that any other defendant is guilty of committing any other criminal acts alleged against them in this indictment.
And again, as I've told you before, each defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not on whether another person has been convicted of any of the charges with which either of these defendants is currently accused.
And I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is there cross for this witness?
There is, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sumlin. My name is Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick. I believe you said earlier you know him as Yak Gotti, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to refer to him as Yak Gotti when I talk about him.
Yes.
Okay. There was some discussion earlier about a phone call between you and Polo, Mr. Dorsey. You remember that conversation?
Yes, sir.
And you were saying that you just kind of say, when someone asks you to do something about this particular issue, you just say yes, yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Why do you just say yes, yes, yes?
I mean,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I was just having idle conversation. Like, I never took the next step there.
So sometimes when you're having a phone call between someone in jail, someone not in the jail, you'll just say whatever, yes, 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 just to get off the phone. Is that right?
Yes.
Just to have idle conversation and move on.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about this plea that you took for a minute. That plea that you took, it required you to stay away from the other defendants in this case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So you can't have contact with any other defendants that were in the same indictment as you, correct?
Correct.
Now, you're accused in this indictment of trying to harm Rayshawn Bennett, YFN Lucci, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're also accused of this indictment of trying to harm Harold Clements, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you required to stay away from them in this plea deal that you took?
I mean...
Or let me take that back. Would you be surprised, if I can have you look at it if you'd like, would you be surprised that you're not required to stay away from them?
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
Go one.
Given that you took a plea deal and that you're accused of trying to harm those two individuals, were you surprised that they didn't require you to stay away from them?
No.
Objection relevant, Your Honor?
Sustained.
All right. I've got no further questions for you.
All right. Mr. Shard, any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Sumlin, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We've never spoken before, have we?
Never.
Never?
Never.
Okay. Well, my name is Max Shard. I represent...
That says a lot. If Max Shard ain't speak to him, then that almost mean he ain't even that dangerous of a witness. Straight up. Max Shard didn't take out time to go see him beforehand? Okay.
Shannon Stillwell, okay? And the first thing that interested me, you said that you have known Shannon for 20 to 25 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I know you said you were born on Cleveland Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you move in your childhood?
No, I never had no brothers, so I went to school in the Thomasville in the Four Seasons area with my cousin.
Okay. So you went to school in Thomasville in Four Seasons?
Yes, I went to Thomasville Elementary and I went to Price Elementary. I mean, Price Middle.
Okay. in Thomasville. That's it. Those are in the Thomasville Heights community, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's where you met Shannon.
Yes, sir.
Through going to school, and we're talking about elementary school. Right?
Yes, sir.
You met him in elementary school in the Thomasville Heights neighborhood, which is separate from Cleveland Avenue.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you've known Shannon for some time.
Yes, sir.
Do you know Shannon's grandmother, Miss Betty?
No, I can't say I know his
Okay.
grandma.
Did you know him to be raised by his grandmother? Do you know that?
I didn't have personal. I never, we just see each other outside like little kids. Like I never asked him about.
Okay, fair enough. So you never been to his house, and he's
Nah,
never
I
been to
know.
your house or anything like
no.
that. You just knew him.
Yeah, I just know him.
Okay. Have you ever tried to rap?
Middle school.
Okay. And as growing up, as part of your friendship with Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Okay. Friendship with. Do you have a friendship with Mr. Kendrick? Is that fair to say?
I mean, we cordial. We speak.
Okay. Do you know other hip hop artists besides those two?
Somebody from the area or just
In Atlanta. Do you know Wooney Lee?
What's his real name? I mean, what's his slime? I mean, what's his
Slime Life Shorty.
Yeah.
So you know him as Slime Life Shorty?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been to studios before?
Yes.
Have you seen people making music?
Yes.
Do you follow music?
Yes.
Do you listen avidly to hip hop?
Yes.
Rap?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know about drill music?
Yes.
Okay. Is drill music present in Atlanta?
Now?
Yes.
Yes, right now. That's what I was saying. Now it is.
Now it is. It's popular in Atlanta, correct?
Yes.
Drill music is very violent.
Yes.
Common threads of drill music. Ops. People talk about ops a lot.
Yes.
And that's the opposition.
Yes.
Now, when I say people talk about ops a lot, I'm not talking about YSL or YFN. Okay, I'm talking about drill music throughout the country and throughout Atlanta and throughout the country.
Yes.
They all talk about ops, don't they?
Yes.
Okay, red lights. Red lights. Stopping at red lights.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a common theme of drill music?
Yes.
Throughout the country, not just in Atlanta?
Yes.
Not just YSL?
No.
Not just YFN?
No.
Okay. What about glizzies? What's a glizzy?
A gun.
A gun. Is that a common theme, a common term used in drill music?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Not just YSL?
No.
Not just Atlanta?
No.
Not just YFN?
No.
Okay. How many people that you grew up with, would you say very few or a whole lot want to become rappers?
A lot. A lot.
Okay. How many people actually make it to the point that they're making money?
Only a handful.
A very small percentage?
Yes.
Okay, but that doesn't stop people from trying, does it?
No, sir.
Okay, and when you've seen your friends, say Slime Life Shorty, you know Shannon to rap, don't you?
Yes.
You know him to try to make it.
Yes.
You know him to make songs that have ops in it, correct?
No. I mean, I know some of his songs. I can't just think
Okay,
about.
that's fair. I don't. If you don't know, you don't
Come
know.
on, you try to bait me in, bro. Come on, you dirty.
Okay. You know Shannon been trying to make it in rap.
Yes.
Going to the studio, working on his craft, promoting himself, correct?
Yes.
Putting songs on YouTube.
Yes.
Much like many other people that you've seen growing up. Okay.
Like Gucci Man or Wayne or Ludacris. Easy.
In your observation, all these people that are trying to make it for these very few spots at the top, is there a competition?
Yeah.
What you mean by that? Like, what you mean? Like, if somebody trying to be better than them?
Yeah.
That's I can say it's a competition.
In these songs, is there a competition about who's the baddest, the toughest, the most violent?
LL Cool J started.
Who does the most on the street?
Yes.
Who's to be feared?
Yes.
Who has LL Cool J started the I'm bad, and nobody wasn't scared of him. Word on the streets, guys took his chain a couple times. So, I mean, this been there since the beginning, from the roots. The rapper been bad. With the shirt off underneath of the jacket, a fly like little track jacket, you feel me, with a Kango hat and a chain or something, you feel me? This was just marketing. Just marketing.
The biggest guns.
Yes.
Who's got...
Technically, Lil Wayne has the biggest guns. If we going off lyrics, Lil Wayne has the championship belt for the biggest guns. Yep, he got the most bars about the biggest guns. And the most, we let him slide, him being the furthest away from having a gun. He ain't even big enough to hold a big gun. And he blamed himself. This is crazy.
The most bodies. You've heard that in songs, right?
Yes.
Okay, not just in Atlanta.
No. Worldwide.
Worldwide. Even in London, right?
Okay, I can't.
Okay.
Yeah, London and Africa.
You're not familiar with drill music in London. Okay. All right. So these are common themes, and that's part of the competition, is what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've witnessed that firsthand?
Yes.
With people you grew up with?
Yes, sir.
Okay. From observing the people that you grew up with make these boasts in their songs, are those boasts, the things that people claim they did, are those always true to your knowledge?
Objection, speculation.
Nah, hell no.
If people killed as much as they claim they do in songs, would the streets of Atlanta, the streets of this world, just be depleting of population at this point? Would there be dead bodies everywhere? Yep. If everyone was really doing what they were saying?
Objection, speculation.
According to Birdman and Lil Wayne, yeah. Brrr, what happened to that boy? He smoked like 100 dudes in that song. You know how many times they repeat, they bring that chorus back? You heard?
Sustained.
Okay, I'll move on. Let's talk about your involvement in this case, Mr. Sumlin. You're out, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're happy to be out?
Yes.
Okay, for you. Originally, you were charged with 2 conspiracies, one to murder Harold Clements with Cordarius Dorsey, one to murder, to murder Rashawn Bennett, and you're allegedly conspired with Christian Eppinger, and then you're charged with gang activity based on the conspiracy with Christian Eppinger, and you were charged with conspiracy, I already said it, to commit murder with Mr. Dorsey, and in the RICO case. Yes. RICO count. And I was very inartful there, but it's 4 counts, RICO, 2 conspiracies, and a gang count, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember what day you were arrested on this case, on this indictment?
May the 11th.
Okay. On May 11th of
2022.
Okay, May 11th, 2022. And that's when they came to the house and took those pictures?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, you were able to, you were represented by an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you and your attorney moved for bond?
Yes.
All right. And bond is when, after you're arrested, you're able to pay money and be released while the case is pending, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you moved for bond, the bond hearing was heard by Judge Glanville, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And at that bond hearing, the prosecutors were at their table, correct?
Yes.
And at that bond hearing...
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning being relevant to the bond.
I'm inclined to sustain that. If you want to approach and discuss
can
this, we can
approach.
do that. Why don't we take our afternoon break anyway? And
Oh,
Mr.
man.
Sumlin, you are free to step out if you want to.
All right, for Jerry.
Bro, how y'all think he doing, y'all? Let me know in the comments. He going too far? Oh, they didn't went to black screen? Wow. What happened? How'd he go to black screen, y'all? That's crazy. Look, they had it on the wall. Hold up, they should be ready to come back. Don't go nowhere, y'all. Tap the like button. Yeah, they Sopranos. Tap the like button. Yeah, Holmes on turkey mode, ain't he? Yeah, what they on, gang? They Black Walders. Gave us the black wall. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, Holmes actually did. He told on the ops on camera, y'all, by saying they did that. I would have never said that. I'm gonna keep it real, y'all. I'd have never, like, regardless of how I felt about it, I'd have never said that on cam. They ain't charged with it. Even if they was charged, I still wouldn't have spoke about it. You feel me? Like, I'd have never said that out of my mouth. The ops did it. Smoke my man. I'd have never, I ain't gonna lie, never. There's no need to. There's no need to ever say it. You let the law handle that. Like, even afterwards, it's still no need to talk about it. Because to be honest, if he got locked up for it, I ain't really with the law getting their hands on you before we do. So I'm not really cool about it. So I'm not going to gloat. So I just won't talk about it no more if you got chipped off for it. But one thing we ain't going to be doing is we ain't going on cam alluding to we got smoke. Because first off, if somebody else go down, that automatically mean we did it. You understand? Real rap, think about that. Think about that. So that's why you don't need just go out there like, yo, yeah, we was beefing with them. Because it's like, I mean, by saying that, you're acknowledging all of our beef. So it's best that you say, nah, like he said before, it was, some personal guys because of, we in the same city. So guys might have problems, but the statistics say that technically it wasn't an all-out war between these two gangs, y'all. I'm going to keep it real. It wasn't no all-out war between these two gangs, or you wouldn't have had no gaps. It wouldn't have took to, we get the wife and Lucci getting poked up for the igniting, it wouldn't have did that. So what, you feel me? What was going on in between? What suppressed it? You can't tell me guys went to jail. Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. Salute to the people that stick around. I ain't got this on black screen, y'all. It's live. It's playing right now. I don't know. They done took the law and crime thing off the screen and all that. Hold on, y'all. What happened? That was crazy. They just black screened me. That boy like a cowboy. He got the button up on with the jeans. They just black and screen me. Ain't no way, y'all.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sumlin, a couple more questions. On direct, you talked, I think we played one of the phone calls, and you talked about those phone calls you had with Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Eppinger. Okay. Okay. Let's talk about the phone call with Mr. Dorsey first. How long have you known Mr. Dorsey?
Since I was 17, the day my mom died.
Since 2017?
It's February 15th.
Of 2017?
Yes.
Sir? Of 2017?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And you and Mr. Dorsey were in custody on that day when you met him, correct?
Yes, it was in prison.
So that call, Mr. Dorsey called you. You did not call Mr. Dorsey.
Right.
And Mr. Dorsey was in jail and you were not in jail.
Right.
Okay. And he called you about bringing some harm to a person named Mr. Harold Clements. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any problem with Harold Clements?
I didn't even know Harold Clements.
Could you speak up just?
I didn't even know Harold Clements.
Okay. And did you said that Mr. Dorsey gave you some instructions?
Right.
And is it fair to say, is this fair recapping your testimony that you hung up the phone and moved on with your life?
Right.
Okay, you did not act on what Mr. Dorsey was asking you to do.
Right.
Okay. And then you had another call from Mr. Eppinger.
Right.
Mr. Eppinger was calling about, the state was saying permission. Wasn't Mr. Eppinger really looking for payment? Isn't that what it was? It wasn't permission, it was payment.
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Eppinger, and I know you said alleged, we'll say alleged, but he was accused of doing something really crazy and idiotic. He was accused of shooting an officer who was trying to arrest him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know of, and this officer, to your knowledge, if you know, this officer was trying to arrest him on a separate warrant, and that's when Mr. Eppinger shot the officer?
I think that was the situation.
Okay. And then Mr. Eppinger, after shooting the officer, ran away from the officer. So to at least prolong before he got arrested.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know of anyone in this case, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Kendrick, anyone on the indictment other than Mr. Eppinger? Did you ever hear of anyone encouraging Mr. Eppinger to shoot that officer?
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Mr. Eppinger calls you, and he's in jail now for shooting the officer and for the case that the officer was trying to arrest him for, correct?
Yes.
And then he starts asking you how much money he could get because he needed to hire a lawyer.
Short is exposing that Eppinger was working, y'all. Peep game.
Yes.
Is that what he said to you?
Yes, I think he said. Yes, I think he said it in the call.
Okay, and from the call, he told you that he was locked up with Lucci, right?
Yes.
And at first, when he gave you that information, you didn't even put two and two together why he was even telling you that.
No. No.
Okay. In fact, you said, find out what I can get, and then you said, for what? Was that on the call?
Yes.
And then you asked him, what do you need me to do?
Right.
The truth is, you looked at Mr. Eppinger as like a child that got himself into a very bad situation.
Correct.
His own doing.
His own doing.
Yo, is he using my defense that I've been saying since the beginning? Come on, y'all. I'm nice.
And you hung up that phone and you didn't act on it anymore.
No.
Okay. So, on December 22nd of 2022, you pled guilty.
Yes.
Okay. And before pleading guilty, you were still in jail. You pled guilty from jail, essentially.
Yes.
Okay, the plea took place in the courthouse, but you were brought over from the jail. You were not free on December 22nd of 2022, correct?
No, sir.
All right. And part of pleading guilty to what you pled guilty to was a condition was you had to sign this form, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you did not write this form.
No, sir.
You were given an opportunity. Were you given an opportunity to review this form with your lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you did not write this form.
No, sir.
And the letterhead on it is the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. After agreeing to what was written on this form and entering your guilty plea on December 22nd, 2022, you were allowed to go home, correct?
I went to Clayton County.
Oh, you had a hold in Clayton County. You were released on this case,
Right.
and you were transferred to Clayton County.
Yes.
And then since you've resolved your situation in Clayton County.
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
Ms. Weinstein, anything? Redirect? Okay.
I think so on direct examination that there were people claiming to have killed your friends, Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah, I said they were trolling on Instagram.
Trolling. Do you know if Lucci was affiliated with the people who were trolling on Instagram?
My personal knowledge, no. My personal knowledge, like they. When you ask that, what you mean? Like what you?
The individuals who were trolling, were they associated with YFN?
Yes.
Okay. And is Lucci associated with YFN?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the term dry snitching?
Whoa. Dry snitch. Yeah, I heard it.
Okay. How have you heard that term?
I mean, I heard the term before. I can't explain how I heard it. I can't.
What is your understanding of what the term means?
I can't say what I heard the term before, but I can't just say what it means.
Okay. Back in 2022, after you were arrested on this case, did you learn that your phone number, there was a search warrant for your phone number and there was a wire on your phone, a wiretap on your phone number?
Yes, ma'am, I learned that yes.
And at the time, did your phone number end in 8711?
Probably did.
Okay. Court's indulgence. Nothing further,
Ron. Sir, you were just asked about people trolling on Instagram after the Christian McMillan, Darius Ford double homicide.
Right.
Okay. And that was in March of 2022, correct?
Yes, I was locked up.
All right. The truth is, there were a whole lot of people trolling about that death, correct?
Right.
There was a whole lot of people claiming responsibility for Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford's bodies, correct?
Yes, sir, it were.
People from YFN were on Instagram claiming their bodies, claiming responsibility, correct?
Yes.
People from PFK were on Instagram claiming responsibility for those same killings, correct?
Yes.
Members of the Henchmen.
Whoa.
Yes.
Henchmen is another rap collective on the east side of Atlanta, correct?
Yes, sir.
People that were members of the Henchmen were also claiming responsibility for Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford's deaths, correct?
Yeah, it was a lot of people trolling about their death.
Okay, so there was at least 3 different groups and multiple people within these groups who were all claiming responsibility for the same deaths, correct?
Yes.
And they were doing it publicly, right?
Yes.
So the world could see.
Yes.
And all three of these groups are involved with rap music, correct?
Yes.
With drill music,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right. Mr. Sumlin, you are excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Gerald Walsh to the stand.
Boot smoke. Now them Rico's already coming. PFK Rico already coming. They definitely threw him under the bus, though. Well, they threw themselves because they was false claiming. Everybody couldn't have did it, so somebody lying.
I do.
Gerald Walsh, Gerald, Walsh, Walsh.
Good afternoon. How are you doing, Mr. Walsh?
I'm doing well.
Can you tell the jury where you currently are employed?
The Department of Defense, Cyber Crime Center, DC3, as a technical instructor.
And how long have you done that?
Since September, mid-September.
Of last year?
This year.
This year? So where did you work before then?
Here at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And how long did you work with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Over 7 years.
Now, can you describe for the jury, before you left, what was your last position?
I was Assistant Chief Investigator over the Technology Unit.
And in a general sense, can you briefly summarize what would be some of your duties and responsibilities?
Digital forensics, meaning that I sought to obtain digital evidence off of different devices so that they could be used for the prosecution of crimes that occurred. And then also I was a wire room administrator, which we're going to get more into.
Because you just brought it up, can you explain what is a wire room administrator?
So a wire room administrator just makes sure that, you know, the wire room is where we do a lawful interception of a communication. And in that wire room, we have to have everything set up, all the computers set up correctly, all the users set up to use the software, the collection software, and just all these different things. Kind of like IT, but more specialized for that law enforcement purpose.
And let me ask you this, is part of, or did you have some involvement with wiretaps related to this case?
Yes, I did.
And is that what you're here to testify about?
Yes.
Now, before working in the DA's office, what was your law enforcement background?
I started my law enforcement career in 1990 with the Leon County Sheriff's Department, Tallahassee, Florida. Then I went on to the Seminole Department of Law Enforcement at the Hollywood Indian Reservation. I was a tribal police officer in Hollywood, Florida, and covered 6 reservations in Central and South Florida. Then went to West Virginia State Police, where I left there as a trooper first class after over 7 years. And then I came down here to Alpharetta Police Department, where I was a patrol officer, and went back to West Virginia. All these moves had to do with different family reasons. I know there's a lot of them, kind of nomadic. At any rate, in West Virginia, I was with the West Virginia Medicaid Fraud Control Unit as an investigator and initiated a digital forensics unit there after completing a degree in computer forensics from Marshall University when I was living there. And then came back down here to the DA's office.
Now, I wanted to ask you about, in general, can you describe for this jury a wiretap and what that involves?
So a wiretap is a lawful intercept of communications. And when I say lawful intercept, I mean it's a really big deal and should be the last kind of enforcement action that any agency would take. And you have to go in and explaining that in any kind of lawful intercept and explain the circumstances that got you there.
Your Honor, I can ask a couple other questions.
All right, go ahead.
So, can you describe when a wiretap comes up, are you able to get voice calls that are made?
Yes.
Are you able to get text messages?
Yes.
Are you able, in some circumstances, to, or let me ask you this, with calls and messages, do you know the date and time the call is made?
Yes.
Do you know the number that is receiving or making the calls?
Yes.
Do you know if it's outgoing or ingoing, or incoming, excuse me?
Yes.
Now, and let me ask you this, what was your title or position as it relates to the wiretaps in this case?
Technical case agent.
And can you describe for the jury what wiretaps were obtained in this case in terms of who was the subject of the wiretap or the phone number that was?
I believe it was D'Amico Garlington and I remember the last name, Sumlin.
D'Amico Garlington and Antonio Sumlin, does that?
Yes.
Now, and when you had this up, is there a secure location where the wiretap, when it's live, so to speak?
Yes, it's always done in a secure location that is not made public due to operational security reasons.
And is there a process called minimization that you can explain to the jury?
Yes, so every wiretap court order involves minimization rules that are administered by one of the assistant or deputy district attorneys within the district attorney's office that monitors the lawful interception. And these rules are given to anybody that's involved in monitoring the wiretap and really anybody that's connected to that particular investigation. But it's usually a short list of people, meaning that it's not discussed what's going on with anyone else and any of the agencies involved.
And let me ask you this, without getting into specifics, is there occasions where a wiretap call, the sound would go in or out in terms of that call would be minimized?
Yes, so a minimization rule, which can be different for each case depending on whatever the rules call for. But as a standard rule, whenever you listen to a particular target phone call, if you're looking for information about a particular crime or subject and that is not happening, then after a period of time you must minimize that call, meaning that you stop the recording, and when you stop the recording as a monitor, you cannot hear anything that is being said on that particular phone call. And there's no way to go back later and get that. Once you turn it off, it's off. You can't hear it, make any record of it. It's non-recoverable.
So with some of the wiretaps that you did, in this case, if a call's being played and it all of a sudden just cuts to what appears to be a different part of the conversation, could that be a possible minimization in that call?
Yes, and yes.
Now, I wanted to show you, and Your Honor, I'm not going to publish these documents, but for efficiency's sake, I'm going to utilize these, and I can show Mr. Sharp quite briefly. I was going to, let me ask you this, Mr. Walsh. Would some of the paperwork that you filled out and submitted to the various cell phone providers for these wiretaps, does that contain some data that's helpful in terms of phone numbers or dates as it pertains to the wiretaps you were involved with?
Yes.
And would looking at those documents help aid in testifying about phone numbers and data that you may not have on your memory as you sit here today?
To refresh my memory, yes.
Your Honor, I am going to approach the witness, and I will mark these before we conclude the day.
All right.
One brief moment, Mr. Walsh. Now, in this specific case, was there in total, or let me ask you this, looking at those documents, if they would refresh your memory, can you say the last 4 of the phone number associated with Mr. Sumlin that you had mentioned a wiretap for?
I believe it was 7355.
Well, I'll ask you about for Demekion Garlington, did you ever have 2 numbers or 2 wiretaps that had to get obtained?
Yes.
Can you explain that briefly to the jury, how that came about?
So if communication on one line stops for whatever reason, if someone stops paying a phone bill or turns off the phone and stops using it and communication ceases, then the inference is that target may be using a different phone number. So if you find that other phone number out, then you can, with the same probable cause, go up on that different phone number.
Understood. Now, we're looking at, and did that end up happening in this case?
That did end up happening on this case. And I will say for the record, when I'm looking at these are face sheets that have a lot of data on them, and they talk about target numbers and types of data that are going to the carriers themselves so that they can use them for programming the back end of the connection, so to speak. So it doesn't necessarily say this number goes with this person. It's more about the technical data on these face sheets.
Is there a phone number that ends in 7355?
Yes.
And is there one of those documents a phone number that ends in 8711?
Yes.
And is there, was there initially one of those documents that ends in 3244?
Correct.
And let me ask you, before testifying here today, were you able to review a medium, bless you ma'am, blessed to review a medium that has some of the data from these wiretaps?
Yes.
And is, once the wiretap is complete, is someone, for example, defense counsel, a prosecutor, law enforcement, whoever, that after something's complete, Are they able to tell the date and the time of the call and listen to the calls that are not minimized?
Yes.
And does this medium contain that data, so to speak, that someone could use to review a wiretap after it's complete?
Correct.
And it pertains to the wiretaps that were conducted for Mr. Garlington and Mr. Sumlin?
Correct.
And were you able to mark that medium after you reviewed it? I'm approaching the witness with what's marked as 437 Victor Victor. And is that a USB drive, Mr. Walsh?
Yes.
And is that the USB drive that you initialed?
It is.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the wiretap information for Mr. Sumlin and Mr. Garlington that you obtained?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender or move to admit 437 Victor Victor at this time.
It's admitted.
Your Honor, before we admit it, could it be conditionally admitted? I'm just reiterating the prior objections and prior litigation that has already occurred regarding this, as well as conditionally subject to the litigation regarding the contents of that.
I'm not sure I follow you on the
Approach.
conditional admission. Everything we've litigated, any objection you have that was overruled is reserved.
Okay.
Do you mean something beyond that?
No, that's what I'm hoping to do. Thank you.
That they are admitted over objection, your objections are reserved.
And let me ask you, Mr. Walsh, in general, was the beginning of these wiretaps in March of 2022?
Yes.
And was the ending of these wiretaps sometime in early May 2022?
Yes.
And were both of these wiretaps active at the same time, so to speak, in that window of time?
They were.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Do you know when you worked this wiretap, did Investigator Viverito have any role or assigned title as related to this?
Yes, she was the case agent, which is different from the technical case agent.
And in a brief nutshell, what would your role be as the technical case agent?
As a technical case agent, my job was to get the connections made in between the cell carriers, the intermediary computer company that would control the collection data and servers, and connect it with the server in the wire room.
And would in general, the case agent for wiretaps, what in general is their main role or function in this process?
Their job is to review all of the collections and to make sure that the minimization rules are followed, and or if they need to be changed for whatever reason.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. No further questions, Your Honor, from the state.
Any cross? All right, thank you for your time. You may step down, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Special Agent Bernie to the stand.
return witness, right? Is he a returning witness? Okay, that's what I thought. Good afternoon, Mr. Burney, or Special Agent Burney. I'm sorry. I'll just remind you that you're still under oath. You can go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bro.
Welcome back, Agent Burney. How are you doing?
Good, good. Thanks.
Now, when you had testified last, you mentioned that you did multiple plotting as related to this case. Do you recall that?
I do.
Now, did you ever plot cell phone records related to or cell tower location related to the March 14th, 2022 murder of Shamel Drinks?
I did.
Now, I wanted to ask you, as it relates to that, did you generate a report as you completed the last time you testified?
I did.
Now, I'm going to approach you with what is marked as State's Exhibit 395, Victor Victor, and ask you if you recognize it.
I do.
And is that the report you generated for this case?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 395 Victor Victor. Now, how did you initially...
Hang on.
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe there may be some extraneous.
Okay.
May I just see in full what you're seeking? Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
All right, admitted.
I'm going to use this center podium, Agent Burney. I tried to make it work over there, but I got a lot of documents. So I wanted to ask you, did you get cell phone records for how many cell phone records did you review for the March 14th, 2022 murder of Shamel Drinks?
5 separate numbers.
Now, when you got involved with this, were those 5 separate cell phone records provided to you?
They were.
Now, I want to, in Your Honor, this is pursuant to the certified business record exception. This is 391 through 394, Victor, Victor, Alpha, and Bravo. And the Alpha is the business record cert, and the Bravo is the subscriber information. And then there's DISC with the CDR records for these.
All right, so is it VV and then VVA and VVB for each of those numbers?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. So there will be 3.
Right.
There will
For
be
each? I
yes, Your
understand.
Honor.
Okay, those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Agent Burney, I'm going to hand you or put up here what has just been admitted and ask you a couple questions about it. I am going to publish 391 Victor, Victor, Bravo. And while that comes up, Agent Burney, did you have some cell phone records related to Shannon Jackson?
I did.
And did you have more than one phone number that was associated with Shannon Jackson that you analyzed?
That's correct.
Were they both Verizon cell phones?
They were.
And was the last 4 of one of them 8694?
It was.
And was the last 4 of another one 1103?
It was.
Now, I'm going to zoom in on this document and ask you a couple questions. Do you see this search and start date and search end date in the Excel spreadsheet before us?
I do.
What is that time frame pertain to in these Verizon records?
Yeah, that is the search start and end date is when the records were reviewed for the information.
And is this top column the phone number ending in 1103?
It is.
And is the second column the phone number ending in 8694?
It is.
Now, scrolling to the right, I wanted to ask you about, as we keep going a little bit further, at the top when it says, please forward to reseller track phone. Previously, you had testified about a track phone. Do you recall that?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what this column indicates with that data?
Yeah, that just means that track phone was the provider that was actually collecting the bill. But track phone doesn't have its own cell phone network. They use or rent another network. And in this case, in the Atlanta area, that's going to be Verizon. So if you go buy a track phone from Walmart or wherever, Target, you buy a track phone and activate it, it's actually running on Verizon's network.
And if we scroll a little bit more to the right, you will see we'll keep going a little bit further. Where it says disconnect type. And I'm going to expand that alpha column because sometimes Excel won't show it, and ask you, what does that MTN effective date mean?
That's the mobile number effective date, meaning that that phone number for the top row, which I believe was the 1103 number, the subscription or service for that number started on March 15th of 2022. So the effective date is when the service started for each of those numbers.
And I'm going to ask or see if it's up there, Agent Bernie. Do you see a laser pointer that looks like a mini flashlight by chance?
No. Oh, I was about to. I do not.
Thank you. So that is a laser pointer. It's color green. So can you use that to help orient the jury when we're talking about some of these items, if you don't mind, sir? So the top one is the Verizon cell phone associated with Shannon Jackson that ends in 1103. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the effective date of that cell phone?
You can see the effective date here is listed as March 15th of 2022.
And the phone number beneath it is the 8694 number?
Yes, sir.
And what is the effective date of that phone?
You can see the effective date listed here as March 7th of 2022.
So if you plotted any records related to these on the March 14th, you would only have data available to plot related to the 8694 number.
That's correct.
And then finally at that type, what does that column, which is XL Alpha Charlie, reseller and prepaid, indicate?
Yeah, that last column here just shows, hey, that this is a reseller number, meaning the person who is actually paid the bill is track phone, as we saw previously. And then the second number is actually a prepaid Verizon number. So Verizon's collecting the bill, but it's prepaid, meaning through like minutes or through cards that you would put on there to resupply your minutes and those kinds of things. It's not a what we would call postpaid account, which is every month someone pays the bill on a credit card or out of a debit card.
Now, Agent Birdie, what's going to populate for yourself and the jury, I'm going to publish 392 Victor Victor Bravo, and you may be able to get a jump start with the hard copy there before you. And I'm going to ask you a couple questions. And while this comes up, was the number ending in 0027 one of the numbers that you plotted?
It was.
And was that number associated with a Quarmavius Nichols?
It was.
Now, as this comes up, was the phone number associated with Mr. Nichols, what was the provider? Was it Verizon, AT&T?
T-Mobile.
T-Mobile. And who requested the records for Mr. Nichols' phone?
Those were done previous to me coming in, so probably Atlanta Police Department.
Now, this is going to populate momentarily. Now, at the very top of this, do you see the requester from these records?
I do.
And we're going to zoom in a little bit. Who is the requesting party?
Yeah, you can see it listed right there. It says Alfred Hogan.
And what was the date that they were provided on?
You can see the date listed there is March 22nd of 2022.
And what was the subscriber name on these records?
Yeah, subscriber name listed down here is Oya China.
And not the full address, but just was the subscriber address a 50 Mount Zion Road?
It is.
I am going to publish 393 Victor Bravo. Was there a phone number ending in 7355 associated with Demikian Garlington that you reviewed?
There was.
Was that also a T-Mobile phone?
It is.
And as that's coming up, 393 Victor Bravo, what was the activation date on that 7355 number with Mr. Garlington, or associated with Mr. Garlington?
It looks like in the records here, I'll pull these up. Were you asking the effective date of the account?
Correct.
Okay. Was March 2nd of 2022.
And when was that account associated with Mr. Garlington canceled?
December 1st of 2022.
And was this a prepaid account?
It is.
So is there no, at least within the records, associated name or address?
Correct. If you scroll down some more, you'll see that it says prepaid unlimited account with T-Mobile. It's right there, listed right there. So no subscriber information is required if you do a prepaid card.
So I wanted to, thus far, we have 2 Verizon numbers associated with Mr. Shannon Jackson, a T-Mobile that is associated with Mr. Nichols and Mr. Garlington. Was there one last phone record that you were requested to review?
There was.
What was the last 4 of that number?
8940.
And was that associated with a Miles Farley?
It was.
Now, I'm going to publish 394 Victor Bravo, and while that's coming up, I wanted to ask you who the subscriber name on that 8940 number was.
Yeah, you can see it on this report listed right here. Billing address and billing name is Miles Farley.
Now, I'm going to publish what's already been admitted as 395 Victor, which is your report. And I'm going to specifically publish slide 7. And it should come up here on the screen in a few moments. And as it relates to the phone records that you plotted for March 14th, were you requested or asked to focus on around the time of 10 p.m.?
I was.
Now, just zooming in briefly, are these the numbers and phone numbers that we had just discussed that you analyzed related to this case?
They are.
Now, one brief moment, Agent Berger. Now, just can you give the jury a brief refresher? We're going to publish page 6 to orient them to the data that they will be seeing in these slides.
Yeah, so if, in my previous testimony, I talked about, how a cell phone works. And in the records, we can see the cell phone tower and the sector that's used for each, call, text, or data session, depending upon the records that were obtained. And then for each tower shown, there's going to be a box. It looks like this. We call it like a call-out box. And that box contains information relevant and information obtained from the call detail records. The old school phone bill, right, that had who we called, what date and time, duration, but also the cell phone towers and sectors or side of the towers that were used. So on this call-out box, again, it has the unique cell phone number and sector, has the date that we're looking at the records. It'll have the phone number whose records we're looking at. In this case, it's the blue number ending in 8905. And then again, a time period will be in local time. And then it'll say the type of activity, whether it was an outgoing or incoming call. And then this number right here is going to be the number of degrees out of 360 degrees that the middle of this sector is pointing. So in this specific example, this sector points toward 122 degrees, which is south and east. And then the last phone number listed there is the other side of the call, whoever, in this case, placed an incoming call to our number.
Now, I'm going to publish slide 8. And again, does this orient the jury to 10 p.m. on March 14th, 2022?
It does.
All right. Now, I'm going to publish slide 9 and ask you, is this the 8694 associated with Shannon Jackson?
It is.
And can you orient the jury? Is this just capture a single call on March 14th, 2022?
It does, and we see that, again, it's on March 14th. We see the time period at the top. Again, the phone number whose activity is mapped will be on the left-hand side. It says that here. On the right side will be any key locations. And then also one thing to remember is each of these red dots on here are other towers. So in this case, these are all other Verizon cell phone towers. So here we can see at 316, the red phone used this tower, specifically this sector, again, putting that device in this general area here.
And do you see the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport on this map?
I do.
And can you just, is it to the right, northeast, so to speak, of that tower?
Yep, it's located right here.
And the time of this call is 3:16 p.m. on March 14th, 2022?
It is.
Now, I'm going to move to slide 12, or excuse me, slide 10. Is this from the time frame of 9:40 p.m. to 10:20 p.m.?
It is.
And we're going to zoom in a little bit, but that red CS icon, can you describe for the jury what that address is?
Yeah, we see the address listed up here. It's 400 Windsor Street Southwest in Atlanta.
We're going to go back one slide. And what is the first call that you see on this slide?
Yeah, so again, the first call we see is at 9:50, and we see that listed here, 9:50 p.m., and we see the tower and the sector, again, that was used by this device.
Now, is the 9:50 call in the vicinity of the crime scene, the tower location, I should say.
It is. Both the 950 and the subsequent call at 957 both use the tower that's closest to the crime scene and the sector that would cover the crime scene, as we can see here.
Now, after that 957 call on March 14th, when is the next call?
So after the 957, again, that uses this tower and sector here, the next activity is over in this general area here, and that's at 10:14 p.m.
How much time passes between 9:57 and 10:14 p.m.?
Approximately 17 minutes.
And do you see between those two locations, is there a major highway between them?
There is.
What is that highway?
Yeah, you can see I-20 right here in between the tower used on this side and then the tower eventually used on this side 17 minutes later.
And is that tower on the left, do you see the intersection of Highway 70 and I-20?
I do.
Can you orient that for the jury?
Yeah, so here again is I-20 this way, and that Highway 70 is this yellow road that kind of goes right through the middle of that sector.
And is that blue icon above just an icon for a local airport?
It is.
Now, I'm going to publish, and let me ask you this. Is there 3 calls at 10:14, 10:15, and 10:19, all using that same tower and sector location on the far left of this slide?
There are.
Now, I'm going to publish slide 11 and ask you, in addition to March 14th around 10 p.m., were you also requested to plot some location data around a 2830 Waters Road?
I was.
Now, can you orient the jury? What is the time frame for this slide?
Yeah, you can see it at the top, March 15th of 2022, around 11:03 p.m. until the next morning, March 16th, 2022, around 10:35 p.m.
Now, is this slide, is it capture data, phone calls? What does this slide indicate?
Yeah, so again, I was asked just to review activity of the device as it was close to this address here. So again, this doesn't show all of the activity of this device throughout the entire period listed at the top, just the ones that were close to the Waters Road address.
And does this slide have both the 8694 and the 1103 Verizon phones associated with Shannon Jackson?
It does, yes. So you can see it. It might be hard for them to see this far away, but there's some 864s. This is an 864 activity. I think the top one here is an 864 activity, and the rest of them are all on the 1103 device.
And can you describe for the jury, do these 2 towers or phones, is there any relationship between them in terms of the tower locations?
I mean, yeah, again, you can see tower here provides coverage in this area. Tower here provides coverage in this area. There's going to be some overlap between towers. Again, one tower doesn't start and the other one start at the same end and then start close, right? They're going to overlap those towers. So there's going to be some overlap between these 2 sectors. Again, probably in this vicinity over here near the Waters Road address.
Now, Agent Burney, I'm going to briefly publish what's already been admitted as 3 Victor Victor. It will come up for you on the screen momentarily. And Agent Bernie, I'm going to ask you, what is the date on this admitted document? 3 Victor Victor.
The incident date?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so you can see the incident date listed here is March 16th of 2022.
And what is the address?
The address is listed further down right there. 2830 Waters Road, Southwest.
And under incident times, what is the time that the dispatch on this document received the call, as where it says dispatch received?
Yeah, you can see the under this column here, incident times. Here's the dispatch received at 8 minutes after midnight, 8 minutes and 39 seconds after midnight on the 16th.
Thank you, Agent Bernie. I'm going to republish slide 11. And ask you, when that comes up, what is the first time on slide 11 that you mapped?
Yes, so the first time that's mapped on here is this one here at 11:03 using this tower and sector. And then this one's 11:18, and then all of the other ones starting at 12:03, again using this tower and sector here.
And is there a call at 12:03 a.m. and 12:17 a.m.?
Yeah, there's some phone activity at 12:03, 12:17, and 12:25 a.m.
And is there also phone activity at 12:25 a.m.?
There is.
Now, I am going to publish slide 12. And I wanted to ask you, is this the slide pertaining to the data related to, or the phone associated with Quarmelius Nichols?
It is.
Now, with this particular slide, can you describe for the jury what this data indicates as we zoom in?
Yeah, so for this phone, some additional data was provided by the phone companies. So on the previous records, what we would see is a tower in a sector or side of the tower on a call detail records. Well, this phone, T-Mobile was able to provide what's called timing advance records. And timing advance records, in addition to the tower and the sector, also provides us a distance that the phone is away from the tower at a specific time that the device checked in. So here we can see there's an arc. We see it here kind of at the top here for an example. So the device checks in with the network, and a distance is determined based on a signal sent between the phone and the tower and returned back. You multiply that times the speed of light, and that gives us the distance that the device is away from the tower when it checked in. And so these are additional records that allow us to be a little bit more precise about where a device is at a specific date and time.
Now, what is the first time that there's data on this slide?
So again, we see data. This was reviewed between 9:40 and 10:36. And first activity here is at 10:03. There's a timing advance data report of 0.19 miles away. And that puts the device on this side up here.
And let me ask you, would time in advance with data, if you don't have any time in advance information, what does that tell you?
So to explain timing advance, it's always occurring on your phone. So if your phone is turned on, it's trying to check in with the network to determine what's the strongest tower, other kinds of things, network interactions. So if the device does not have timing advance, the device is either turned off or it's in an area that has no service.
Now, I wanted to ask you, and I'm going to show you, did you have opportunity to review the data sessions for the phone associated with Mr. Nichols on this time?
Yeah, the timing advance records, yes.
And is the time and advance records come up in a large Excel spreadsheet?
They do.
And if I were to show you a snippet of the time and advance records from that spreadsheet, would you be able to answer some questions if time and advance records were being shown at certain times, or provided, I should say?
Yes.
I am approaching you, Agent Burney, with a snapshot from what's already admitted as State's Exhibit 392 Victor, which is the call detail records. I wanted to ask you on that, do you see this 10:03 p.m. entry point?
I do. So again, we're reviewing a data sessions report, and I see the one in question. There is a data session that starts at 10:03.
And I'm going to zoom in for right now. And on this slide, what you first have is this 10:03. Do you see that on the screen?
I do.
So with the Excel spreadsheet with the data sessions that you have before you, do you see that same 10:03 p.m. data point?
So that data point at 10:03, 22 seconds listed there is off the timing advance report. And what we have here is a slightly different. It's the data sessions report at 10:03 and 23 seconds.
And with data sessions, what is the previous data session before, or what is do you have a data session around 10 o'clock on March 14th, 2022?
Yeah, there's one on the records. So the one thing to remember about T-Mobile records, they're kept in UTC time. So again, this record shows 2:03 a.m., but when you transition it from UTC time to Eastern time, that would be 10:03 p.m.
And what is the data session before that time?
Listed on this report in UTC time as 14:33, and then when you convert it, that's going to be 10:33 a.m.
And is there any data sessions before 10:03 p.m. on March 14th?
There are. There's a series of data sessions. Again, the last one, the one we have, there's a 10:03 p.m. Previous to that is a 10:33 a.m., and then a 10:18 a.m., and then a 10:03 a.m. So a series of data sessions.
And that goes from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Correct.
And so during the day of March 14th, with the data sessions of that phone, is there any data before 10:03 p.m. in that 12-hour window, roughly?
There is not.
Now, I also wanted to ask you, you see how it has this RTD and it says 0.19, 0.10, 0.15?
I do.
Is that where, can you describe for the jury briefly, now that they can see it, what that indicates?
Yeah, so again, that comes from the timing advance report. What that stands for is range to device, RTD. So again, what's happening is the phone is on, checking in with the network. A signal is sent from the tower to the phone and then back to the tower. However long that takes in milliseconds, they multiply that times the speed of that light, and that lets the network know that that device is a certain distance away. So in this case, listed on the report, the phone checked in at 0.19 miles away at 10:03 and 22 seconds. At 10:03 and 25 seconds, it checked in on a different side of the tower at 0.1 miles away.
And roughly, Agent Bernie, what is the scale of this from the red crime scene icon to the green highlighted tower for this phone?
Yeah, so if you, oh, there you go, zoomed out a little, you can see the scale on the bottom. You know, a general distance would probably be, you know, like 2 miles, a little bit over 2 miles in between the crime scene and the tower represented in green up here.
Now, did you also, I'm going to publish slide 13. Did you also plot cell phone records for 8940, the phone associated with Miles Farley?
I did.
And on this specific slide, I wanted to ask you, does this show at 9:42 p.m. Miles Farley's phone?
It does.
And what is that blue W icon that we see on the screen?
Yeah, again, that W icon is the 2830 Waters Road Southwest.
And does the phone associated with Miles Farley appear to be at that 2830 Waters Road address when this 9:42 p.m. call is made?
It's in the vicinity. Obviously, it uses this tower and this sector. That tower and sector would provide coverage to the Water Street. So that device, again, could be at the Water Street, yes.
Now, I'm going to publish slide 14. Is this capture the next call data related to the phone associated with Miles Farley?
It does.
And after that 9:42 p.m. call, when are the next calls for this phone?
Yeah, you see those listed using the tower and sector here. 9:55 is the first one listed.
And when that 9:55 call is made, do you see this tower in relation to the crime scene?
I do. You can see the tower and sector used. It's hard to see the tower there. It's right underneath the crime scene icon there. It's the closest, again, the closest tower to the crime scene.
And is there a series of calls at 9:57, 9:58, and 9:59?
Yes, all using the same tower and sector.
And at that 9:59 p.m. call, it's in the vicinity of the crime scene. Is that correct?
Correct. It's using the tower and sector that would provide coverage to the crime scene. But again, you know, I can't say if it's on this side or down in here, but it is in that sector that's covered, also covers the crime scene.
And on the records you have for Farley's phone, is the next call after this 9:59 call? What time is that last call captured on this slide?
Yeah, the next one here, we can see the device has traveled north and westbound, and that phone activity is at 10:53, and it's an outgoing call.
And do you see the intersection of I-20 and Highway 70 on this slide?
I do.
Can you show the jury where that is?
Again, there's your I-20 right there. 70 is this road right here.
And do you see that blue icon for the Fulton County Airport, Brownfield, as it reads on the screen?
I do.
Now, and there is on this slide a gap of roughly 54 minutes between those two calls. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Now, I'm going to republish slide 10. And this slide is the 8694 associated with Shannon Jackson around this time frame. Is that fair?
It is.
And do the cell tower locations between Farley, the phone associated with Farley, and the phone associated with Jackson, have any similar movement patterns?
They do. Obviously, both of which have phone activity here at 9:50. This one's 9:50 and 9:57. The green device, or correction, the purple device for Farley we looked at was 9:55, 9:57, 9:58, 9:59, and then both of which have activity in relatively the same area here. This one, the first one's at 10:14, 10:15, and 10:19. And the Farley device is at 10:53. Now they obviously use different towers because one's a Verizon phone and one's a T-Mobile phone, so they're not going to use the same tower.
Now I'm going to go to slide 15. Did you also plot the phone records with the phone associated with Demekion Garlington on this time frame?
I did.
Looking at this slide, is this phone activity between is it essentially two calls on 9:34 p.m. and 9:35 p.m. from the phone number associated with Demekion Garlington?
It is.
And can you orient the jury to, is this the same 2830s Waters Road address we had just discussed?
Yeah, that W here is the same address.
And for these phone calls, is the tower utilized by the phone associated with Mr. Garlington in the general vicinity of that 2830 Waters Road?
It is.
And the last call for this was 9:35, is that correct?
That's correct.
Going back to slide 13, this call was at 9:42 p.m. from the phone associated with Miles Farley?
It is.
And is this also in the vicinity, is Farley's phone and Garlington's phone within that roughly 10-minute time, give or take, within the general area of the 2830 Waters Road on March 14th, 2022?
They are. The phone we just looked at, Blue Phone, uses this tower here at 9:34 and 9:35, the sector that would cover the Waters Road area as well.
Now I'm going to go back to slide 15. After this 9:35 outgoing call from the phone number associated with Garlington, did you plot additional towers for him?
I did.
Publishing slide 16, can you describe for the jury what this slide indicates?
Yeah, so this is a continuation of that 7355 phone, the Blue Phone here. We can see between 9:48 and that's 10:59. And then we can see the towers and sectors used. So the first is at 9:48 using this tower and sector here, 9:48, 9:49, and 9:56. Again, putting that device in this general area here. And then the next tower that's used is at 9:59. There's 3 separate incoming calls, all using this tower and sector here.
Now, those 3 incoming calls at 9:59, do you see that on this slide for the phone associated with Garlington?
I do.
I'm going to publish these records for the phone associated with Farley. Do you see a 9:59 call on March 14, 2024 for the phone associated with Miles Farley?
I do.
And is that phone at that same time also in the general vicinity of the crime scene?
Yes, it is. That's actually using the exact same tower, just a different antenna.
And if I go back to slide 10 for the phone number associated with Shannon Jackson, is there a 9:57 p.m. call that you see on this slide?
There is.
And is that also using, or not using, but using a tower in the general vicinity of that same crime scene location?
It is.
I am going to go back to slide 16. And this slide itself captures phone activity from 9:48 p.m. to 9:59 for the phone associated with Garlington. Is that correct?
It does.
Now, publishing slide 17, where does the phone associated with Garlington travel after that 9:59 call near the vicinity of the crime scene?
Yes, so you see that device. Again, we're still looking at the blue device, 10:06 to 10:54. We see that device has phone activity, and that activity moves westbound, starting at 10:06 and 30 seconds, an incoming call in this general area here. And then we see the next one is at 10:06, 55 seconds, 10:07, 10:08. And then eventually on this slide, the last ones are at 10:45 and 10:50.
Now, going back to slide, or let me ask you this. Do you see that same highway, I-70, highway I-20 on this slide that we have discussed before?
I do.
Can you orient the jury where that is?
Yep, here is I-20 this way, and this is 70 that comes in right here.
And is that the blue Fulton County Airport icon we had discussed before?
It is.
Is the general travel patterns for the phone associated with Shannon Jackson, Demekion Garlington, and Miles Farley, absent the timing of the movement for Mr. Farley, a similar pattern?
They are.
And is the all of that movement essentially westbound, the tower movement, I mean, westbound down I-20 from 400 Windsor Street to this area near Highway 70 and I-20 intersection?
That's correct, yes.
A brief moment, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Agent Bernie, are you familiar with Fulton Industrial Boulevard?
Not exactly the location, no.
Understood. Thank you, Agent Bernie. No further questions from the state, Your Honor, at this time.
Is there a cross for this witness?
No questions.
All right. Thank you for your time. You are excused, and I believe at this point released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, could we get a brief break?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. 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 Yeah. Let's.
Yo, 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 yo. Salute to everybody in here. We made it through that witness. Gee whiz. That witness was terrible. What y'all think? What's going on? Yeah, yo. I'm in here. What's up? Yeah. Ricky, you know the next witnesses? Yo, who got access to get people paperwork, y'all? What's up with the paperwork now? I need some paperwork. I don't want to pay for it. I seen like $600 worth of transcripts I wanted in the Fulton County. It's to the trial involving Boo. Well, it wasn't a whole trial. They pled out. But I still want to see some of the stuff they said. Because they talking about Boo and them was riding around going to clubs and stuff. Viverito coming tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Viverito. What about PFK? Any more info on them? I don't even think they're going to do much with Viverito, y'all. Now that everybody not here. They say Viverito so long, we ain't even get to, they ain't going to ask Viverito about her relationship with Woody, whether she slept with him or not. State can rest their case by month's end. Man, I think they're going to be done before that. Yeah, I think they're going to be done before that, y'all, the way they rolling. I don't think they got enough witnesses to last that long. Yeah, I'm here, y'all. Yeah. My view's low as hell. YouTube, you bluffing, man. Why do people leave out of my stream? 500 people, 200 people left out. Yeah. But Law and Crime and them got 10,000 people. That's crazy. I ain't gonna lie. We here. Nah, it ain't about y'all. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. If y'all don't do something, though, like, I mean, ain't gonna be no real streamers. Because nobody ain't fighting the fight. Like, basically, I'm just suppressed in the corner. But believe me, I ain't gonna sit around and play games with them. I'm gonna let y'all have Law and Crime and all these corny niggas for real. Until the black people figure out how to balance out the streaming so they can't suppress people. But nobody don't really care enough to try to figure it out. Niggas would rather just go to work and mind their business and just click whatever they get to click. Ain't nobody going, you know what I mean? Nah. Still here don't count, y'all. We talking about thousands of people, y'all. Fuck that still here. Still here is like you don't hear what I'm saying. You feel me? Like, yo, I'm not talking about y'all that's here, y'all. Please listen to what I'm saying. Like, yo, we are getting crushed. It's no way. They got 10,000 goddamn people. But never mind. I understand what y'all saying. Like, yo, nah, we support. Yo, y'all not hearing me when y'all say that, though. Who do we complain to? That's the crazy part. I be doing all this goddamn work, Pat. Everybody else know how to complain. I don't do complaining. So where my help at? I do all this shit that I be doing. I don't know how to call the police, bro, or complain. Like, I ain't good at that. I don't. You understand? And it's been a minute. I've been getting heavily suppressed. I ain't seen no black content creators help me. I ain't seen no goddamn lawyers pop out. None of that, bro. Those numbers inflated. Why we don't know how to do ours? So fuck all that. Fuck those excuses. You don't know how, and you don't know why. So why? You don't find that a problem? Like, stop. Those ain't answers. That sound like copping out, and you're not even addressing the problem. It's being done on purpose. But fuck it, though.
You know,
A folder I should be looking at? What?
Yes, Your Honor, this is same,
You want me to just
Dropbox folder?
You want me to just forward the email? Forward the email to the Dropbox.
Okay.
The updated Dropbox.
Okay. I don't see it just yet.
Good look immaculate.
Okay. Oh, is this the one that got sent this morning?
Oh, I didn't know you were attached to CC.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I got the one this morning. Is there something different, or is that the one?
Same one.
Okay. That's you to re-forward it to, or do you have one?
What would it have been this morning?
It would have been the email from Ms. Hilton that I forwarded you with the updated Dropbox.
Oh, okay. Now I can just find that in my now deleted
But I
items.
can send it to you again.
Did you send it this morning?
I should have. I thought I did.
And will it have issues for tomorrow, actually today? Is it that one? Okay. All right. Okay, and so it'll be the link that Ms. Hilton sent? Yes. Got it. Okay. Let me know which ones to click on.
I just opened the first one. For me, it just, the arrow keys, it just goes one to the next. You don't have to back out.
Yeah, so my first one is 3282.
Yes.
Okay.
And I am objecting to this. I believe this is Mr. Kelvin Watts. The caption says, "A, we at war, but tell me why I feel so safe. It's my shelter." And then hashtags. I am objecting under hearsay grounds. Mr. Watts is not testifying.
He's clearly not a co-conspirator. What's the state's response?
Your Honor. I'm pulling up my computer, Your Honor, but
okay.
The only thing that I think in this post that has anything that can have any truth asserted is we're at war. I mean, I don't know what the true meaning of conch shells are or bird emojis or numbers. I mean, I don't think they can have truth of the matter asserted under the legal rules of hearsay. But specifically with this, it is, this post has, and primarily these posts that the state intends to include have non-hearsay purpose in terms of this is a public declaration that we're at war, but tell me how I feel so safe, and then hashtag nutlife, hashtag a number of different things that publicly saying we're at war is letting you know what, at least according to this public Instagram post, what the poster of this is in their mind. And the state's theory, of course, is no secret that Shellkel and members of YSL have had a long-running feud since 2015, as seen by the multitude of interviews of Kenneth Copeland, Quindarius Zachary, and testifying. And this is now March 2022. The specific post is August of 2022. But
so y'all took a picture, and that boy wasn't supposed to have been doing no gang retaliation post. Uh-oh, game over. Who remember when I just broke down Shell Cows ain't supposed, he just was on federal probation. And they violated him for posting pictures on the social media with other gang members, but they allowing him to taunt other gangs? Okay, remember I told y'all, they let this boy out so he could do this. What's up?
And of course, no one can be in the poster's mind, but it's just the public declaration of this.
We didn't heard how they screenshotting these boys while they putting this stuff up, y'all. So how they was watching it later to revoke his probation and screenshot all the pictures of him so they could put him back in jail after he was getting busy. Bro, I told y'all they put these boys out on the streets. I told y'all.
And when you have the hashtag of nutlife, that is in direct reference to the murder of Donovan Thomas, and then it becomes nutlife times 2 after Shamel Drinks is murdered. And so the after March 14th, 2022, despite for 7 years only.
Yo, the gang detectives didn't even know this dude, so he ain't nut life too. You can't even compare him to this other nut. Everybody knew this other nut. This dude just some nut. Stop playing, bro. Don't do that.
Posting hashtag nutlife, they start saying nutlife times 2 because his nickname was also Peanut, coincidentally.
He who?
Shamel Drinks, who was murdered on March 14th.
Okay, but this is in August.
Correct, Your Honor.
He's already been killed, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is this showing?
It's
as to these 2 defendants.
Your Honor, it's the RICO enterprise that the state is intending to show this.
No, it's so far of a reach, bro. She can't even understand your context. It don't even make sense, bro. You putting 2 and 2 together, and that's when wordplay and social media goes too far to be proven in court. Now you in here trying to prove it under RICO, and technically it's just jargon at this point, bro. Once you try to legally bring it into court, it doesn't prove anything. That's the whole point of it. It's street lingo and talk. It's for the streets. Trying to prove that in court, nut life times 2. You're super reaching, bro. I over understand what you're saying. And it's cap. That's why she's saying what she's saying. Stop.
He didn't directly at Defendant Kendricks or at Defendant Stillwell's personal Instagram handles. And I don't have any indication of evidence that he directly DM'd this message, but it's the public declaration that we're at war, tell me how I feel safe. And he says, hashtag nutlife, hashtag.
Atkins, can I ask you a question? Did Shell Kells have a rap career that never got off the ground? All right. One of the state's witnesses just testified that people claim bodies that they didn't do because we had 3 sets of gangs claiming 2 people as bodies. They all couldn't have been there unless they was a super hybrid and they split it up. So now that's not even a whole body. That's a third of a body. So y'all got 33%. Y'all all sharing. That's crazy. So what we doing? What we doing, y'all?
Tag Shell One and then free his friends.
I don't even frankly see how it's relevant to any of the counts in this indictment if this is posted at least 5 months, maybe longer, after the last alleged act in this indictment.
That is true, Your Honor. I mean, the gang war to the states has not.
All right, it's
yes, Your Honor. Understood.
Sustained.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
Next.
Number 2, this is December 1st, 2018. If the intent is, let me just say, I have a problem with the words, the assertions by the author of what I believe to be Kelvin Watts, who didn't testify. I don't have a problem, per se, with the picture. It's the commentary, and again, the relevance to any commentary is December 1st, 2018, which is basically 4 months separated from either homicides. 4 years separated from the 2 homicides, no matter what.
Right.
Your Honor.
There's multiple acts that are not just in 2015 and 2022 in this indictment, to include when the vehicle that it was believed that Wife and Lucci's vehicle itself that someone else just happened to be driving was shot up by Javon Fleetwood. And so that was in 2019. But specifically, this is Rayshawn Bennett, who the court has heard multiple testimony about, and Shell Kell, who the court has heard and the jury has heard. I don't know what the truth of the matter asserted of long live nut is. The state is not intending to say, I mean, that is a memorial. It is a state of mind associating.
Yo, people put long live whoever underneath all they posts sometimes. Atkin, are you familiar with this? This is a thing. It's a term of endearment to loved ones that you lost in the battle of being from poverty. It's not necessarily like a gang beef. No, we say that about anybody, you feel me? Yeah, long live Holmes, you feel me? On phone them, bitch.
Shell Kell, who posted this, who's Kelvin Watts, Rayshawn Bennett, and a post showing them associated with one another. And I believe from evidence admitted in this trial that is Trestle Tree, from just the way that is designed with the front porch, because we've had, and I'm not 100% on that, but it looks quite like the.
All right, what's the specific objection? Relevance and what else?
It's relevance and hearsay to the right. Picture, I don't have a problem.
Okay. Is all of it, all of the language hearsay?
Oh, well, the long live nut is what I have a problem with.
The hashtag long live nut?
Yes. I just don't, I don't even know what, unless the state knows something I don't know about the hashtag free me, which I don't know the relevance of that, but it doesn't really.
All right. I will permit it with, the picture to show the association, and then it's Shell Kell Nut Life anyway. Redact the 2 hashtags, long live nut, free me. And does that satisfy?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And just the hashtag?
Yeah. I mean.
So if O Block is named after O.D. Perry, every time somebody says O Block, that's an overt act? It's a gang war. So if my sister say, rest in peace me, she beefing too.
Unless there's some objection to the rest of it. I mean, I don't know.
What about my mom's? She got the bumper sticker. Well, somebody else's mom's, not me. Yo. Seriously. Like anybody that praises or salutes someone that passed away in a social media post, we assuming that that's a part of a war. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Stats gonna say otherwise, bro. It's so many people. Man, listen.
What the UNs don't know the half is really relevant to. Right. So we could redact that as well. All right, next.
Number 3.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with
Short, turn your mic on, bro. Is y'all listening? Turn your mic on.
the picture. I don't have a
All right.
I don't have problems.
It is, Pat.
Assuming real one.
Oh, yo, y'all should see how many familiar names is already a part of Georgia case law. I meant to tell y'all that. So as I was looking through Georgia case law, a lot of the usual culprits is in there, y'all. Yeah. We talking about everybody from Bloody Summer. Paperwork is in case law for Georgia, which I found to be odd. That was one. Brian Steele, Glanville. I mean, mega names from this trial is already stamped in old case law, y'all. Georgia case law.
FR is Mr. Ford's. Yes. Is that correct? Okay.
All right. Any issue with the next one?
No.
All right. Are y'all's like 4 in a row and then you go down to the next line? Or...
When I just hit the side arrow, it just keeps going.
Oh, okay. Mine's not set up like that. But... Oh, okay.
Mega informants.
That goes. Oh, yeah. Okay. Gotcha. All right. Any issues with number 5?
At some point, it's just becoming cumulative. But the point is that, well, I guess this is McMain, so I don't have an issue with that.
Okay. Moving on. 6.
Man,
I haven't. No, I'm sorry.
Moving back.
Number 5, I have an issue with the commentary, the post. I don't have a problem with the picture.
I don't see it. Oh, the snake and the sword and the 4L?
Yes.
Whoa.
I don't know.
What's the purpose of this picture? Don't we have Ocean Drive Slim's posts with
We
various
do.
people already?
The state believes, I mean, there are obviously 3 emojis, that the snake is for YSL, the sword is a common thing that comes up in PD 21 slaughter gang type street gangs, which is allied with YSL, which comes up because of Investigator Viv Rita will discuss that, and talking about DeMarco Boyer, who was the one who got on FaceTime and said, get on FaceTime real quick, because slaughter gang type.
Yes, he did.
PD 21 slaughter gang type street gangs, which is allied with YSL, which comes up because of Investigator Viv Rita will discuss that, and talking about DeMarco Boyer, who was the one who got on FaceTime and said, get on FaceTime real quick. And the state believes that was minutes before Shamel Drinks was murdered. And then they pull out of the gas station and follow him. And so this specific post is showing Christian McMiller, Jeffery Williams, and is highlighting the, he posted that snake emoji, the knife, and the 4L.
And what? Viverito is going to give her theory about what each of those emojis means?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And the video that Wooney Lee, where he said, shh, we put that, you know what, on your gravestone, was that video vlog was titled A Night with YSL and 4L, which that's why this snake emoji, the knife, and the 4L, it is connected.
All right.
So,
These are statements by someone sadly who can't testify.
Right.
I just, unless it's in furtherance of a conspiracy, to me, there's no legal mechanism for them to be admitted. Because they are assertions.
They're definitely, yes, they are.
But they are assertions.
So is the argument that they are co-conspirator exception? And this is all the fostering of the gang cohesion concept?
well, I mean, this can be, yes, a public pronouncement of an ally between two gangs with the way.
Wow. Now they picking up new members and new gangs.
That these emojis are stated, but there's a difference between an assertion and something offered for a non-hearsay purpose.
Mm-hmm. But I don't hear you saying I'm offering the snake, the sword, and the 4L for a non-hearsay purpose.
Well, I guess the non-hearsay purpose would be publicly connecting and tethering these two groups together by his posting of this. I mean, the truth of the matter asserted would be, yes, I'm a YSL street gang member and I'm allied with this other group. It's like if someone posted heart emojis next to a sports team. They may genuinely love that sport team or hate them, but if they publicly said that, it's like, oh, they must be a fan of, they're showing fan allegiance to XYZ. It's similar here. I don't know what the truth of the matter of three emojis can actually be, legally speaking. I know what a
We're going to have an expert say exactly what you just said. And so that seems to be for a hearsay purpose, not a non-hearsay purpose. You would like everybody to believe that, right?
Ultimately, but she could say, you know, have you seen the snake emoji? Have you seen the knife emoji? Have you seen what is 4L? And then the jury can piece together that information and disregard her testimony or accept it. But the state views this post.
Okay, so circling back then on the hearsay, it is a co-conspirator exception.
I believe it's both, Your Honor. Yes. Yes.
Okay, then it is admitted under that exception.
You know.
Okay, number 6. All right. 7.
I do not. 7, I do not have an objection.
All right. Why don't you tell me the next one you have an objection to?
But real one, 9.
All right. And what's your objection?
Hearsay.
Who's our?
Demetrius Garlington, who's not testifying.
All right.
Your Honor, by my understanding of what this is a non-hearsay purpose of, he is mourning the death of his friend.
When is this post made?
March 11th, 2022 at.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's not on the post itself. It's just you're going to be able to establish.
Yes, Your Honor. Investigator Viverito, when it has the date and time, is when she screenshotted it to show when it was posted.
Post the death of Ford and McMiller. Is that his name?
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor, because that was before this post, which is why, I mean, it's why he's posting the.
That had just occurred at the time this post was made.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
But before.
Right. I mean, the same day, but it preceded this post.
Yes.
Okay.
And so this is an assertion by Mickey Garlington that he is hurt, he has a broken heart over the death of
Right.
Mr. Whitmore.
Okay. And y'all are saying what with regard to why it's not hearsay or why it comes in under an exception?
It is his present emotional state of mind. It's his
Present sense impression.
present sense impression, Your Honor, in terms of he is whether he's actually in physical pain, emotional pain, mental pain, he is publicly stating, on God, this one hurt. And the state, the state's theory is that getting revenge for the death is what is the motive behind the murder of Shamel Drinks.
All right, here's the deal with present sense impression when it came up previously, we all learned that the present sense has to be really, really close in time to when he learned of the death. So can you establish that?
And Your Honor, I believe I said present sense impression. I meant to say existing mental state of mind.
Okay. All right. That seems like a legitimate exception. It is there in the statute. Okay. Next.
Number 10.
Okay.
I believe this is a post by Mr. Kelvin Shredwell. Is it not?
Bentley Boys for Life.
I believe that's actually Christian Eppinger's post, Your Honor. I think.
Is that also on March 11th?
Yes, this is on March 11th, 2022. And it would be the same, Your Honor, another YSL member posting of these two YSL members right after they passed away.
Okay, but I mean, the other one was clearly a then existing mental and emotional state. What is this? I love y'all boys, y'all taught me a lot, is not that. Maybe I'll never be the same.
And Your Honor, we have no objection to omitting the I love y'all boys, y'all taught me a lot, and keeping I'll never be the same. But again, it's YSL members posting right after the death. And again, this is hours after the homicide. And we believe that these posts show how members were feeling, their existing mental state, and what subsequently happens as you progress through the these photos. You'll see the evolution of what happened.
All right, I guess the I love y'all boys is an existing emotional condition. So can y'all just redact the y'all taught me a lot? You can leave the broken heart.
If it's coming in, Your Honor, and I respectfully understand the court's ruling, we can just keep it as.
Okay. Appreciate it. And what's our next one?
I have no objection. Okay, so no objection to 11. Although, okay.
11 is somebody bowling?
Number 11 is someone bowling, but real 1 FR is Mr. Forrest.
Yes, and we believe that this picture was taken 21 hours before his death.
And it shows him bowling. Why is that relevant?
Because of who he's with. So right behind him is Mr. Williams. To the left of him is Mr. Duke Martinez Arnold. He's an individual in the blue. So again, just
okay. So it shows Mr. Ford's connection to some of the other people in this case. And do we have that already?
Not with Mr. Arnold.
Okay. All right.
Number 12. I don't know who the author is. I don't know. So I have an authentication issue. I have a hearsay issue.
That doesn't seem to be anything other than hearsay. Sustained.
is, well, it would, I believe this would be Mr. Sledges. Is that what Mr. Burrito said? I mean, this would fall under the other ones of, I acknowledge it's close in time, I'm objecting, but it would fall under the 9 and 10, I believe. Because it's another person expressing being upset.
All right.
At March 11th in the morning.
Okay. Okay, so then are you saying you acknowledge that there's a legitimate exception?
I'm objecting, but for the purposes of just open candor, I think it would fall under the, if those other ones were included as,
Okay.
Under the hearsay exception. Which hearsay exception was it?
Then existing mental emotional condition. All right. Okay.
Number 15, I don't mean to keep saying the same thing. Investigator Burrito wrote no reports for any of this. I have no idea who Edward James is to even address it. I'd like to know a little bit about it before we.
So, Your Honor, we believe that this post, Edgewood_James, is a post associated with individuals with YFN. This is some of the taunting posts that both Mr. Sumlin talked about, as well as Investigator Vivarito will talk about, that this Instagram handle posted a number of disrespectful, I would say, messages after the death of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford. And so these are some of the the examples of those posts that were posted. So we're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, but these are some of the trolling posts that Mr. Sumlin was talking about, and Investigator Vivarito will discuss further, and you'll see more examples of the trolling.
I'm not objecting to the admission, I'm just trying to figure out what it is. Do we have an actual individual that's identified?
I don't believe there's an actual individual. Like, I don't know if Edgewood_James is an individual, but the posts are all directed at the death of Mr. McMillan.
Well, we don't know that if we don't know who the poster was.
But you can tell from the content of the post. So when
who OPPAC just came in could mean any number of things.
But if you can, the posts are in very short order. So if you continue to go through his post, he's specific.
This same person is going to have other posts. So that will give me context to understand what this one is. Okay, then I guess we.
I don't have any objection to 16 or 17.
Okay.
18. I don't, relevance, I mean, we already have one post by Mr. Garlington, and it appears that Mr. Garlington is posting reposting a previous post that's a picture of him and Mr. McMillan.
Your Honor, we'll choose between the two.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I objected hearsay.
We can omit the neighborhood, some of the neighborhood hero of the week.
Yes.
We can omit the caption.
All right, there's floaties that say Scarface and 2 times Funk. Those weren't in the original post, were they?
They're tags of the people who are in the post. So if you hover over the post, and then when she springs.
All right, so she'll explain that. Okay. And this is showing the connection of everybody.
And I would object to that I am Akbar. Oh, it's Akbar. I would object to her commentary as well.
All right, y'all gonna redact that? Okay. All right. I'm going to say, though, that in terms of cumulativeness, we do not need a post from every alleged member of YSL expressing that they are sad.
We don't. This is Mr. Stillwell, Your Honor, and it says just rest Meg.
That's fine, but, that looks almost the same as a couple of the ones before. So be reasonable.
Yes.
About how many of the ones that are just to express that you use.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
24, I would object.
How about 23?
I'm sorry, that's what I meant. 23, I object to hearsay and also relevance.
Your Honor, this is the post that we believe was the reason for Shamel Drinks being murdered. So Shamel Drinks is the individual in the black jacket with the pants. Next to him is Jasper Walters. Next to him is Shell Kell. This post was reposted by Shell Kell, screen grabbed on March 12, 2022. Your Honor, we believe that Investigator Viverito will talk about the emojis on here. There are two shells, which could indicate two bodies. Then there's a zipper lip and a black heart that one could interpret as they were the ones responsible for the death of McMiller and Ford, Your Honor. And so Mr. Drinks posted the initial post, the post that says no love _ nut. And he posts Mr. Drinks posted, I'm with y'all 100 at Shell Kell _ nut life at Summerhill, Little Man, LLN Mafia. Then Shell Kell on March 12th reposted his post on his public Instagram page, Your Honor. And then 2 days later, Mr. Drinks is murdered. And so we believe, one, it is relevant for that.
So they let him stay out of jail so he could set the little dude up and then got him smoked. But nobody on the internet ain't talking about it. All right, say less.
Purpose, that it was a public post.
It's definitely relevant.
And again, we're not offering for the truth of the matter, sir, about whether or not he's with them or not, but the fact that Shell Kell reposted it, and Shell Kell is the one who put the shells and the zipper lip in the heart, could be considered an indication of they're taking responsibility for the murder of.
Okay. I mean, do you think that she is going to testify these two shells could mean two bodies?
Yes.
Is it typical within gang life to make a post of whatever your symbol is and have it mean a body?
Yes.
And she's going to be able to say that?
Yes. Because sometimes they'll use teardrops. So as opposed to using the teardrops to represent death, they sometimes use a Shell Kell because he is Shell Kell. So that's his thing. So she will testify that could be.
That would seem like
What
it would
about
represent
this?
him. So unless, I mean, I'm going to hear from her on the basis for which she can opine as an expert that two shells could mean two bodies, okay?
Yes.
So you need to make sure we do that before I permit that testimony. Yes, sir.
You're saying, in my mind, that are both assertions of fact. One, we have Mr. Drinks, who is saying, I'm with you 100%. That is hearsay?
Well, the reason as I understand it, the state is not offering that for the truth. They're offering that to show the alleged reaction that it got.
But there's no evidence whatsoever that anyone involved in this case ever looked at or downloaded or saw this tweet. So it's kind of like we're backdooring in the hearsay to prove something that we really has no foundation. There's no evidence that Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Farley, or Mr. Nichols.
Okay. Yeah, that's what your job is as the defense attorney, to point that out.
I understand that, but the problem is, even if I win that argument and do my job, I still lose because the hearsay has come in under the, I'm with you 100%.
Okay, and the reason that your hearsay objection is not successful here is we all know it's only hearsay if it's being offered for the truth, and this is not being offered for the truth. Okay. Make sure you flag that one though on the shell thing.
I'm just objecting to this hearsay.
Are we on 24 now?
Yes, I'm sorry, 24. This is shell count.
Yo, imagine watching online crime and not saying all the extra stuff that I be putting up.
Your Honor,
That's
this
crazy.
is a day after. This was posted on March 4th. So this was initially posted on March 4th.
Okay, what part of it was posted on March 4th? The shell count, why you buy a watch, you know it's time to die?
Yes, this whole post was March 4th. So.
And are y'all alleging that something significant was
Now make that make sense.
happening around that time?
Yes, Your Honor, we do believe that on March 3rd is when the public was made aware of Mr. Rashawn Bennett being stabbed in the jail. So there was a bond hearing, a bond motion filed on March 3rd. And then, of course, the media picked that up on around March 3rd, around the same day. And then this is posted the day after that information came out. So we believe that because of what happened at the jail, which is what we think started the trickle-down effect of what happened between February 9th and March 14th, that this was an indication of being prepared to retaliate for what happened to Mr. Bennett in the Fulton County Jail.
And then, is it reposted or?
No, this is his post. So we just screen grabbed it on March 12th,
Okay.
but he posted it himself on March 4th on his public page. And again, this is just showing the antagonist.
But these people on probation and you didn't go arrest them for antagonizing the gang war before something went down. But they're posting and you're just taking screenshots of it, waiting for something to happen. Okay.
Antagonizing that started happening. I know you don't like the word subliminal, but this is what the culture calls subliminal messaging, right? Because they are throwing
I'm just
shots.
not up on the lingo then. Okay.
They're throwing, well, let me not say throwing shots, but they're talking back and forth, but in coded language such that.
It's not very coded.
Yeah, right.
I'll also point out that the two shells are showing up on March 4th at the bottom before the double homicide.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I'm going to admit it over objection.
'25 and 26, I do not have any objection.
Okay.
I would like to know if the state knows who Joey Hurst 24 is.
Again, it was still these trolling fake pages, but again, these were fake pages by, we believe, YFN associated individuals.
What is that based on? If they're fake pages, why do we believe it's YFN associated people?
I think because of everything that was happening in I'm not going to say the only.
Couldn't we? But we ain't traced the fake pages. We used all these experts, but we ain't traced the fake pages with IP addresses to see what phones they belong to, with IMEI numbers and serial numbers to see what accounts they go to. We ain't traced none of that, but we bringing it into court as proof that it was gang war. But it could obviously be the police that want to further their investigation to add fuel. So they could have easily been throwing this in with a fake page the whole time, right? That's crazy. But we don't know. We just going to bring in some miscellaneous. But let me shut up. Nobody ain't listening to me.
Some other posts by Joey Hurst 24. You told me that first guy, there were other posts that gave context. Is
25 and 26. So 25 is them posting Mr. Ford saying smoke your pack. And then, unfortunately, the harsher one is 26.
And I don't
which
have
is super harsh.
I'm not objecting to 25 or 26. I'm just trying to, because again, there's no report. I'm just trying to understand what this is.
So any basis for believing that this is YFN? Is that what you're asking?
Our understanding is at this time, and I'll get more clarity, that there was no other opposition to YSL except YFN. And their associates, the people that they
you might need to look
with.
into that, because Mr. Sumlin said all kind of people. Well, I think one of y'all even asked about whether all kind of people.
So the henchmen that he mentioned, and I think Mr. Shart asked the question.
Mr. Shart, yeah.
It was the henchmen. It was and it was PFK. They are all aligned. They are alliances together. So, and we believe that Investigator Viverito will be able to testify that YFN, PFK, and the henchmen are all aligned.
So you have no idea who this person is or what they might be affiliated with. You just think it must have been an op.
I definitely think it was an op, given what the context of the post. Yes.
It's a really mean person, whoever it is, but whether it's a gang opposition, I mean, we're just like basically taking based on context that it must be an op, but those murders have yet to be solved. So I think this is a little dangerous if you have nothing more than this.
Well, I'm not objecting.
Okay.
To 25 and 26. I just really wanted more information.
Well, then never mind.
27, my question is relevant.
Is that a strategic decision on your part, Mr. Sharp?
Yes.
Okay. You've thought through the benefits and drawbacks of that?
I'm starting to learn the strategery part.
Mm-hmm. Okay. 28.
I didn't understand the relevance of this when I saw it in this folder.
Yes, Your Honor. So, on the night of March 11th, so Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford are murdered in the early morning hours. That evening, probably I think around 11 o'clock, Stephen Harris, who is a YSL associate, went by 12 Atlanta, which is a YFN stronghold, and shot at that YFN stronghold, shooting an individual in the head. Once he then ended up, Mr. Harris driving to a wall at a location near 12 Atlanta.
Okay.
This picture was taken by one ABG, it says Big Nick, but he's known as Fat Nick, who is a YFN associate. And he posted this picture when Stephen Harris ran into the wall.
That's the actual picture of that person having hit the wall?
Yes, Your Honor. And then, of course, laughing about it.
What the fuck?
And so this, again, we believe was retaliation for Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford shooting. And I believe there's court's indulgence for a moment.
Here's the problem.
Look how they copping out in the chat.
Mention of this incident at 12.
I made them fold. Look.
Harris. So for
Look, read the chat.
Become relevant,
read the chat, y'all.
Investigator Viverito got on the stand and went into a big hearsay statement about what this is all about, which of course I would object to.
Yep. I think that's a valid objection. This is sustained.
They scared. Look, I ain't even show y'all all of it.
All right, which one should we look at next?
30.
Watch. Look, they slow
I
down.
don't know the relevance. I don't know
Look.
who the author is.
Look at the excuse.
The author, Your Honor, is Javon Fleetwood.
Look, they make an excuse for saying the N-word, y'all. Look how many people on Atlanta News First chat is making the excuse for saying the N-word. Look, I told you they was racist.
And this was posted, I believe, 2 minutes before the actual caption. So this is posted on March 13th, 2000.
2 minutes before what?
When you look at the time next to his name, it says 2 minutes. So this is from
Instagram.
Instagram.
With a guy named Negro in the chat. Look, y'all.
Instagram stories.
Look, peep
that
game.
Are only posted in 24-hour increments. So where it says 2 minutes, he had posted this.
I didn't see anything that says 2 minutes on numbers 30.
So if you look at the top where it says For Trey World.
Yep.
Do you see the two?
Thank you.
No problem.
Sorry, I'm just old, y'all.
So
okay.
When it was screen grabbed, it was on March 13th. And I believe we may have taken the other For Trey World post out. But in context, he talked about Big, meaning Mr. Ford, I think like not paying attention to his surroundings. So that was the post right after, near in time to this, but we took that one out and only kept this one. Which,
look how many times they add each other.
What does the 2 minutes have to do with
Yo, pay attention to how many times they add each other.
So you know that it was posted near March 13th, again after McMiller and Ford.
Look.
All this is in the days after McMiller and Mr. Ford had been murdered.
Okay, and this is allegedly a YSL member saying, don't worry about being safe, you gotta stay dangerous.
Yes.
And what's the purpose of?
Because you're going after the ops next. So to me, this is all of them, not all of them, but this particular YSL member saying, and he's in prison.
Basically, let's go get them.
Yes.
Okay. And what's the objection?
I don't have an objection now that I have some understanding of what it is.
Thank you. Moving on.
We're going to object to hearsay.
Is this 31?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, this is relevant. If you can recall, Mr. Shard asked both Nico Flores and I believe Investigator Hogan, you know, when Mr. Drink, this is Mr. Drinks.
Okay.
When Mr. Drinks was murdered, you didn't know he was a part of YFN. And what the testimony will develop is they did not know that he was associated with YFN.
And yet he was, because
they started seeing
says Shell Kel Nutlife.
And they started seeing multiple posts, and you'll see the next few posts, Your Honor, are YFN associates reposting him after his death. So this is posted on March 15th, 2022, after Mr. Drinks is murdered. And so
okay, so this will
show how the
being offered. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. This is being offered to show that even if the gang people didn't know that he had a connection, he clearly had a connection. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor. And this is how they became aware that he had a connection.
I don't really care how they became aware. That's not really relevant to this trial, is it?
It is relevant because that's how we are determining that this was a gang-motivated homicide.
How they determined it isn't relevant to the issues that this jury has to sort out.
Yes,
but I get that if you need something to establish that, in fact, he was connected, that one or a few of these might do that.
Bro.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I don't know how many of them you have. How many of them do you have other than this one?
I think
for that purpose.
As I sit here in the window.
L? I don't know.
It's different individuals, Your Honor. I have to get his name, but I know.
Okay, well, at least 31, whoever is posting it is Shell Kel Nutlife.
Yeah,
so.
we know that 31 is Shell Kel.
31.
Okay, so that one
is another YFN associate. 44 Stevo, which is 33, is his last name is escaping me, but his name is Stevens.
When you turn away from the mic, I can't hear you.
I was just saying 44 Steve-O is another YFN associate.
And y'all can establish that somehow. Okay, well then why don't you use 31 and 33 and I don't know, 32 if you can't establish. Well, what do you have to say about 32?
I believe we can establish his name. I just don't know it right now.
Okay, well, mark that one and you can potentially circle back to it. 34, any objection?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Hearsay.
And what is this that we're looking at? Why is it not hearsay?
I don't know, in relevance. I mean, I get that this is Medium Garlington's post, and it's on March 15th at approximately 5:30 p.m. But other than that, every post that he makes is irrelevant, so I don't understand what the relevance is.
What's the relevance to this?
So, Your Honor, Your Honor, may I remain seated?
You may. We all have been, so.
One of the emojis that comes up a lot in criminal street gangs is the tornado, which is short rendition of spinning. If you spin the block, if I'm going to go spin them, I'm going to go shoot them. And so you'll see, and there's another post that will come up where when they're back at it spinning, this is the day after shooting by the state's theory and murdering Shamel Drinks. And so when that Demekion Garlington, we believe, was in the vehicle where the fatal shot was fired from. And so when he's saying, and this is at the studio, and we believe they went to a studio immediately after, which is the slides we just showed with Agent Bernie when they go to 600 Interchange. I don't know if this is that exact studio because I haven't been inside of it myself, but they go and make music. And when Demekion Garlington, we're going to get to one in a second, and we've already argued it and expressed to the court in the wiretap when he says, take that boy's name out the song before something happens to him. There's a song that Demekion Garlington makes with, I believe, DeMarco Boyer, but certainly Garlington, where he says, we're going to get Shell Kell whacked. And so so the state wanted to include this because of it's the emojis in this piece of on the way, we're back at it, with a black heart, green heart, and then a tornado emoji, which the state believes is talking about spinning, which is shooting. And I understand that, it could be he wants to go windsurfing or he wants to go.
That tornado stand for the Tasmanian devil, man. That ain't got nothing to do with spinning, man.
Somewhere where it's windy or something like that. I understand that we can make different arguments, but that's what the state believes it means when you're going to spin someone, you're going to shoot them and hopefully murder them.
No, they've been using the phrase spin the block. The police, that's a reference for the police spin. Like, mad people can spin the block. Bro, stop, bro. That's vague slang. Yeah, that's vague slang. You can't attach that to murder. Nah, we ain't doing that.
I'm interested in arguing in front of the jury how to interpret a tornado.
Everybody feet hurt.
My objection is that these are assertions.
Hey, yo. Whoever was in the parking lot pulling up to somewhere and somebody ready park somewhere dumb and you say, nah, bro, spin again. Or matter of fact, we parking lot pimping. We just went past the club. I say, ho, spin back. Spin back. We got a party.
He was not here testifying.
Hey, Scoop.
We can argue about what it means, but the person who could really answer that question will never take it.
Okay.
Well, it'll come under the co-conspirator exception.
All right.
It would be the state's theory that the two hearts would be for Ford and McMiller, and they would.
Damn. Hey, bro, spin back to the store. Yo, I ain't even getting no fucking cigarettes.
Spinning for them, this was right after Mr. Drakes was killed, who was one of the ops.
Well, then it's spilling the beans at that point. Like, how is this co-conspirator?
We spent on the corner store then.
It's
we just killed for you.
saying we're back at it. We're gonna go do this, I guess, is the theory. I think that they've met the showing they need to make under the co-conspirator exception.
Well, I just want to make one thing clear.
Yeah, if you double park, you better spend. Who been double parked and just decided, you know what, I'm just gonna loop around so the police don't bother me. You heard? I've been sitting there long enough.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so this is after Mr. Drinks is murdered. So what his argument is, how is this anything other than spilling the beans?
So, Your Honor, I don't believe that, well, the state's position is this is the inverse of what we were just arguing about with it's the public dissing and claiming responsibility. I don't think they believe that the Atlanta Police Department or the state would be understanding these emojis, but fellow street gang members most certainly would. And so that's the whole point of this, is that regardless if Demekion Garland says we are back at it, and again, the state's allegation is it's talking about the street gang we. The state actually believes Demekion Garland was involved in the murder, but someone else could easily post it and say we're back at it, meaning my collective group is back spinning at y'all. And so be on the lookout, we're coming for you is essentially the message that by the state's argument.
I'm just concerned about the co-conspirator A1D2E just swallowing the rule. If people are going to say that my client committed a heinous act,
They want us to believe these boys is gangsters, not rappers, y'all. This is crazy.
That's my problem. He's clearly, according to the state's interpretation, he's clearly saying, we're back at it, we just killed someone, we went spinning, and I'm never going to get across it.
Yeah, I mean, he's bragging, and he's bragging. I take it this is a public post. He's bragging to the world. So he's not really talking to a co-conspirator. I mean, he might be talking to a co-conspirator amongst many other people, but having a hard time.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's argument regarding that is that public displays of dominance or violence does further the gang because people won't mess with you. And so if you claim or assert, and that's why like these posts.
So why dudes feel like they could hit two dudes that's allegedly close to Young Thug? If we done been so violent and so aggressive, why one dude, Shell Kel, just running around just stepping? Man, get out of here, man. Get out of here. Get out of here. Somebody give his ass a banana. Yeah, somebody give him a banana.
Basically celebrating an opposition's death or asserting that you either will or just did enact violence sends a message.
So we locking up all the white people that was happy that George Floyd died? Or what about the dude on the subway? Y'all remember the dude, the dancing dude that got choked out by the Marine or whatever that was? Remember? It was a whole part of the internet that was just happy and gloating and bragging. So we locking all them up. Huh? What about the George Floyd camp? He was just a criminal. He deserved it. Really? What, did you just do that?
And so that message can protect you if people take the message at face value and don't shoot you or don't come bother you. So that's the state in terms of why that furthers the gang. Publicly claiming a murder or shooting does boost the gang's reputation for violence, which in the criminal street gang world is a benefit or a net positive, not a negative.
So you mean to tell me every time the police force smoke a nigga, it's a net positive and they gaining rank? Okay, you're right, because that was actually a thing over there with that gang of police in California that was actually bending their shield every time they smoked a black man. Right? Right? Okay.
All right, so your argument is it's furthering the gang conspiracy by making the gang tough.
Yes, Your Honor. The next two posts, which are also by Demekion Garlington, and the state is happy to choose amongst these, but these two, it is Christian McMiller and Darius Ford that he's posting on March 15th. And then he says, "We got you boys." That's why the state is making these arguments, having looked at all of the social media of the spinning is not in a vacuum. And then he literally posts his friends who were murdered and he says, "We got you." And again, by the state's argument, to make it even, you have to have an eye for an eye. And so if you have them, you have to murder someone else.
All right. I'm going to admit those.
Mr. Atkinson, the next two. 35. I don't know.
So y'all knock off two important people, and then we bang off one dude that nobody knows. Okay.
That is,
Who's 35?
So, Your Honor, that's the same no face 5L. So we can once we get the foundation of who no face 5L is, we'll just choose one of the two. This is him reposting Mr. Drinks. This is Mr. Drinks. And so that individual, again, reposting him. So we'll choose between the first one, which was number 32, and this one and decide which one to put in.
Okay.
Number 36, I'm strongly objecting. That's Tamika Garlington spilling beans.
Your Honor, I may have clicked too quick. The two posts I was just mentioning about "We Got You Boys" was what's marked as 36 and 37.
Okay.
Which is Christian McMiller, Darius Ford, in two separate posts. "We Got You Boys" on March 15th, 2022.
36, Your Honor, the gentleman, the more thinner gentleman,
Uh-huh.
Mr. McMiller. 37, that's Darius Ford. Both times, this is Tamika Garlington, and again, does not take a stand, and this is a day after the killing of Chanel Drinks, saying, "We got you, y'all boys."
I understand.
And he's also saying "we."
Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, this is for your clients, it's a gang and a RICO case, and these are admissible.
All right, so I just want to make sure I put on the record my objection is hearsay, and I'm just going to, with all of these, I can have a continuing objection.
Sure, of course, yes.
Your Honor, we're not using number 38.
All right. Is there an objection to 39?
I don't have enough information. I don't know who 127 Yale is. I believe that to be Mr. Drinks. I don't know what the relevance is.
State?
Again, Your Honor, this is another YFN individual posting Mr. Drinks after his murder.
Uh-huh.
Who is it? Like, and I'm not trying to be difficult, but my concern has always been, right at the end of this trial, dumping all these things, and we just don't have any information. There's no reports, and so I have no idea who 127 is.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I will get his information.
Okay, well, regardless, we don't, like I just said, we don't need multiple posts that establish the same thing.
Your Honor, I think when you have multiple posts, it shows that this is just not one person who is his friend.
Well, that's
you
why
have multiple people from the same group posting him.
That's why I said multiple.
Okay, well, this is.
I mean, do you know that this person?
We'll select, Your Honor, because there are a few more. I mean,
This could just be a friend. It's true. I mean, if you don't have anything more than, this is a post expressing heartbreak over somebody's death.
So everybody that repost or post Young Thug music or anything pertaining to Young Thug, they related to Young Thug? Any connection, business-wise or friend or gang? Huh? Or technically, social media allows you to kind of be whoever you want to be. Like whether you want to be a fake YSL member, someone that just helps the brand with multiple accounts. Like people that come in this chat. YSL, Young Thug, Rico Shorts, you know? So, like, I wonder if these people connected to the gang. So, all these accounts that they talking about that's posting in reference to this war. Did you do any research to see who exactly runs these pages? Or could it be just promotion? Since we have so many rappers on every side. So since we are in a city that's known to have rappers, the biggest city in the in the world right now is known for rapping. So if you got gang members that know beef sells, could it be just a whole bunch of pages just trying to fuel something fake?
You can express heartbreak over somebody's death and not be a gang member or a rival gang member.
You are, Your Honor, but I believe when Investigator Viverito was screenshotting this, she was screenshotting it from accounts that are individuals who are members of YFN, not just random. It wasn't just his family members.
You find that out.
I will, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I'll say 40, 41, 42 we know that 42 is definitely Jasper Walters, who is a member of YFN.
So can we go back to 40 and 41 then?
40 is YFN Fats. I don't know his name offhand, but he is definitely a YFN member.
And this was posted?
On March 15th.
Okay. And I know there are a lot of people named Nut in this case.
So this is, Mr. Drink's nickname was Peanut as well.
Yeah, seems like a bad nickname to choose. Okay, so this is another of the, all right, at the end of this, why don't y'all figure out and let me know how many of these immediately post-murder posts there are that are alleged YFN members saying, we're so sad?
Yes.
Which frankly, that's all that is saying is we're so sad. So if it's just to show he was in fact a gang member of YFN, get back to me on that.
Yes, Your Honor. And that would take us all the way up to 44.
Okay.
We don't know who YFN Fat is either.
Right.
I don't know his name right now, but I know.
I mean, that's just, yeah, okay. So y'all, you get back with whatever you can and let us know. So we're on 44 now, and that's supposed to be the same concept?
I thought we were on 43.
Okay, I thought that she said that carried us through, that essentially all the way through 43 are the same concept.
Okay.
Yes.
So does that include 44 also? All right, 44 is something new. Is there an objection to 44?
So if I post a video right now saying YSL is rats, do that mean that I'm beefing with them? I'm at war? I mean, I'm a content creator. It's my job, and that might be my opinion. But will I be pulled up and put in the RICO? Will they find out who I am? It's just my opinion, though. I mean, it's job security, baby. I need something to talk about that's juicy. So I picked, the YSL because, I talked about Puffy. You feel me? You understand? So, like, I'm wondering, will they use this, though? And throw it in the joint like, yeah, look, they going back and forth. Will they think I'm one of the gang members? They not going to check, though. But I'm saying, will they mistakenly, like, will I see my post in the courtroom and I'm like, damn. They said the same thing I said, and then I see, oh, that's my page. Oh, they thought I was one of them. So you mean to tell me it's some people that's sitting back like, damn, bro, I ain't mean to do that. You get it? If we don't check where them pages actually derive from and the actual person that posted it, can we use social media? Or are they going out overstepping their boundaries? Clearly, from anonymous accounts Bro. Yo, that's equivalent to going on Twitter and believing any account that says they connected to Donald Trump. Seriously. Why they not giving us the names of the pages?
Yes.
I think they did make the accounts, y'all. They have incentive. We talking about Viverito was bouncing around from every goddamn different law enforcement agency that would accept her. So of course she want to seem like she really a part of something so she could stay watching black men. You feel me? Yeah, she thinks she's slick, so she want to seem like she can govern black men. I don't know if she racist or she love to eat the wood, the dark wood. I don't know if she like the mahogany. I don't know. Me myself, I ain't really smitten. You heard? Yeah, I ain't really smitten. Nah.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
I don't know which one it is.
I believe this is Kenneth Copeland, right? Yes. Okay. I don't have
I think she's racist.
What's the relevance of it? Is this that same bowling alley gathering? What's the relevance of this?
On 44, Your Honor?
Yeah.
He's in front of a plane.
Of a what?
The 44 that...
You're at 45.
It's a bowling alley.
It's a bowling alley.
My 44 is a plane. I'm sorry.
Maybe you got rid of Woody at a bowling alley. I don't know.
I mean, the 45 is...
No, I'm asking about 44.
Yo, these boys be bowling.
Miller, it looks like sitting on the thing that returns the ball instead of bowling.
Soul pole.
Woody does a crying look.
So this is Woody expressing sadness over Mr. McMiller's death?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, turkey.
You can withdraw it.
Okay. 40.
So the 2,000 people that was at Nut funeral, we bringing all them in? I land my plane. I mean, in their own paperwork, they showed us that 2,000 people allegedly showed out to Nut Donovan Thomas's funeral. That's physical coming out. So we telling me the fact that I came out here to this man's funeral, you telling me I care so much that mean I'm in his gang. So surely if that happened in 2015, if gang must have goddamn 20,000 goddamn members at this point, right? Gee whiz, I'm busting their ass today.
5.
That's the same thing with Mr. Ford. No.
It might be 44. We have Mr. Ford outside of a plane.
That's 40. Okay, that's our 45, but okay. What's 46? Is there objection?
How the nigga shot look like the nigga that got the kryptonite and Superman when they then mixed the niggas. Ain't that them two niggas mixed together? Yo's Clark Kent and the nigga with kryptonite. Ain't that nigga bald?
To 46.
46 is a picture of Mr. Nichols. I don't know why that is relevant, that picture, but if I can be told why it's relevant, I don't object to the picture.
So, Your Honor, it's really 46.
Hold on, let me show y'all. Hold on, y'all can't even see this whole. Hold
so
on.
46 just to show whose face it is, but 47, Mr. Nichols posted.
Oh, now she got her fucking mic
after
off.
the murder, Shamel drinks a song, and specifically the words are what you saying. I run with cold-blooded killers, blooded killers, and so that's why we posted.
All right.
And I am going to object as hearsay.
Lex Luthor.
Mr. Nichols is, as far as I know, not taking a stand in this case. So
You look like both of them.
my objection is hearsay.
And the response would be
That nigga going in. That
Hearsay
nigga go in the
and-
phone booth. I ain't waiting to see who the fuck he turned into.
I would say it's a co-conspirator statement. It's not spilling the beans as explained earlier under Kemp v. State, it shows it's in furtherance of the conspiracy, which is the gang violence as it relates to the gang war and all of the things that we've mentioned.
Overruled. That was kind of both of them together, 46 and 47.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
47.
Hold up.
48.
Yeah.
This nigga got the back of your head looking like Plumlee ass out.
Don't know.
Your Mason Plumlee head looking ass boy.
On the 19th of March.
Yo.
There was a tattoo, not like.
Oh, Mason Plumlee ass boy.
For Walter's post, and earlier we discussed how after Mr. Drink's murder, YFN
Jason Williams.
Nut lifetimes to represent both Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr. as well as Mr. Shamel Drinks, Your Honor. So again, showing their support of those two individuals in the midst
So much
of
so that they tattooed it on their
bodies. Yes.
Do we need red flag pirate?
No, Your
What?
Honor.
Okay.
What kind of pirate?
And 49 is similar to the other ones. We'll just choose a select
Okay.
grouping of
Alrighty.
those reposts, Your Honor.
Boo.
50.
50 is Mr. DeMarco Boyer, Your Honor. This is the individual that we believe was in the car with Quamarvius Nichols when the murder happened. We believe that he is the individual that says get on FaceTime right now, right before the murder, and so to show a picture that this person is a real person and they exist.
Are y'all going to assert that he's not a real person?
I wasn't planning.
All right, you don't need that picture.
And that he's also, it shows that he's associated by throwing up the gang sign inside of the picture that he is posting on his public website or public Instagram page.
And what is? I know. Right, I'm confused. What is this gang sign?
Yeah, it's, thank you. What is 51? Is there an objection to 51?
To the commentary, I don't object to the picture. That I believe that to be. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that to be Mr. Jeffery Williams' brother, Mr. Greer. Is that correct?
Yes, that's Mr. Greer. Yes, we don't have any objection to the comment.
All right, y'all will redact the commentary?
Yes.
Okay. 52.
Relevance, cumulative.
I think you're right. We do have another one, so we'll choose between the two.
All right, and then once you've narrowed down, taken out what's been ruled out and narrowed down what you still want, you'll reshare with everybody? Okay. All right, 53.
Yo, it gotta be some case law where a rapper was stone cold bluffing and they proved it in court. But the state was trying to present it like the person was serious. I'm talking stone cold bluffing. State present the case like, look at this guy, he's a gangster. The whole time the lawyers come through and smash it. It gotta be some case law, y'all. Gotta be. Now that I'm thinking about it, y'all, because I would crush this. Ain't no way this gonna keep going, y'all. Nah, bro.
Any objection?
Yes.
Okay.
Say, I don't have a problem with the picture, although I think it's cumulative at this point that I think we have several pictures of Mr. McMillan with Mr. Williams. So I think it's cumulative picture, but I definitely have an objection to the hearsay, two of the biggest snakes.
Response?
So, Your Honor, the state included this, of course, because of the two of the biggest snakes emojis. And so the only argument for its admissibility would be that would be promoting the gang for two of the
I'm
biggest.
going to exclude at least the language
Yes, Your
on
Honor.
that. That doesn't seem to be like making anybody.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay. 54.
So are you planning on introducing that picture?
Mr. Sharp.
Okay. 54.
Your Honor, that's relevant.
Is there an objection?
I would just ask that all the commentary be taken out. I don't have a problem with the picture in and of itself, other than relevance. I'm interested in relevance.
Your Honor, that shows Mr. McMillan in front of the car that he was shot in multiple times on the highway.
I think that's the issue.
Okay. This is not a trial of that case. So I'm going to exclude that. $55. Yes. Was there something else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
55 is a video.
And is there an objection to it?
I acknowledge that it is my client's account. If I could just
Do we need to watch the video?
Sure.
And the caption actually has Wyatt and Fat, who earlier we were talking about, not knowing Wyatt and Fat was a part of the op.
Uh-huh.
His tag says, check the score, Goofy, Wyatt and Fat, you like Young LA, your career is over, kid. And this is posted, we have to get the date, this is posted
You suck,
around
lady.
March of 2022.
Now,
Well, I can't hear what it's. Do I need to be able to hear what it's saying?
is the point the video or the post?
I don't know. So then you won't play the video. You'll just show it as a still with the caption. I'm just asking.
Yes, sir.
Young LA, your career over, kid. And who is YFN Fat?
He's Sabian Cluster, Your Honor.
He's what?
He is a YFN, his gang member. His name is Sabian Cluster.
Okay.
He is close with Mr. Rayshawn Bennett.
And we don't know when exactly this is posted?
I know.
And this is...
I know it's screen grabbed in March of 2005.
Okay. And this is to show that... What? That Mr. Still...
We don't need the entire video.
Huh?
We don't need the entire. We don't need the entirety of the video. We just need.
Okay. Just the screen grab picture, but we don't know when it was posted. Can you let me know when it was posted? And then we'll come back to this. Somebody writing down all the ones we need to come back to?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. 56.
Again, I'd ask what the relevance is. If we could just play this in 15 seconds.
Your Honor, we don't need.
They're withdrawing it.
All right.
You get some stuff done if you make people stay till after 6 p.m. in court, apparently.
57, I believe it's a group of young men driving down Cleveland Avenue and just talking junk. I don't have any information that my client or anyone else has ever viewed it. I don't think it's relevant.
Do we know when it was posted?
Your Honor, we can ask
Are they like
the investigator who pulled it. They are saying in the beginning they're in their car and they're just.
I mean, I see them driving. I don't have the audio on mine, probably because I don't have my speaker.
We can go to to 54 seconds.
You know. It really did that? They tripped. Hold on, bro. I know I ain't crazy.
Got that chopper shooting bitch up like I'm Brian. Never know these niggas playing. Both sides, you know you down with her.
Kills the killers, then he says, I shoot this up like Brian Nichols, who obviously that's a reference to Brian Nichols' murder and shooting.
It's an existing song, right? So this is more of the, is it true or is it not?
And I don't know I do not know in this moment if that, he makes some songs too. I don't know who made that song he's singing.
Okay.
It could very well.
So, wow. Now it don't even gotta be your lyrics. Brian Nichols, the dude who banged up in the court, who hit the judge in Atlanta, in the same courtroom that they making Thug and them families sit in upstairs, courtroom 8, I believe. Don't quote me.
But the point is,
he's posting it. He's posting himself singing it, and then
post a video of Christian McMiller shortly thereafter. So in this same clip. So if we keep playing, he goes from talking about Little D kills the killers, and then shows his friend who was just murdered.
Mm-hmm.
And his nickname is Little D. And so when this video continues a little bit further, it just transitions into.
Treat me like the man, I was the side, nigga. Them boys, they still ain't got no smoke, they man that died, nigga. All my ops, they linking up. Nigga, fuck them all. Lil' D know I bust them all. I don't trust it all. Bitches.
Trash.
Any objection?
It seems cumulative to the other expressions. I don't know what the state's point this is, because there's like 2 videos in one. I miss you, McMain and Darius Ford. I think we've already expressed that from Mr. Garlington. So I think that's cumulative, that part of the video. I don't know if there's a significance, or the state feels there's significance to the driving a car while rapping part.
Gathering together where.
Yeah, so the theory is what I'm singing about, I actually mean, and here are these 2 people that.
Correct, Your Honor. Because, I mean, just imagine, I mean, take aside who, I don't actually know, because that song, whatever he's singing, it references Little D twice. It very well may be a song that Garlington made. I do not know. Or it could be a popular song. But it's not, that's irrelevant to the state's argument. The argument is he's rapping Little D kills the killers. I'll shoot this up like Brian Nichols. And then
that's
10 seconds or 20 seconds later, and he mentions the ops in that clip when he's driving, taking a selfie. And then he posts his, a picture about his friend who was murdered by the state believes and thinks
And the juxtaposition of it, actually, you're saying that's the meaning behind it.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. It's relevant and it's a co-conspirator statement. All right, we've got two more.
Relevance.
59.
This starts, so a couple things. One, Demekion Garlington is Scarface. And he's on Instagram, he's playing a song by Slime Life Shorty, Wooney Lee, and he posts, this is Christian McMiller, leader of, Rock Gang or Rock Main Boo Gang, but it's a video. And the reason that the state includes this is it starts there, and then, Mr. Abadi is going to play it. This is that wiretap where the state mentions Demekion Garlington calling people and basically talking about this song he just made that's awesome, but we got to take that guy's name out of the song because if he gets whacked, they're going to be on to us. That was a wire.
Do we have to actually hear the song?
Well, in the song, he says Shell Kel is going to get whacked. Specifically says the name of Kelvin Watts in the post we've been going through that is this back and forth.
But
so
he
the state
didn't get whacked.
So we want to play this for the court briefly so that you could see, the song he's referencing on the wiretap aligns with when this video is made, where he's at the studio and the people at the studio are singing along to his song, where he says, I think the line is either Shell Kel's going to get whacked or we need to whack Shell Kel. And then he has a wiretap talking privately, right, not knowing that the law enforcement's listening, where he says, this song is great, but we got to take his name out in case something happens to him. And then the song lyric is Shell Kel's going to get whacked. And so that has multiple relevant purposes, where Shamel Drinks was the same Shell Kel. And so him posting in April of 2022 about this song and talking about it.
This is March 14th.
Well, the wiretap, he talks about this song for weeks because, once he makes the song, he keeps telling people, you got to hear my song. Have you heard my song? And so he has multiple wiretaps referencing this song where he's talking about killing Shell Kel, and he's got to figure out another word because there's, he's saying if Shell Kel gets murdered, and the state's theory is that they are trying to murder Shell Kel.
Okay, but all of that is coming in through what he says on the wiretap. Why do we need to hear the song?
To prove that the wiretap clip doesn't say Shell Kel's name. It just says we need to take that boy's name out the song in case something happens to him. Where the song itself, literally, there's no subliminal or it's overt. Shell Kel needs to get whacked.
I understand.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nothing, to my knowledge, has happened to Shell Kel.
That's good for you.
I understand, but we're kind of like...
Well, I would imagine that the counter argument is that, well, I'll let the state make the argument.
For the last one, Your Honor?
Yeah.
The back-to-backs. I apologize, Your Honor. I was talking
to
go ahead. Co-counsel when. So for this last one?
No, for 59.
What was Mr. Shart's rebuttal argument?
I was just pointing out that nothing's happened to Shell Kel. I don't understand how the fact that Demekion is calling people and saying he needs to take Shell Kel's name out of a song. It seems like we're pretty far afield from everything at this point.
Your Honor, I respectfully disagree about. Kenneth Copeland, Quindarius Zachary, these interviews from 2015, right, related to Donna Thomas's murder, have multiple mentions of YSL members fighting Shell Kel. Shell Kel's the one who punched Martinez Arnold in the club with when Martinez Arnold and Diamante Kendricks get arrested in Trestle Tree after Shell Kel, the same person. That's 2015. Fast forward, you have the repeated back and forth. Shell Kel comes up multiple times on these wiretaps.
Yeah, we know that.
But this specifically saying that you're going to, I don't have anything else where they say, explicitly, we're going to kill him. I mean, like on a recorded line. And so him on the wiretap saying, it's clear by the state's rendition, if you listen to the wiretap, that we've already argued, for that wiretap clip, we just wanted to play the song so the jury knows, oh, he's talking about the same Shelkel that we have heard has had a conflict with YSL for 7 or 8 years, and they have to determine or adjudicate multiple YSL alleged murders of members that are very close with Shelkel, who's currently posted in 2022, #Nutlife. He's still posting pictures of Donovan Thomas. And they have a song with Demekion Garlington saying we need to get Shelkel whacked. I think it's highly relevant. And it's not like the jury is going to see this and say, you know what, I don't need to deliberate on any other evidence. My mind is made up. It's so prejudicial to hear that clip from Demekion Garlington. And because 403, elements of scant relative value dragged in on the heels of its feet to create some kind of inflammatory rhetoric or decision by the jury. And I don't know how that's remotely possible in a 12-month trial for the jury to see this one song and this one wiretap and say, I've seen enough. I'm going to convict because of this Demekion Garlington song. So I think it fails the 403 analysis. And I think it's highly relevant that someone who back in 2015 and in 2022 is heavily tethered to one of the victims of the murder, is a member of a quite public, not secret feud between these two groups. And then in 2022, Demekion Garlington is making songs about having him killed and then calling someone else on a wiretap that the state was going to play has been deemed admissible by this court, that we need to take that boy's name out of the song in case something happens to him. And the timing of that wiretap aligns with when he's in the studio, promoting this song. In terms of that time frame, you can make the song one day and then share it with other people for weeks and months later. And so the state feels that under just the 401 and 403, it is relevant, and the prejudicial value, the prejudicial, it is not substantially outweighed. The probative value is not substantially outweighed by its prejudicial effect.
All right, and what exactly is said in that song that's the relevant part about killing or potentially killing?
I want to quote it verbatim, Your Honor, so we're going to get to it. It's a very brief portion. So we're going to pit 27 seconds in this video. And then you see a number of people in the studio. Correct. And the state also, the backstory to this is what we've been discussing in terms of this is after the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford. And so.
After every roll ahead. That boy doing 20 after, that shit killing me. I can't come. They fought you out, Kim. Damn, man. I can't get.
It says SHELL. Get
old shell whacked.
Whacked.
I've never even heard him refer to his little shells.
And then, you have the other wiretap call where he's saying.
And so this is them just playing that song he's working on in the studio on March 14th. And yes or no, March 14th, or this is just when somebody grabbed the video?
I will confirm with investigator Viverito who pulled this.
Okay, find out when it was posted. And then a month and a half later, or maybe a month later, he says on the wiretap, we got to take that guy's name out of the song.
He has multiple wiretaps talking about the calls. I've reduced what we're using, so I need to check to see the date of the call.
Okay, but I mean, about a month later, he's saying we need to take that guy's name out of the song.
I believe he has some in March, Your Honor, but I may have not argued those to the court because I tried to reduce when he talks about the song.
Find out for me when the song, when that
yes, Your Honor.
video is made, and we'll come back to that. All right, what's 30?
Your Honor, this last post, this is the argument we've been discussing where it has the tornado and it says back to back to back to back. We're spinning back to back. There's a song that references spinning the block or shooting multiple times. And so this is part of the reason why the state
And is this going to be a video or is this just going to be a still?
It's a 13-second video. We're not giving out smoke. We're giving out embalming fluid, which is a song, by the way. I want to make that clear. It's a song that you can post it to where the lyrics come up. But the emoji next to it is...
Do you want to play it for me? I mean,
yes, Your Honor.
You're saying that the whatever is on the audio is relevant, right?
Somewhat, Your Honor. I believe the audio is also transcribed.
All right.
But
just play it
Your
for
Honor.
me.
We ain't giving out smoke. We giving out embalming fluid.
An ear? That's what I thought. What's the significance of that? Are we going to find out?
I do not know, Your Honor. I will ask and see about that.
Okay, but we still don't have anything you're going to figure out what it is that establishes that. So this means the tornado could mean spinning, and Viverito is going to say spinning means shooting people?
Yes, Your Honor. That's why I'm talking about embalming fluid when they're saying we're going to spin back to back.
Okay.
Well, just for the record, I'm objecting, even though these are not yours, clearly he's portraying it towards the public.
Yeah.
So I'm going to object to hearsay.
All right, and I'm going to have to overrule that on the 802 D2, 803 D2E basis. All right, I think we're done for the day. So should we see each other at 8:45, considering we need to wrap this up before Detective Viverito testifies?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. We are adjourned.
All right, y'all. There you have it. We'll be back tomorrow, man. What y'all think? Leave a comment. If you want to watch something back, watch the video that I posted, you feel me? You already know. Yeah, I'll be back in the morning, man. Salute to all y'all. I appreciate you. If you hit the Cash App or the Super Chat or you tap the like button or you just was watching, man, you already know, man. I see y'all in the morning. Yeah, holla, holla.
You know,